Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are back in beautiful Madison, West Virginia at the Madison Civic Center. I'm Elijah Thacker. I'm alongside Colin Caprini and the queen of the sting herself, Becca Robinson.
Hello, hello.
And this
Bring
is
Becca and you forget my nickname.
What is your nickname?
The outside dog.
The outside dog. Oh, yeah. I mentioned that so many times, and now it's gone.
It's gone.
It's because you're not fighting anymore. You're too old. You don't get a nickname anymore unless you're active.
It's taken away.
Yeah, it gets revoked by the commission.
Wait, what was yours?
I've had many nicknames. Most of them can't be repeated on a live broadcast.
When I started fighting, they made us pick one. They said, if you don't pick one, we'll give you one. Because I started fighting whenever it was in the Hard Knocks, which was the cage around the Tough Man ring. And they were like, you don't get a choice to not have a nickname. I was like, I don't have one.
We're coming full circle tonight. Back in Madison, this is where I got my start back at New Line 6. We're up to NLC Fight Night 35 now. We've seen a lot of stuff happen right here in the Madison Civic Center. We've got a great card again tonight. Main event, Roman Belchure versus Jordan Clark. I should say the surging Roman Belchure. The guy's been unstoppable lately.
He's been on a tear, man. 9-0 boxing now. I think he's, what, 3-0-1, something like that, in kickboxing, and then 1-0 in MMA. So,
who's going to take him down? That's the question. He must be stopped, but we can't find anybody to stop him. He's like the villain.
we tried last time. My guy wasn't able to get it done, so don't look at me.
Yeah, so he's 8-0 boxing, 2-0 kickboxing, MMA 1-0, Tough Man 4-0.
Now, in an all boxing and kickboxing card, this is a fight that stands out. And we've got our new, I'm going to name him our junior correspondent because he's a young gun, Bailey Manley. He is backstage right now with the man himself, Roman Belchure, who's got an absolutely tough fight against a very dangerous Jordan Clark. Let's cut to Bailey and see what Roman Belchure's got to say.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Roman Belchure, who is our main event tonight for the Kentucky heavyweight the Kentucky boxing title. Roman, how did the training camp go for this fight?
Well, it's for the West Virginia 154 boxing title. No worries, brother. It's all good. There's a lot of title fights. This is a stacked card, so it's under. Yeah. But yeah, the camp's been great. Feeling really healthy. Best weight cut I've ever had. So I'm just ready to go out there and perform. I'm gonna execute this dude. It's his funeral.
So Roman, when you picture this fight, how do you see you finishing this fight, winning this fight?
I see myself walking him down. He either comes forward and he dies like a man, he goes out on his face, or he backs away and he goes out on his back. I'm going to knock him out in the second round. I'm going to break him down to the body, and chin's going to follow. So I'm either taking his ribs or I'm taking his chin.
So Roman, you've been everywhere recently. You've been winning kickboxing titles, boxing titles, winning grappling titles. Now you've set your eyes on MMA, the lightweight division. Recently in your last grappling match, you called out Eric Cole. So, I mean, how do you feel about that match maybe in the future?
Well, I thought that was going to be a really good match. You know, Eric's good. He's a tough dude. I think he was like 4-1, 4-2, or something like that. Good wrestler, but I think he's going pro. So I think we're going to switch directions. There's a guy, Florence Peebles. He's 4-1, so similar record. And he's out of, I think, Virginia. Good, tough guy. So it's going to be for the 155 MMA belt. If he can take it, props to him. But I'm going to knock him out or I'm going to Darce his ass. That's how it goes.
Darth Vader here. So before we cut back to the commentators, is there any last final words you want to say before you main event for us tonight?
I just want to thank my family, Trilby and Jared Belchure. I always want to thank my people at Category 5. Y'all are the ones that get me to this fight and support me through the fight camp. So, yeah, just supporting my people, you know. They're the ones that, when I'm putting countless hours in the gym, they're the ones that support me and, you know, cheer me on. So, yeah, I got my people coming. It's going to be a beautiful show.
You heard it from one of the greatest rising stars in this area. Back to you guys.
So, thank you, Bailey Manley, for your first ever backstage fight interview. I think you knocked it out of the park.
That was awesome.
The first ever New Line
Yeah.
backstage interview,
That's
I do
the
believe.
first one.
I think maybe a while back we had a couple, but nobody did it as beautifully as
No.
Bailey Manley.
Good job, Bailey.
Now, let's talk a little bit more about this card because not only do we have an incredibly exciting main event, we've got Eric Mon's back. Eric Mon, the Star Man, I believe he's calling himself these days.
I like that.
He's been searching for a nickname for years now.
He didn't like it when you just called him the Hairy Man.
Yeah, Eric the Hairy Man Mon. I think that was it, really. He had the Eric Moon Man Mon, Eric. Come to Jamaica Mon.
Yeah, that was the one Keith gave him.
Now we've settled on Starman, and he's got a very tough opponent in Hunter Pway tonight. That's a guy, you just saw him very close to defeating Czar Parrish until he got caught with that TKO in the third.
Yeah, I was very impressed. I've been very impressed by Hunter, all of his boxing matches and his kickboxing matches. Good, solid technique, good straight punches. This is an interesting matchup. He's quite a bit taller than Eric, which everybody is. Even I was taller than Eric, which is saying something. But it's an interesting fight. I'll be honest, I have no idea who's going to win that one. I'm excited to watch it unfold.
And now Hunter Pway, he's fighting out of the scrap pack up there in Ohio. You got Chad Van Sickle there as the boxing coach. That's a guy who's been around the block. But Eric, he's training out of Tartarus, and we've seen a lot of success from the guys at Tartarus there in Ashland, Kentucky. I think Eric's been elevated since he's moved there. Started putting in work with Mitchell Vaughn, some of those guys there.
Yeah, and Eric is somebody that, his record's 4-2, but like those early losses, he is a completely different man than he was. It was like one of the big things I noticed when I fought him is it's almost useless to even watch the early footage of Eric because he's gotten so much better so fast in the last couple of years. Very impressive.
It's crazy. I think if you wanted to give an award for most improved fighter here on our roster, it's got to be Eric.
Hands down.
Because when, I say this a lot when Eric fights, but the first time we saw him was in Huntington against Rob Mayernick. And I was like, maybe this guy shouldn't be doing this. That's how bad of a performance it was. And then he comes back, immediately looks like a different guy, gets a win. And now we've seen him in title contention twice now. This is his second title fight. First one, he came up short against Denzel Chapman.
And a tough fight. Where he
now
went the
a pro,
with Denzel,
undefeated pro. And one of the biggest prospects we had at amateur. I think he was the number 1 ranked amateur MMA fighter in the state at that time. And now we're going to talk to another guy. We've got Bailey Manley waiting backstage with a guy that we saw on the last card. I missed this fight.
Very impressive performance on the last card.
J.R. Cochran might be the future of the heavyweight division. We saw him absolutely annihilate Antonio Robinson.
Unexpectedly.
We all know Antonio's tough.
And coming in as like someone with not a bunch of training, and all we knew about him was he was a wrestler. And he came out and set Antonio back on his ass with a big overhand right. I mean, it was very impressive stuff.
Fighting out of Marmet, West Virginia. Here's Bailey Manley with J.R. Cochran.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? I am with J.R. Cochran next. J.R., how did the training camp go for for this fight?
Went very well, working with Jordan Clark, Josh Sullivan, and Griffin Key, because Jordan and Josh also have a fight today. So it went really well training with them. So we got some good work in, really well.
Awesome. Also, when you picture this fight, when you imagine this fight, how do you see yourself winning this fight?
Maybe KOs, second round, third round. Just use my stamina, good cardio and everything. Just been working really hard, so just push the pace the whole fight.
So the big thing in your last fight was you were still in high school when you won your last fight. You went in there as an 18-year-old, still haven't graduated high school yet, and you went in there and knocked out, almost knocked out a really good fighter in Antonio Robinson. How does it feel to be this young, already getting in the cage, being this active? I see you on Facebook all the time, trying to get fights all the time. What's your drive to keep going at such a young age?
It feels good. I've just grown up doing it, so it's always been regular to me. And why not keep doing it when I can make it big, I feel like. So the drive is just to make it out for my family and everybody who looks up to me and all the young kids from Riverside, East Bank, and everywhere, just try to look good for them.
Amazing. Is there any other, before we go back, is there any other final words you want to say to the?
Shout out Uncle Ed. Watch my boy Jordan and Josh tonight and myself, and watch us win.
You heard it from J.R. Cochran himself. Back to you guys.
And we hear J.R. Cochran. He's got some friends on the card as well making their debuts. Joshua Sullivan, I believe, also been training with him. But a huge key piece of information that you've got in that interview, he's been training with Griffin Key.
Yep.
And I think not only is that going to help J.R. Cochran, that's going to help Griffin. We've seen Griffin, he's we've got some behind the scenes information that I can't give away, but he's got a pro debut coming up.
Indeed, a very exciting one. Yeah, I wish we could talk about that, but we can't yet.
Big reveal coming soon, but I think the biggest thing we've seen Griffin struggle with are wrestlers, and you've got a big heavyweight wrestler now that you see has got a ton of potential working with Griffin. I've been seeing a lot of videos of those guys together, not only training but goofing around. They seem like they're good friends, and that's what you need, are a group of guys you can train with and get better with, that you got a good rapport with,
and people who have skill sets that match well together, right? I mean, Griffin's obviously a very skilled striker, and he's got big heavyweight wrestler now with good at holding people down to work with. Like, that's going to be a phenomenal addition for both of them.
Now, let's talk about this interim heavyweight boxing title fight. You've got somebody that you know very well in this one, stepped up on short notice, Chaz Blevins.
Yep, Chaz Blevins originally was scheduled to be Paul Westfall. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but Chaz decided he would step up, and due to that, they decided to make it an interim title. So the person who wins this match here is going to be going up against our champ, who is Darton Wilson? How do you say his last name? Do you guys, Darton? You guys know Darton at all? He trains with Mike Shepard.
Did they change it to Darton? I thought he was up against Eli Atkins.
No, he is, but whoever wins goes against the champ, who is Darton. So.
Who I believe fought at the Parkersburg card.
Yes.
I get hit in the head too much.
Sorry.
You're the one who commentated
we
the Parkersburg
chased around
card.
that one a little bit.
Darton Wilson is a tank.
Yes.
Whoever wins this fight, they better come
fight.
prepared, because we saw Darton absolutely run through Jonah Adkins. I thought it was going to be a lot more competitive, but Darton's a guy with a ton of amateur experience. He's been in Tough Man. He's had tons of other amateur fights, and now he's lost over 100 pounds in the last few years. I think a lot of his fights were from years ago.
Yes.
Now he's come back and he's in shape, and the guy's a force to be reckoned with. He really is. He marches forward. Can't seem to hurt him. Nothing that Jonah hit him with hurt him, and everything that he hit Jonah with was hurting him.
So that's a tall order for whoever comes out of this interim boxing title. It'll be interesting to see how that fight unfolds. Chaz, we've seen a very strong starter, putting a lot of people away early. It'll be interesting to see if Eli's maybe able to drag him into deeper waters and see what happens there, but it's a tough match either way.
Yeah.
Eli is just at the point, too. He's coming out of these tough man style fights and getting into really regional amateur boxing. So it's going to be a different adjustment. The last fight he had was with the Mountain State Brawl, which is weird to train for and weird to judge him on, because 1 minute, one round. How much can you do in that?
Yeah.
But here we are. We've got a title fight that's 3 2-minute rounds. Eli's not had a lot of fights that are 2-minute rounds, but I think he'll do well in them. He's training at Category 5. Got a really good gym around him. He's also training at Elk River Boxing Club with Chris Smith.
Okay.
Chris is a super good guy and very knowledgeable coach.
And he will have the weight advantage. I believe he's weighing more around 260 for this bout. Chaz's last fight was at 205, so he's definitely a smaller heavyweight.
I think the most struggles I've seen Eli have, especially in the Mountain State Brawl, are on the inside. He doesn't deal as well with fighting on the inside, but sure, that's something he's worked on. He learned a lot from it. The guy also has really nice head movement. Like, I've seen clips of him from, like, tough man fights. Of course, you don't see that level of competition in tough man, but there are moments when Eli Atkins looks very slick for a heavyweight. And he's a guy just starting out, just like Chaz. Both of these guys are so new in this sport and have a ton of potential. And I think win or lose, we're going to see them do more and more big things as they get more experience.
Oh, 100%. And I think there's going to be some heavy shots exchanged in that fight for sure.
And Dante Owens is back. That's another great fight. That's that lightweight boxing title. We've got Dante Owens versus Cody Estep.
That's a phenomenal matchup. I'm very excited to see how that one plays out.
We saw Dante, I think, last in Logan.
I believe so.
And he looks sharp. He's always sharp.
He had one of the best performances on that card, in my opinion.
I agree. And I've heard a ton of good things about Cody Estep. He's coming in with an 8-1 record, and he's a tough-as-nails guy as well. So you've got 2 slick guys fighting for that lightweight title. And then we've got another state title. We've got the West Virginia state title tonight, as well as the Kentucky state title, which is Chris Withrow versus Daniel Powell. Now, what can we say about Chris Withrow?
I've been very impressed with his performances.
Me
I think,
too.
Yeah.
Always growing.
Yes, improving in between different fights that we've seen of his. Always enjoy watching his fights. Impressed with a very high-level technique for this level. Especially an early amateur. I mean, he's getting up there now. I guess he's got what is that, 13 fights or so. But very impressed with the growth that we've seen from him.
Chris reminds me of a fighter from an older generation.
Yes.
He's got that hard-nosed, tough style. He keeps marching forward. Got good head movement as well, though. He's cutting angles. He's doing all the right things. He looks like a boxer. That's
Yes,
the thing. You see these guys with grit and toughness, but they're not technical.
Yeah, this is not a tough man style forward pressure. This is forward pressure with a skilled boxer who's putting pressure offensively and putting fatigue into his opponents by making sure that the pace stays relatively high.
I will say about Daniel Powell, he's coming from Lexington, Kentucky. He trains with Thrive Tribe Boxing. He is 2-0, but he's one of those kind of guys who's been in the gym for a very long time. He's 2-0, but in my personal opinion, I feel like he doesn't fight. His IQ is way higher than just a 2-0 kind of fighter. So it's going to be a perfect matchup. I'd say they're pretty even as far as skill. Again, Christopher Withrow with that experience might play a little bit of difference. And then Daniel does tend to be a little bit of a slow starter, so it's going to be an interesting matchup. He's going to have to really match the speed of Chris Withrow to kind of stamp off those rounds.
Now, we've kind of moved away from the later half of the card. I want to know, we've got a lot of newer guys coming up. We've got a lot of young guys who are just starting out. Who are you most excited about to see in the beginning of this card?
I'm excited to see the Starcher brothers box. I mean, they're both making their boxing debuts tonight. We've seen them, I believe, mostly in MMA, but a little bit of kickboxing. I know we've seen Sheldon kickbox at least once. I mean, their weakness in MMA has always been grappling, right? So I'm interested to see them in a striking-only setting. Both of them very good striking in MMA context. It'll be interesting to see how that translates into the boxing ring.
I agree. You know, we've seen Preston especially. He's kind of had a tough road to hoe these last several fights. And I think he's looking for a turning point. And I think jumping into boxing, jumping into kickboxing, this could be hugely beneficial for their MMA careers as well.
I agree. And I was very impressed with Sheldon's ability. I mean, we saw him get that big knockout. It was in MMA I'm sorry, what's his name?
He knocked out Fritz Deriska. That's one that really impressed me with that sneaky head kick.
I was thinking of the uppercut that he landed on you know who I'm talking about, the guy who used to train at Ronin. He's a brown belt. He fought Denzel.
I'm drawing a blank. This is bad TV, guys.
Anyway, a very tough opponent who's very difficult to put away.
He fought a dangerous man.
Yeah.
And he knocked him out.
Yes, a guy that Denzel wasn't able to put away.
Oh, Josh.
And it's not Josh. It's Clink something. Klinkner is his last name. Clink
Klinkner.
or something. It's not
That
Klinkner.
doesn't sound right at all.
It's close.
Klinkner.
Kinker. Sam Kinker.
Sam Kinker. Yeah.
There we go.
Sam Kinker's tough, too.
Yes.
Sam's a guy.
He's an incredibly tough guy to put away.
I feel
and
bad.
we saw Sheldon come out and put him away with an uppercut. I'm sorry I forgot your name, Sam.
I feel bad, too, because I'm a big fan of Sam Kinker.
As am I.
You know, Sam's a guy, too. He's a veteran. To put away a veteran like that.
Who has historically been very tough to put away. I mean, somebody that Denzel put a lot of volume and offense on early in that fight, and he tired Denzel out. Denzel was able to hang on and win, but Sam made that a very difficult fight for him.
And we've seen Sam go the distance against really tough opponents like Grayson Hostetler, who we're going to see later tonight. The VO2 guys are back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, they
We've
are.
not seen them in a while. We got Joey Studer and Teddy Bear here. It brought joy to my heart to see them pulling into the Madison Civic Center tonight. Unfortunately, though, Ben Wilson, their photographer turned fighter, his opponent, Austin Runyon, pulled out on short notice tonight. So we won't be getting to see Benny Hanna tonight. But other than that, we got two more VO2 guys. Excited for this card. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in 10 minutes. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's NLC Fight Night 35, and we're almost underway here. I think we've got our young squire,
Yes,
Bailey Manley.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, right now I have.
Hold on, Bailey.
Go on, Father.
We got our young squire, Bailey Manley, here, raring to go, ready to interview Jordan Clark, who we just spoke with Roman Belchure. This is the other side of the coin, ladies and gentlemen, of this big West Virginia state title. Bailey, take it away with Mr. Jordan Clark.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Jordan Clark. He is in our main event tonight against Roman Belchure. He is for the West Virginia state title. Jordan, how do you feel going in here? Like, how did the training camp go? Like, how are you feeling?
I mean, I feel fantastic, you know. I feel like every man should always strive to challenge themselves, and when you get an opportunity to do that, you should always jump at it. You know, I feel like pressure is a privilege, and this is exactly how I see this, as an opportunity to, you know, thrive under pressure. So I'm very excited to be here.
Amazing. So how do you see yourself winning this fight? How do you imagine this fight going?
I imagine this fight going exactly how we envisioned it in camp. This is something that we've been working towards for about 5 weeks now, diligently. I think if we come in here and we implement the plan that we have set in motion, that there's absolutely no way this doesn't go in our favor.
Okay, so one final question. So Roman Belchure, obviously, he's been on a streak recently, title after title. Do you feel extra pressure going in here against someone that's, you know, everybody's like talking about saying that he's the best? Like, how do you feel about going in there against someone like Roman?
I feel like that's exactly where I belong, with the best. You know, it's been a little while since I fought. I know no one here really knows who I am. And there's no better stage, there's no better opportunity to make my introduction. I don't want to be bout 5. I don't want to be bout 12. I want to be where I am. You know, I want to be the main event. This is what I live for. So Roman, from what I've seen, very talented fighter. I have nothing but respect for him, and I'm very excited to share the ring with him and see what we can do.
So any final thoughts, any final thing you want to say before your fight tonight in the main event?
I hope you guys are ready. Get the popcorn ready. We're going to put on a show regardless of what the outcome is. Shout out to my team. Shout out to Griffin Key, Josh Sullivan, who's also in this card, JR Cochran. Everyone who's helped me prepare physically, mentally, and spiritually for this fight. I appreciate you. And thanks to my family for popping out. But that's it for me.
Amazing. So you just heard it from Jordan Clark in our main event. Back to you guys.
You know, I think you couldn't have said it any better. Being a challenger, coming in, fighting a high-profile guy like Roman, who's on such a tear and so well-known. His mentality, Jordan Clark's mentality, seems like it's exactly where it should be.
He seems dialed into me. I'm very excited for that.
And, you know, we hear him, he's training with JR Cochran, Griffin Key. So, you know, these guys do not train at a traditional gym a lot, like especially Griffin, and it's something that's always boggled my mind. But he seems to have this recipe for success that most people haven't quite figured out, like not doing it the traditional way. But Griffin's doing it, so let's see if Jordan Clark can do it tonight, coming up against a guy who's got a huge team around him with Category 5. The odds seem stacked against Jordan Clark, but that's exactly what makes the story of great moments in this sport. Guys who you don't think have a shot, and then they surprise you. That's what Jordan Clark's looking to do tonight. Now let's talk a little bit more about some of the different teams we're going to be seeing tonight. We've got a lot of great teams in boxing and kickboxing in West Virginia, Ohio, and Kentucky all coming together tonight, bringing their athletes here. So who stands out to you?
I mean, obviously the Category 5, I believe I'm excited to see Roman, right? I mean, and also it'd be interesting to see. I think this is the least number of Category 5 people we've had on a card in a long time. I believe it's just Roman tonight.
A lot of those guys tend to compete in MMA.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is the first card we've had since last year in Logan County where we've got the ring. And may I say, this is a beautiful ring.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
I always enjoy these boxing, kickboxing cards. They're a different feel, I think. I know, Becca, you probably feel the same way.
I feel more at home here. I feel way more
The
comfortable.
ring is comforting.
Yeah, I'm a little bit out of my element. I haven't been around a ring and not a cage for quite a while, aside from the few cards that we've done commentary on.
You were telling me, you know, that was an interesting anecdote before we started. You fought MMA in the ring.
Yeah, I got
at
to
one
fight
point.
one of the last MMA cards
Nice.
that was in a ring in West Virginia. It was probably 2017.
It was back at Pride
I wish.
35.
It felt like Pride, Shuto. You know, I watched a lot of the old JMMA stuff that was all in rings. Obviously, rings, the promotion was also in a ring.
That's why I think I would have enjoyed it, is because it gives you that pride feel. And that, I really do feel like that was my favorite era of MMA.
And I was happy to have gotten to have at least one fight in the ring. The more that I fought, the more I understood why MMA makes more sense in a cage than it does in a ring. The wall makes it's interesting because it's a completely foreign thing, right? It's a different skill set. It's not wrestling. It's not jiu-jitsu. It's a different thing whenever you're having wall work. But we've just seen too many guys shooting double legs and going flying into the floor tables, right?
It's amazing how we can find a way to talk about MMA on a boxing.
Right?
You
I'm
brought it
over
up.
here like,
You brought it
but
up.
what about the ropes? I love playing in the ropes. I will bait you into the ropes on purpose.
Now,
I
Becca
will-
has probably never seen this. You probably have. In the events in Brazil, they used to do MMA in a ring, and they would have a net around that went to the floor around the bottom rope, or maybe the bottom two ropes, so that you couldn't like fall out, and they
Fall
would just let
through.
it be live. They wouldn't reset in the center of the ring. They would just let people get stuck in the net and beaten to death. And
I remember those days
Chuck
when
Liddell fought Pele in one of those.
Ouch.
I remember when Mark Kerr was fighting in the old,
IVC.
yes, and people were trying to crawl out of the ring to
Yes.
get away from him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they said. The net was more to catch people that were trying to escape than actually to keep the action centered.
But here we are with our ring. It will be elevated 20 feet and held over a shark tank later in the evening, so stick around for that.
We got to get the alligators out.
That's really the biggest expense we have here at New Line, paying for the aquarium.
Yeah. All that water.
Water's expensive. You'd be surprised. So tell me, Cole Givens is back. You know, I didn't get to see Cole's last fight, but he got a great TKO.
He
and
did a fantastic job.
that was something I was satisfied to see, because, you know, he took a tough loss against Eric Kuhn, the card before that. We see him bounce back immediately and get that first round stoppage.
Yeah, and with good ground and pound from in the guard, it was beautiful stuff.
And Cole's fighting a guy tonight that's got a lot more experience. 5-5, Jimmy Adams. And I believe Jimmy's coming all the way from Cleveland.
That fight's canceled. Sorry, guys. Cole Givens is not fighting. His opponent did not show up.
Well, apparently he didn't come all the way from Cleveland.
Sorry.
Well, unfortunately, our young intern, Bailey Manley, has let us know that fight's been scrapped. Cole Givens will not get to make a triumphant return tonight after his TKO victory. Let's take a look at this updated card.
Make sure you hype my boy up tonight, all right?
Absolutely. Sean Stefanik coming visiting me
All right.
from
ready.
Hybrid MMA. Those
We've got
guys.
One of the Starcher brothers back there with our boy Bailey Manley. We'll pass it back to Bailey, who's got some words with one of the Starcher brothers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Preston Starcher, who is making his kickboxing debut in our 9th bout of the night. Preston, how do you feel about making your kickboxing debut? You're usually an MMA guy, so how did this training camp, really just keening in on your kickboxing?
Well, it's nice to be striking, of course, because I've been getting submitted in my last few MMA fights. So it's nice to come out here and get to show what I'm good at, which is striking. It's my forte. But my opponent, I didn't have any film on him. So what I've been doing is really just working on myself. So I'm excited to go out and just work on myself and see how that plays out in a fight. Instead of focusing so much on my opponent, focus on what I'm doing and just trying to do the right thing.
Amazing. Also, how do you picture yourself winning this fight? Like, what's your way to victory tonight?
Yeah, I would say that this guy he seems tough, so I think that he might be able to go all 3 rounds. I just got to push a pace and bring that dog out and just beat this guy no matter how. Hopefully he falls early, but if it goes to decision, I'm ready for that.
Awesome. Is there any other final words you want to say, like anyone you want to call out, or not call out, but like hype up before or anything?
No. All respect to my opponent. Thank you for showing up. It was hard to find people to fight me. I was wanting to box originally, but I had to settle for kickboxing, but at least this guy would take it, so I do appreciate that.
Amazing. That was Preston Starcher, guys. Coming up next will be our first fight of the evening pretty soon. So back to you guys to talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Preston Starcher always has such a good attitude. Win or lose, the guy bounces back, always looking to get better, always looking to make his dream happen. And you got to admire that.
Impressive the skill he's been able to develop. I mean, he's from a small town called Spencer, West Virginia. That has, there were no gyms anywhere near Spencer whenever Preston started training.
And now, they spent some time, I think they still spend some time at Category 5 training with guys like Eric Kuhn, Roman Belchure. I'm sure that's paid huge dividends for them in their career and in their growth.
It'll be interesting to see. This will be the kickboxing debut of Preston. I'm interested to see that. I know he said that he was looking for a boxing match and they weren't able to find him one. I'm interested to see him in a striking only setting. We've seen his brother Sheldon in a kickboxing match before, but it'll be interesting to see Preston get a chance to shine in that.
And, you know, Preston's got heavy hands. You look back to his debut against Chance Grillett. He hurt Chance very early in that fight.
And he made Chance pull guard.
That's exactly right. And I don't think we've ever seen Chance do that. Chance likes to strike. We've seen that. You know, he won that kickboxing title against Eric Kuhn. That was a great fight. And Chance is a good striker.
Very good.
So
I've gotten a chance to spar with Chance.
For a guy who's just starting out, to rock him like that, it shows the potential that Preston has, and he's always had. It's just finding the right recipe for success that I think he's dealing with. And he's still got plenty of time to do that.
Yeah,
He's a very young guy. And he's not taking a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Like we say, a lot of his problems have come with grappling. You know, he's gotten subbed, gotten caught. If he can find a way to fix that, I think the sky's the limit for both Preston and Sheldon. Sheldon has these moments when I think you see flashes of, like, very high-level stuff. That high kick that he finished Fritz with, I talk about it a lot, but it was so sneaky. The way he hid that high kick, it was high level. It was UFC level stuff. Just that moment there. It was beautiful.
I was very impressed with Sheldon in his last fight with Ethan Baker, even though he was eventually caught in I believe it was like an inverted triangle. But, I mean, looked very good. Big takedown into side control is very impressive stuff.
I think the issue always for guys in West Virginia, it's like finding bodies, finding guys to train with, getting more than one look. You know, there's not that many gyms. There's not that many. I can think of maybe a handful of truly good, solid gyms.
Especially in that part of the state, right? If you're not near Huntington, if you're not near Charleston, if you're not near Morgantown, there's not a ton of jiu-jitsu in West Virginia.
And I think that's the issue in wrestling as well. How many high-level wrestlers are coming out of West Virginia? You see guys, though, like J.R. Cochran, who are very, very talented, but they're few and far between. I think wrestling programs, you know, aren't as invested in here,
especially in the southern part of the state here. Like in the northern part of the state, you get a little bit of crossover with PA and Ohio, and there's a little bit more activity. But down here in the southern part of the state, wrestling doesn't seem to be quite as big of an adventure.
So Becca, tell me, as far as pure boxers on this card, who are you most excited to see?
All right, let's see. I'm excited. I feel biased.
You're supposed to be biased. That's exactly your question.
All right,
You're
fine.
the boxer.
I'm interested to see how Chaz Blevins returns to boxing. He's been so focused on MMA, so it's going to be a little bit of a switch up. So I'm interested to see how he catches his pace on that change.
What made Chaz decide to take this boxing match on short notice? Was it the title?
Yeah, and I had a little hand in that. Keith's like, I need a heavyweight. I'm like, Chaz will never turn down a fight, dude. You could tell him to fight tomorrow for another title somewhere else, he would do it. I mean, he's just down. Kind of that same mentality as Roman, where he's very young in the sport, and to have the record that he has already is undefeated in MMA and boxing. I'm excited to see how he makes that transition back to boxing. What he does with it.
The first time we saw Chaz was that fight with Antonio, and I knew then that Chaz had a ton of potential. Then you guys went. Was it, I know you traveled.
Yep.
And he took that fight. Was it in Tennessee?
Nashville, yes. He fought Italian Stallion.
And won that fight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And we're going to pass it back to Bailey Manley, who's with the other Starcher brother, Sheldon.
All right, guys, I'm here with now Sheldon Starcher. We just interviewed his brother Preston, who's making his kickboxing debut. But Sheldon, you're making your boxing debut. How do you feel for making your boxing debut tonight?
I feel really good. I'm used to guys shooting straight for my legs because they know that my striking's a lot better. But I feel like I don't want to go in here and try and push the pace too hard and finish the fight too quick because I'm going to really want to savor this. So I want 3 rounds of hell and pushing the pace to where I can break through any known limitation I had before.
So how did this camp go? You know, you've done MMA a lot. So how did this camp go to really just focus in, keen in on your boxing?
It was good. I did a lot of boxing this camp. I also did a lot of kickboxing because where my brother's going to be kickboxing. So I got a really good mix up here. So I'm confident going into this fight.
So you were saying a bit ago that you see your victory being maybe by decision. You want to savor this. You want to piece them up. Last all 3 rounds. Do you see a finish happening maybe?
I always see a finish available. It's just a matter of if I pick the correct time. But yeah, I'm wanting to really push a pace on this guy. So if he falters, he falters. If he doesn't, I'm prepared to win a decision.
All right. Any final words before your match, which is the 5th bout of the night? Any final words?
Love you, Ma. Love you, Pop.
All right. You heard it from him. That is Sheldon Starcher. Coming up now, our first fight is almost ready. We're getting right about there. So right back to you guys. Commentate on the first fight. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Good stuff, Bailey.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to get underway with the national anthem. Heartland. Ready to watch some people hitting other people. Kicking them too sometimes.
Is there any more?
That's right. I mean, you can say what you want about baseball, but I think any time of excess in here.
I just found out it's a state law. If you don't do the registration thing, you cannot on a private boat.
That's true.
In West Virginia.
That's right.
And why not?
God's country. Try that in a small town.
Yeah.
Remember that.
We're going live? Okay, I'll put it.
We are live and we follow to be
It's a really protected.
It's actually a municipality. So back when the old will be south. It's also and all the cities, which
That's really, I don't know. I feel like they might hurt just as bad. Like to lose and know you won.
Yeah, that's true.
Or just to flat out lose. It both sucks.
Now we've got Marksy Dunn.
Big pop from the crowd for this one.
Fighting out of Man, West Virginia. He's our first West Virginia fighter on this West Virginia card. And the crowd does respond to it. Now, this is Marksy's first fight. What's going through your head in this moment? You're about to step into the ring for the first time. You got all these people watching.
I feel like for me, not a lot. I get that tunnel vision. I kind of just lose everything, but what's right in front of me, the person right in front of me, personally. A lot of times it's, man, I think I should have peed before this.
I definitely always
If
have
we're
that.
just being honest.
In his debut fight, weighing 150 pounds, from West Virginia, Marksy Dunn.
Our third man in the ring tonight is going to be the legendary Billy Fox. It's great to always see Billy Fox on these West Virginia cards.
And it looks like we're going to see a small reach advantage here from Marksy.
Yeah, that's the first thing I noticed. Very long. See if he can use it.
He's coming out with almost that Philly shell style.
And a nice jab out of the southpaw stance right away for Smallwood.
Yeah, these are 2-minute rounds, so they're going to have a little bit more time to actually set up some good classic boxing.
Marksy's already switched stances twice.
We saw a good 1-2 there from Smallwood.
Both have decent jabs here. It might come down to footwork. Who's feeling more solid on their feet so they can land those power shots?
I don't like seeing a guy who's just starting out switching stances so often.
Caught
You
him in
see
a-
there.
Uh-oh, shoulders out maybe.
Oh, man.
Ah, man.
This
Yep,
may
his
be it,
shoulders
ladies
out.
and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's out.
There's.
Might be able to.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to have the corner pop it back.
There's no way
Oh,
they're going to be able to
no.
start this fight back, though. There's no timeouts in boxing, are there?
That's Billy's decision to call, I think. He seems to be interested in it if we
They
can
put
get
it
it.
back? They put it back? No.
He seems to want to keep going. The fighter wants to continue, but, you know, it's got to be frustrating to be the opponent here and be like, you know,
Is it still
he wants to go. He's ready to go.
Still out.
I don't know.
No.
No.
No, don't risk it.
Put it back in place.
Somebody from the crowd. Can we put it back in place?
Oh, he got it.
No.
Oh,
That's it, ladies and gentlemen.
Man,
Can't-
that's unfortunate.
Can't allow him to
That's
continue with an
unfortunate.
injury.
But you're right,
It's going to
because
compromise him.
that's his career, you know. And
Live to fight another
do
day.
they call it a TKO, a no
Yeah.
contest? Do they have
It
to
should
make it a
be.
certain amount of rounds?
It should be a TKO via doctor's stoppage, should it not?
That'll be an interesting one. I think so, right?
I didn't
Because
know
there's
if it
no
had to go
illegal
a
blow.
certain.
He threw it. He did it throwing a punch. That's
I
how
believe it actually may have even got stuck in the ropes over here.
Did it?
Which is unfortunate for Smallwood because he was getting the better of those exchanges. I was very impressed with his feints and his footwork and his jab.
I think he
landed
had
a
him
hard
hurt
one
there
too.
for a moment.
I agree.
Very unfortunate start.
Don't fight like that.
We saw him doing the bit of the Korean zombie action, right? Trying to put his shoulder back in. That happened to me in a fight.
You can tell
tried
he
to put it
really
in, yeah.
he didn't want to stop.
Yeah.
Like he was sitting there trying to feel it out, and then he's like, no.
I'll tell you what. Sometimes us fighters are too tough for our own good, and that's when we gotta have a doctor there to say
Shoulder
no.
injuries are bad too. If he did something, he could do significant damage trying to fight through it.
And that'll be one that, guys, I would love to see us run back.
I would
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
You know, but both guys didn't get much time in there to show what they had.
I'm sure both of those guys wish that that's not the way Marksy Dunn wants to win either. So
Marksy, though, will go down first fight, TKO victory. And I think Marksy had a lot he could have learned from that. Even though it was a short fight, like he had some trouble there. He had maybe. What's your opinion on switching stances? I think you got to be really comfortable striking.
some
until you
people
start
make it
doing
work, yeah. And some people come from traditional martial arts styles where they're used to switching stances a lot. Boxing is starting to embrace it. I think a little bit of the influence of the Dutch kickboxing, right? You've seen a lot of guys after Bang Ludwig and TJ Dillashaw, that kind of era. You've seen a lot of guys adopt the stance switching style.
I feel like we see it too often without purpose. I think that's the thing with it. In a regional fight, I think guys are just switching stances to be switching stances.
And also, I wonder if he was switching stances because he was fighting a southpaw too. Maybe he was not super comfortable fighting a southpaw.
From my personal experience, I think it would probably be better off to start with what you're used to and establish the jab. If you haven't established your jab, you shouldn't be switching things up quite yet. You know, you gotta find that rhythm first before you, unless you're just normally a switch hitter, but that's few and far between, I think, at this stage.
I've always felt like you've got to really have a comfortable awareness of striking, be able to do it proficiently before you start doing advanced things like fighting from your not dominant hand, which is tough.
Because it's easy to
Tough
put
in
yourself in bad
jiu-jitsu.
positions.
Yeah, this is something that Eli and I say a lot in jiu-jitsu and in striking. Jiu-jitsu, it happens a lot of times when guys are trying to play half guard on their bad side, and obviously in striking, it's whenever they're fighting out of the opposite stance, and it's like, get good at one side instead of being bad at both sides when you're early on. I mean, that's what we tell people.
I tell my fighters the same exact thing for boxing.
So next up, we've got Sean Lucas Schaefer versus Tristan Turner. These are two debut guys here in boxing, or super middleweight kickboxing, I'm sorry. 195.
And I believe Tristan Turner is a black belt in jiu-jitsu from Joe Thompson, so that'll be interesting to see how this shapes up.
You know,
Joe told me that he taught Tristan everything that he knows about both boxing, kickboxing, and jiu-jitsu.
he was, I got to meet Tristan. Tristan's in very good shape. He's a guy who, I think he's a young gun, and I think he's very excited to get started in the sport. Joe was bragging on his jiu-jitsu skills, actually, before we started. He said, I tapped him one time. And Tristan was telling me, yeah, Joe was jumping up and down and celebrating.
And having somebody like Joe Thompson to work with is a huge asset. I mean, Joe, no stranger to the NLC fans. Joe's one of my favorite boxers to watch, period.
Just tough, just so tough. Joe
Defensive
is,
pressure style.
I don't. But yeah, Joe Dad Bod Thompson, we've seen him in a lot of fights that people thought he shouldn't have won.
Yeah.
And that he had no chance in winning. And I think almost all of them, he's made them gritty. He's made them tough. And even if he didn't walk away the victor, I think he made his opponent pay a steep price for victory.
Well, and I think, Joe Thompson, whenever he fought Zane Fry in the rematch, that was the first time I got to watch him fight. And he got dropped by Zane, but he wore on Zane. He tired Zane out, and then he came back and dropped Zane, and then ended up winning that fight by decision. It was like, and that was the start of a real upswing. And that was, according to Joe, whenever he started training. Before then, he was just taking fights without having trained.
They've had such a crazy rivalry. We're going to see Zane in, just a couple of fights now. Zane and Joe have been at it 3 times, and they've had such a fun group of wars. Like, I always enjoy a trilogy, and I think I've really enjoyed theirs.
And here comes Tristan to the ring now.
And you see there, Tristan's in great shape. He's tall. And he's got the right attitude. He's got Lucas Bramble, Joe Thompson in the corner. Both guys very experienced, very knowledgeable. And not only that, they're great people. They're great people to just hang out with, to get to know.
Always enjoy seeing them every NLC.
Lucas himself, he just made his debut a few months ago and got a finish. And I've heard a lot of people saying Lucas is very good as well. And we see Rex there in the corner as well, big Rex White. He's been training a lot with those guys. They meet in Pikeville, Kentucky, and train there at Figure 4 Fight Academy. Joe Thompson, like, you better talk my boy up.
Joe's checking to make sure that I said it, the jiu-jitsu quote.
I think after that last card, I'm officially Joe Thompson's jiu-jitsu coach.
I was very impressed with Joe's ability to just do jiu-jitsu, even though he doesn't really seem to do it very often.
His ability to listen, too, is amazing. Like, while he's in the moment, he's a great listener.
You might want an autographed card of me.
I do.
Just in case.
And Hoist Gracie himself.
And a young Butch Hiles. Look at that handsome man. We're getting distracted.
And we see here Sean Lucas Schaefer making his debut, fighting out of Elkview, West Virginia. And we see Chris Smith there in the corner. And now they meet in the middle.
A little bit of nervous energy from both of these gentlemen.
I'm always very impressed with the guys from Elk River Boxing Club under the tutelage of Chris Smith.
Yep. They've come down to cross-train with our gym before.
Chris is an NLC veteran as well. I think he fought back on the very first New Line card, the one I fought on.
Good bit of height difference on these two. Yeah.
Low guard from Schaefer.
And we saw Tristan trying to take advantage of that with the overhand right.
That was a nice jab from Schaefer, though.
Nice. If he can stay in that pocket, he's working him there.
Tristan's landed some solid shots, though.
Tristan did land a nice right hook in that corner.
He's got to be careful on his entrances. Maybe set him up a little better.
That was
nice. That was a perfect entrance right there
from Schaefer, from Turner there.
Good. Nice little shoulder bump to get him up into the corner. Bringing it over top with some good right hands there.
Turner's bullying him right now, but Schaefer is eating him
Keeping him on the ropes. Nice body shot. 2 body shots over top right on that chin.
Turner keeps digging with that overhand right as well, and it's finding its mark.
Schaefer needs to bring some stuff up the middle there. He's missing some opportunity.
Schaefer's got to get busier with his hands, period.
And up the middle to keep his length.
I think he's got to get the respect. That was a good body shot, set him down on a knee. He needs to earn respect. Tristan Turner feels like he can just walk him down and throw punches.
He is. He's fighting a very aggressive fight. You're going to have to put something in his face to make him respect you.
Hey, he just did. But he's right back in, steps right back in, bringing an onslaught of punches here.
But does it stop Turner? No, it doesn't. He marches forward anyway.
Body shots looking nasty. Back up top, uppercut sneaking through. Man, he's having his way with him right now.
Schaefer's got to get out of this corner.
Yeah, he does. I think that's it. Man, he really put those punches together.
Schaefer's done. No, there he is. He's showing some mad heart here. He's ready to go. You can tell.
Tristan Turner just needs to finish it up. See if he can catch it before the bell here.
Schaefer makes it to the second round.
Schaefer showed a ton of heart getting up from that second knockdown. You could see it on his face. He's hurt.
Now, do we think he expelled too much energy? Do you think that's going to play a part going into the next round?
He's breathing hard. Of course, he's going to have nerves, too. It's his debut, but this guy looks in great shape.
And he did put good body work into, which would equalize that, so that'd be interesting to see.
I know that he has put in a lot of rounds with Joe and Lucas. I'm sure he's ready to go 3-2s.
And we saw Schaefer land a nice head kick. It didn't seem like it was like it stunned Tristan for very long at all. Tristan was able to put punches behind it right away. But
the biggest danger in a fight like this though, is that adrenaline dump.
Exactly.
Yes.
Then, you know, it's his first fight. There's so much adrenaline when you go into it. That's what his coaches are here for, though.
And Becca, you're more familiar with the boxing rules than we are. Is that a 10-7 round because of the 2 knockdowns and a 10-9
It should
and
be,
then 2
yeah.
knockdowns?
Yeah, it definitely should be.
I am a USA Boxing trained referee.
Oh.
Nice.
I like that you say that like you shouldn't be.
I did it. All right, let's see if he'll just come forward or if Schaefer can put something together here.
Schaefer lands another nice head kick on the outside.
And he just catched him on the inside. He's got to establish that range and get off those ropes. Circle out one way or the other.
Tristan is just in his face the entire time, though, and that's difficult to deal with.
And Tristan does a good job bringing the hand up and blocking that head kick attempt. Man, he's doing a good job keeping his forehead down and digging the body.
Schaefer still looks unsteady on his feet here. But he's throwing that was a massive left hook.
Yeah, caught him.
Beautiful work. Tristan shakes his head, keeps coming forward.
Yeah, he's still coming, still throwing, and he's throwing these punches hard.
He
nice
is rocking
body.
his head with those overhand rights. And now he eats a couple.
Nice uppercut.
Nice exchange here.
But the body work is just brutal.
Yeah,
Schaefer just got to hang tough here. He's landed more shots this round. What a fight.
Good head movement there.
Oh, man, he walks back.
He's rocked.
Tristan
He's
Turner
rocked
lands
him.
a big overhand right behind
Can
the
he
ear.
put him away? Oh.
Both guys are digging so deep here.
Back and
Non-stop
forth,
action.
man. Oh.
Beautiful left hook to the body from Turner. Now he's digging that body.
Nice. Man, I don't know. Woo. This is a tough round.
Turner keeps marching forward. Look at the play.
Knocks him
Schaefer's not
out.
having it. Every time you think Schaefer's out of there, he lands something big. But a big deep breath from Schaefer there, and a massive overhand right lands from Turner.
Oh, and a big 1-2 lands from Schaefer there.
Nice head
High
kick.
kick.
Over top again.
Wow, and a big right hand.
I'll tell you what, I think Turner needs to tighten up a little bit, tighten up that guard. He's throwing these wild, trying to be big shots, but he needs to get back to that nice technical, slipping those shots in. He'll use less energy.
Both men are slowing down and tired as well.
Yeah.
But Schaefer is fighting with so much heart.
And I think Schaefer came back and won that round.
I do too.
I
He
give him
landed
that
some
round.
massive shots.
I give him that round barely.
And he was wobbling the whole time.
He was.
He's hanging tough, though.
And Turner was hurt and still head down forward, coming
Yep.
forward pressure and landing hard shots to the body. We're seeing Turner land a lot of those overhand rights that are almost just a glancing blow kind of behind the ear. It's beautiful.
Every time that it seemed like Turner was going to put Schaefer away, though, Schaefer dug deep and he found a way to land something
Absolutely
significant.
unbelievable display of heart
Tough.
here by Schaefer.
Yes, very
To get
tough.
up from that second knockdown in the first round on its own is impressive, but to come back and do what we said he needed to do, he earned his respect. He's hurting him. He landed a big head kick behind one of the volleys of punches.
I mean, just look at him
He
in
is
the corner
gasping.
here. He is so tired, but he's got such heart and will. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of both these guys right now. Both guys making their debuts, and it doesn't seem like it.
Way to start. I know the first one was a little bumpy, but this makes up for it, in my opinion. Somebody's got to take it over. I got 1-1. Oh,
Clean right hand
nice.
from
Nice.
Schaefer.
He's coming back. Feeling a
another.
little.
He's
There you
landing
go.
and
Nice.
Turner's
Oh,
missing.
double shot there.
Big deep breath from Turner there, and Turner tries to march forward again.
Schaefer has made the adjustments to deal with that overhand right
Yes.
this round so far.
Yes, and he's blocking
Oh,
punches
and a
very
nice
nicely.
short, straight right from
Good
Schaefer.
short right. Hey, he's getting pushed against the ropes, but he's working him.
Exactly.
Oh,
Overhand right closes the show. If he can get up
Down
from
goes
this,
Tristan
my God.
Turner.
And he does. Oh my God, the heart of Schaefer.
Whoa.
I thought for sure it was
Oh,
over.
we're back on?
And
here we go.
Schaefer was landing good shots before that.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen a tougher fighter than Naomi's
Oh my
right here.
God, and he's hurt. It's over.
Yeah, Eric steps in.
Wow. Schaefer did everything he could to hang in
That
that
was-
fight, but Turner never let up.
That is one of the best fights I've ever seen live.
It really was.
They
Absolutely
worked
spectacular
going
display
for
from
it.
both of these gentlemen.
it's not as fun to watch a one-sided fight. This fight was so back and forth. And, you know, Turner, I think, controlled it for the most part, but there were moments when Schaefer was just like, I'm not going to let you take this easily.
And for both of these guys being debuts, they found out they are fighters.
They are,
if they had any
100%.
question about whether they were the real deal, they both found out tonight, and so did all of us.
I think the sky's the limit for both these men. Schaefer had moments where he looked very sharp.
And we saw Turner doing what Joe Thompson is so good at, just eating damage and coming forward.
Staying in your face. It's that style. Like when you train with guys with that style, it tends to be contagious. Joe Thompson said, tell him I showed him all that.
And he did. And by the like, that's no talk, right? That's exactly how Joe Thompson fights.
Yeah.
Almost with a little bit more pop than Joe. Like Joe is oftentimes wear you down in volume strike.
This kid has
We'll
power.
turn it to the ringside announcer.
I feel like they need an interview.
Yeah.
I feel like he needs
I think, yeah, go ahead. Just make an executive decision. Go up there.
No, Keith, he's right there. No, go for it. You got it.
Hey, Keith.
Keith.
I mean, if she doesn't do it, I can do it in the back later. I mean, it's up to you guys.
Can we go up and do a post fight? Because that was like one of the best fights we've ever had. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, I can do it in the back, or Becca can do it in the ring.
Hey.
Hey, he's 20, and he's dead for He also did rugby and stuff. But, yeah, he comes out of boxing. He's a killer. I think he'd be a better boxer than kickboxer. Well, he's really good at grappling. He's getting really good.
I'll probably start getting more interviews after. I'll do it in the back.
He's college wrestler. Oh, that makes sense. There's no point in the BJJ.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It's going to take me a minute to recuperate from that one. That was one of the most exciting fights I've ever seen in my life. Probably the most exciting one I've seen live.
You can't sleep on these debut guys. You really can't.
But tremendous upshot from both of those gentlemen.
I think, you know, these are the fights you see where you see these guys are the future of you know, at least the regional scene. We're going to see both of these guys again. I know it.
Yeah, and I mean,
tell.
Tristan Turner's a D1 wrestler, or a college wrestler, they said as well.
Oh, man. That's going to be a tough guy to deal with, especially in the small gloves.
Yes.
With
that's
that style.
what Joe said. He's interested to see him in MMA as well.
Well, you know, yeah, Joe was telling me he's tapped him many times. He said, I've only caught him once. So, Schaefer looked incredibly disappointed. Of course you will be, but I hope that he can go back.
He has nothing to be disappointed about. I mean, yeah, that his performance was spectacular. And as far as like what you can control and have a no quit, he had it tonight.
Now we've got our first pro bout of the night coming up. Pro middleweight boxing, 168. Got Justin the Grim Reaper Taylor, who we saw last in Parkersburg against Justin Milam in a great fight. And he will be taking on another Ohio native, Zane Fry.
The New Line Cage fighting DJ.
Yep. I believe he's DJing tonight.
He is.
And fighting, which has got to be tough.
That's a man of many talents.
You know, last time Zane Fry was here in Madison, about a year ago, he fought Chris Green. And that fight was so close and so controversial that he had this entire town ready to run him out on a rail. In the post-fight interview, he called out the whole town of Madison. It's like, you guys are all scumbags. He pulled a Colby Covington. He was like, I'm going to be the bad guy tonight.
They seem to have all forgotten today.
We'll see when he walks out. We'll see if everybody's still as nice. But Justin, the Grim Reaper Taylor, is a guy who I was very impressed with against Milam. He is a guy who's lost a ton of weight. We see here he's fighting out of VO2 Fitness. My old buddies, Teddy Bear, Eric Slocum, Joey Studer. And you won't find a finer group of people than the guys at VO2. Other than maybe Ground Zero Morgantown. I got to say that since Colin's sitting next to me.
Elijah's afraid I'll give him the old seated Darce from over here.
I'll guillotine you right here.
You probably will. My
you.
neck hurts.
I'll at least neck crank you until you don't like me.
I got bulging discs. Elijah's trying to cripple me.
I'm cocky now that I know I've trained longer than you, even though probably it was far more inconsistently.
Yeah, that's one thing I did have from the time I started almost 2 a days most of the time.
Yeah, brag about it.
Well, you've got like a wife and kids, so you did more useful things with your time. I might have gotten a black belt, but
I have no one. I go home to my dog every night.
I go home to my trailer with my dog. And
Is your dog at this one? He was at the last one, wasn't he?
No, my dog is back home with my parents. Harassing their chickens, probably.
And here we see Zane Fry. Always looking sharp.
Good.
Probably
look
burning
good, fight
up
good,
in that fur vest.
Yeah.
Always the snazziest.
A little hot.
It's like 100 degrees out here, man. You're wearing fur.
Don't think he cares.
Zane Fry.
The only man that I've ever had to ask to take off his gold chain to do a jiu-jitsu match.
Zane, the bad guy, Fry. I like seeing a guy turn heel, and I think Zane Fry has fully embraced that. You got Justin Taylor in the black and red ringside shorts, Zane Fry in the purple and white trunks. We're about to see a technical professional boxing bout.
Excited to see a professional boxing bout this early on the card.
Uh-oh.
We've had a guy fall off the stage. They're checking on him right now, though. The doctors are with him.
Hopefully it's not one of the fighters.
It is one of the fighters.
Well, hopefully he's all right.
He's not all right.
Yeah, I don't think I think he's fine. I think they're just waking up. I mean, I don't think he went unconscious or anything. He's just getting back in the zone.
Well, it's a good thing we've got a backstage reporter. We've got a live feed of what's going on over there. It was just chaos over to us.
I don't know which fighter it was, though.
Looks like
but the doctors are checking on him.
Well, I guess we're back in action here. We got 4 3-minute rounds, so we're gonna have some time with this one.
Jab from Zane Fry to start the show, and then another.
This first round will be a lot of measuring, a lot of finding your jab. Everything comes off of that. There might be some feints of other things, but with the 4-round fight, it's going to be a little bit of a back and forth with the jabs.
These are two professionals that I think are incredibly technical and incredibly talented. They've just not, on paper, put it together yet. I think both of them have a ton of potential.
I like how Zane Fry is changing levels high and low. That really opens up your ability to throw the right hand. Nice defense with the Philly shell. I like that.
Yeah, Zane is a very, very technical fighter.
I like it. That's my favorite. Ooh, slipped an accidental elbow in there. That one had to hurt.
That was nice work from Zane, though. The head
Good
movement
cross
there.
to the chest there. Head off center. Again, back on the jab. Like I said, whoever wins the jab here is probably going to be able to steal the round.
Zane's enjoying a nice height advantage here, and also a calf size advantage. Very impressive.
And he's holding the middle nicely. And when he needs to back up, he does, but he does it safely. Oh, he caught an uppercut, though.
Beautiful counter
beautiful
from
uppercut.
Taylor, and it made Fry smile back at it. Acknowledge it.
And we do see that sometimes with Fry. He has a lot of good head movement, but sometimes he moves into shots that he doesn't see coming occasionally.
Now, Nice.
Taylor's doing a great job of putting punches together.
Yes.
Throwing 4 and 5 punches at a time. Fry is doing a little more pot shotting.
I'll tell you what, he's going to need to get more active with that right hand, Fry, and he did just then. He took it down to the body. But when you're fighting somebody in a different stance, you really got to use that right hand.
Taylor did a great job. He ate one and slipped away from the other.
Oh, man, he's slugging. Zane Fry has to be careful. He is making Zane respect that inside range. That's for sure.
Taylor's doing a great job working the counters from the pocket.
Yes, they're beautiful. And they're sneaky. I don't even see them coming half the time.
I think, too, this is a guy who not long ago was fighting as a heavyweight.
That blows my mind. All right, I want to see Zane get back on the jab. He was safe there, but these big one punches reaching in, that's where he's in the most danger right now.
Short clubbing left
like that. Oh my gosh, he just got that lead hook, rear uppercut, absolutely destroyed him with those. Zane's gonna have to keep a more traditional defense. He can't come in with his finish out and the hands wide. He's gotta have a nice tight guard or he will get put to sleep.
I think that's the issue we've always seen with Zane. Is he's
too
little
loose.
too hittable.
Too loose. Look, his chin is completely up and in the air when he's swinging big and wild, and this is gonna play into Justin Taylor's favor. Oh my goodness, they're battling. Nice body shot. Nice. That's right. Good fight, boys.
Wow. That's a very difficult round to score because before that final salvo, I would say Zane had landed more punches, but the cleaner shots had been landed by Taylor. But Zane was able to put together a nice combination, land the hardest shots of his
I
round.
think Zane took the beginning of the round. Taylor started coming on stronger toward the middle.
I think
Zane may have
he
taken
did.
it back there.
He did. I'm going to score that in Zane's favor. You also have to keep in mind ring generalship. Zane controlled the pace of that fight for the most part, and that does play a big role in the scorecards. So because of that reason and because he had more volume established with jab, I'm going to give him that round, but it was very, very close.
And you never know how these judges are going to see it. That's what's so interesting.
They can choose to see it however they
That
like.
round could go either way, and I'd be perfectly fine with it.
But what's amazing about this, we got 3 more rounds. Or 3 more rounds, 3-minute rounds. So a lot of time to work for both guys. And we've seen both of these guys go into deep water before.
Got that first round on the way. We're off on the second.
I do think that Taylor's the more consistent of the two fighters as far as his style. Constantly moving forward, looking to land those beautiful counters when Zane presses forward.
And Taylor seems to have a more economical style. He's using energy at a much lower rate.
Yep.
But Zane's a professional. I mean, that doesn't mean that he's going to get tired.
Keep your foot outside.
I think the fact that Taylor was a heavyweight makes him so comfortable in the pocket against these smaller guys because he's used to dealing with guys with big power. And he knows he can take a shot.
Zane not have his mouthpiece?
No, no, he didn't.
Zane forgot his mouthpiece at the beginning of that second round. Probably an important thing to have in a professional boxing bout.
I'd like to see Zane continue on that in and out, hitting the body, hitting the head.
Taylor's left hand comes from such a weird angle. It's almost like a hybrid of an uppercut and a hook, and it's really catching Zane. It's hard for him to read it.
Yep.
And it's his southpaw stance has made it hard for Zane to find a home for that left hook.
Yes, and I'll tell you, the secret to going against a southpaw is throw your right hand as if it's your jab. Your jabs aren't going to be as effective against a southpaw.
Oh, there was a nice right hand by Zane.
That straight right, that's the bait.
If you keep
for a
that right
southpaw.
hand going, you are golden.
You can
there, see, every time to the body and the head, it is there. You just got to stay on it.
And that left hook, he gets caught because of it.
Yep. He comes wide and to the outside, so therefore his Taylor's left hand
Every
is
time that Zane's throwing
right
his
on.
left, Justin's prepared to fire that left at him.
Both a little bloody. Could be from a headbutt. I didn't see anything.
I believe the nose might be broken of Taylor. I'm not certain, but I think that's where some of that blood is coming from.
The corner of Taylor in between rounds, though, was very happy with what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see why. You know, he's got this consistent pressure that I like.
Zane needs to be careful. He keeps slipping to his outside, which is setting him up for that
Into
that
the left hand.
Yeah, that left hand coming right down the middle. Every time he's going off to that side.
We do see a mouth starting to form over the right eye of Taylor from those jabs, I
Nice
believe.
bob and weave.
I think Zane looks better when he's on his back foot instead of trying to walk Taylor down, because that's when he's getting hit with those big counters. If he could back off, stay on his bike, and maybe counter Taylor, I think he's going to have more success.
Taylor's got an iron body.
Oh, that was a nice right
Yeah,
hand.
that was a counter. It did. Can he finish?
And a nice left
Can he
hook
finish?
lands.
Taylor, so savvy, though, trying to stay out of
and
trouble
guarding
here.
very well. Doing
Zane's
what
doing
he
a
needs
good
to
job
do.
mixing up high and low, too, though.
Yeah, he's resting here. Other than those body
Zane's
shots.
got to mind his P's and Q's here, though. He'll get
short
cracked.
time.
This is good work from Zane
It
Fry,
is
though.
great. He definitely is securing the round.
Staying so busy. Oh, that last body shot. Buckled.
Saved by the
knees
belt.
of Taylor.
And we've got 2 more rounds left. That first round very close. I would say that second round probably went to Zane pretty clearly, in my opinion.
He had Taylor hurt first over here in the corner.
And we see professional savvy from Zane, right? He really turned it on that last 15 seconds when he knew the break was
And
coming.
I think you see the same thing from Taylor, though. Like a lot of guys, I think, would have went down. Taylor managed to fight his way all the way across the ring, stay safe until the end of the round.
And I think the hardest shot of that round landed was that, well, there was the right hand over in this corner, but that right hand to the body right at the end of the round. I think if he'd have had more time.
His knees buckled there. You saw it. But he's got a minute to recover here. He's got great coaches in his corner with Eric Slocum and Teddy Bear.
I'll tell you what, this is still an opportunity to be a back and forth fight.
This is the most confident that I've seen Zane Fry, though. He knows right now
feeling
I'm
it now.
exactly where I want to be.
And the
And I
second
think-
half of that round, his defense was starting to come together,
Did
too.
you see there, too? He just looked at me and he did that. He's
And
like, I need to calm down. Need to stay smart. I like seeing that from Zane because I do think he gets overexcited and then he gets caught.
And he does, and then he gets tired because he put too much output when wasn't needed. It's all about knowing when and where and not letting the emotions control your want to finish. The finish will come.
At the end of that second, that was beautifully controlled
Nice
chaos,
jabs.
though. He was
nice
really
jabs.
putting it on him.
But he's got to be tighter with those right hands. No
Oh.
time to be
That
just messing around.
That was a great job blocking that counter there from Zane.
And Zane is doing a good job putting almost all of those jabs in that same spot of the eye where he's got swelling and bleeding now.
I'm sure Justin Taylor now is feeling a little bit of that pressure. I'm like, man, I lost that round. I got to go get it back. So he's going to be bringing some.
Taylor putting pressure on him now, though.
He
And
needs it.
he's putting punches together again. That's when I think he's the best, when he's putting 4 and 5 punches together.
And kind of bringing it forward, walking him down.
Because eventually it makes Zane come forward, and that's when he catches him with a nice counter.
Yep. And we got some blood coming down the nose of Zane Fry now.
I think the more footwork you see from Zane, the more he stays away from Taylor, the better success he's having.
Zane's getting into some weird like X guard, crab guard, and that could serve him a disservice. His body is wide open. If Taylor would bring those shots 1 or 2 down, once he throws a couple to the head, he could have a nice body shot.
That was a nice stiff jab from Zane. He misses with the left hook. Zane looks like he's slowing down a little bit.
And he's looping those punches.
That was big output there in the end of the second.
Nice little shots coming on from Taylor here. He's trying to get around back.
And so far he is. I think Taylor's winning this round.
I agree.
He's keeping the pressure. He's not really getting hit right now.
And he's recovered. I think he was tired at the end of the second
Yep.
round, and we see Taylor's coming back to life, and Zane's actually slowing down.
That was a nice body shot, though. We need more of that from Zane.
Zane got caught with a lead hook.
He did. He got caught with the lead hook.
Same
as he was coming
time.
into the
Almost
body
exactly
shot,
the same time. Yeah,
Nice hook to the body there by
straight lefts. Those are weird.
He's got to start setting up those body shots with something up top.
Yes. And Zane's getting exhausted. You can kind of see that lazy left coming out. He's shooting down to the body, not keeping that guard high. He needs to watch out for counters there. You can't just sleep in with those threes. You got to bring something.
Taylor's, like I say, it's consistent
Nice body
pressure
shot
as well.
by Taylor.
Taylor doesn't stop. He doesn't slow down. And in a fight that goes longer and longer, it's going to favor him.
Yep, he's cool, composed. He's actually being the aggressor here, through and through.
Incredible comeback round for him. As we saw, he was hurt at the end of the last one.
Nice. Nice.
I wonder if Zane is as tired as he appears, or if he's trying to kind of take this round off and come back hard again in the fourth.
I think it's genuine.
My guess.
I think it's genuine. He put so much in to that last flurry.
Oh, he lands a big
His
right hand.
timing's coming on, though, I'll tell you. Once you start to get those loose feet, got a little Ben Whitaker action going on. You get in your zone, you start bouncing around. That's when the accuracy and timing will play a part.
I think in a 4-round fight, you can't afford to take a round off, especially when the first round was so close.
The first round was really close. I wonder if he feels like he landed the harder shots at the end, though. And maybe in his mind it wasn't as close as
I
it
think
appeared
in
to
his
us.
mind, he's up 2. I'm going to take 1 off. I'm going to win the last round. That's what I would do in this case.
I feel like if you're Zane Fry, though, and you're sitting at 1-8, and you've always had, last year you had tough decision here. You've had tough decisions, you've had tough breaks. You got to be almost desperate to do something big. And he almost did it there in the
Zane
second.
looks fresher to me in between these rounds than he did after the last one. I think that he was telling us. I think he was trying to slow the pace down and get some wind back underneath of him. This is a spectacular fight, ladies and gentlemen. We might be looking at potentially even a draw here, depending on how this fourth round unfolds.
All right.
Final round, ladies and gentlemen. This one's for all the marbles.
I'm going to say it's, my personal opinion, maybe 2 rounds to 1 in favor of Fry currently. But he needs to be careful. Can't fight off that back foot unless he's putting something out there. You might not be getting hit, but sometimes the judges don't like to see you running. Sometimes they'll score in favor of the other guy because they're bringing the pressure.
Yeah.
So you got to find a balance.
Every judge has a different definition of ring generalship that I've ever spoken to.
I think judges tend to think the guy who looks more tired is losing.
That's also true.
I like the way Zane doubled up that lead hook to the body, then he brought one over top. That was beautiful. But if he could bring that right hand just a little more now, he's getting sweated on. Ugh.
Taylor marching forward. This is exactly what he needs to be doing to take this last round.
Yep.
And we see he's frustrated. He's trying to make something. That was a nice right hand by
He
Zane.
is. Like how he's trying to, oh, nice. He's trying to paw at that jab just to get something started. See if Zane baits.
Slocum telling him, march him down with that jab and then put something behind it. Eric Slocum, the former Street Beefs heavyweight champion, the awesome possum himself in the corner there.
Nice. Those are, man, he's putting his body into those left hands. I'm
Big
orthodox,
right hand.
so it's
Just clips Zane.
weird.
Yeah, Zane got some glove on that. Taylor's trying to
I'll
draw
tell
him
you
into the
what, dude,
outside.
this could be almost a draw. I'm giving what I've seen so far to Taylor all the way.
Yeah, this round has been very
Dude,
tightly
he's
contested, depending on what you're looking for.
He's blocking great. He's keeping the pace. He's marching forward.
If Taylor can take this round, it's all going to depend how you scored in round 1.
Yeah.
Which is
Oh,
very
nice. And he's putting his mark on it, man, in my opinion, right there. He's laying it down.
We need more output from Zane Fry.
And we're starting to get in towards short time here.
Yep. I really want to see him kind of point the gloves at the middle and start throwing them. Seal the deal.
I think Zane's going to try to turn it on in this last 30 seconds or so.
Sometimes you got to take a risk in order to win a fight. And I think that's what we need to see here. Both guys need to do something definitive. That was a nice double jab from Zane.
Now it comes down to who wants it. Who wants it more?
I will say Zane's done a good job of not getting caught with that awkward left hand that Turner's so good with.
Oh, nice.
Good hard shots landed by both guys there.
Dude, back and forth. 10 seconds left. What do we got?
And they're talking to
I
each
don't know.
other now.
Zane says he wants to stand and bang, but he's backing up.
Good fight.
That's a spectacular fight.
Dude, will they go to the draw?
Back and forth.
It's very close.
Fight.
I think that last round and the first round could go either way.
Let's
the second
just
and
have
third, I think, were definitive one way and the other way, right?
Yeah.
Let's just have them do 2 more. I would have liked to have seen this as a 6-rounder.
We may be looking at a draw here. Or
I would
I'll
be okay
honest,
with a draw.
I would be okay.
I don't feel like Zane did enough to take those last 2 rounds. I really don't. I mean, if he
Taylor didn't do a lot of damage in the fourth round, though, is the only thing. I think that there were only a few clean shots landed, and, is very much a toss-up in my
Round
opinion.
1 and round 4.
Depends on how
are
you
tough.
score the forward
They're
pressure, I
tough.
think.
They're tough rounds to score.
I think, honestly, I would personally lean towards 1 and 4 both going to Zane, but very close.
Got some unfortunate news there from Jeff Tackett. Backstage, we had another
Zane
bout
Fry
fall
taking
through.
a strut around the ring here.
Look at Zane Fry. He's feeling it. I think he's a guy who's always proud of his work, and I think he should be. He's a guy who we've seen time and time again, win or lose, he comes in with the same attitude, and he always looks technical. He always looks good.
I think we're split here in the booth, Elijah. Who do you think won this fight? Because I think I'm going to give 1 and 4 both to Zane. Very close, but I think I'm going to give 1 and 4 both to Zane.
I think 4. I think Turner won 4. I think Zane could have won 1. Round 1 was close.
Round 1 was
and
a
I don't
very
know how the
competitive
judges
round.
are going to see it.
Proud of you. I do, they're sharp. I don't like that logo. That's the only one that you need to get rid of. We're gonna
Mark it off.
Where's your NLC logo? I got a hat.
That's what we need.
How long did it
I guarantee it's split.
You're looking at a draw if you ask me.
Zane, I think
I always shoot him straight.
I think Zane's pretty confident that he's up 3-1.
I think he does too, but
I think we have a split decision. Zane, the bad guy, Fry.
Yeah, I think that one clean right hand in the 4th round, I think that the judges thought was the most significant punch landed in the round.
Very well-deserved win from our man Zane Fry.
Nothing to be ashamed of, though, from Justin Taylor. That was a very,
no,
very, very
he
competitive
did a
fight.
fantastic job. Like I said, in my book, I give him a draw.
Bailey's gonna get you. Hey! Hey!
He's mad. He's mad I didn't interview him personally. But
Hey,
Bailey
we have-
Manley's going to talk to him backstage here.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd love to hear his thoughts because, Zane's a guy who really, he's had to earn these wins. He's had to earn them. And coming back to a town where he had very close fight, he has another close fight right here. Taylor. Hey.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick it backstage. We've got Bailey Manley with a winner from earlier this evening, Tristan Turner.
It's on the pay-per-view.
I'll be your doctor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Tristan Turner. He had a post-fight interview when he did win his big fight, but it a little technical difficulty. So we're going to hear from him again. Tristan, one hell of a fight, probably one of the best kickboxing fights I've ever seen. How does getting that first win in the ring make you feel?
There's no better feeling than winning a competition. I wrestled all throughout high school, and getting your hand raised after a lot of hard work, there's nothing like it. So to finally be able to showcase my striking and get my hand raised after that, it's one of the best feelings in the world.
Amazing. When you were in there, did you when you were preparing for this fight, did you see it going that way, like being just a pure brawl back and forth?
Pure brawl, no, not at all. In the gym, I'm a lot more technical, and I like to pick my shots, and I do brawl when I know I can. That entire fight was a brawl, and I'm definitely going to work on that. My cardio held up, which I thought it would, but still, it did not hold up as well as it does in the gym, so I still have to work on that.
Amazing. One more thing, what ended the fight, that beautiful right overhand, I think it was. What were you thinking when you landed that shot clean on the jaw and you saw him fall? What were you thinking in your head?
Well, actually, I learned that overhand from a guy named Jeremy Mitchell. He came to the gym and he showed me that setup. So I want to thank him for that. Without him, I wouldn't have landed it. When I saw him fall from that and he was moving away with his chin up and he went stiff for a second, I did not think he was going to get up. I give that man everything in the world. He's tough as nails. He got right up after that, and I was impressed, but I thought it was over then.
All right, Tristan, we've seen you do grappling, we've seen you do kickboxing, so what's next for you? You're going to stick with kickboxing, grappling, or are you going to go all the way and maybe take an MMA fight in the future? What's next for you?
I'm going to mix them. MMA's the end goal. I want to be a world champion, and I can't be an MMA world champion if I don't fight MMA. So MMA's next.
You heard it from, in his opinion, he might be a future MMA champion. We're having some medical problems with a few fighters, so the next fight will be up soon, but it'll be back to y'all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we've seen some spectacular action tonight. We're joined in the Butch, put the headset on for a second. Butch won't put the headset on. We're joined by the wonderful, handsome Butch Hiles. Always happy to have Butch around. And Butch is here, I believe, to corner, right? You've got Edward Pway fighting tonight, right?
Say again, I'm sorry.
Are you here to corner tonight? You've got Edward fighting, but just hanging out. Who? You had a tournament this morning, right?
Did, and went good. I would rather be sleeping, to be honest. If I'm just being totally honest. I was like actually laying in bed and I couldn't fall asleep. It's like my brain's tired, I just couldn't sleep. So I was like, fuck it.
No, we're happy to have you here. We appreciate Butch. I'll say it on the broadcast. Without Butch Hiles, jiu-jitsu in West Virginia would be an entirely different thing than it is.
Get on here, pet skip, but I won't say that.
Throw those on there.
Throw them on, Butch. Yeah, but Butch, for those of you who don't know, there's not a lot of tournaments in West Virginia. We used to have them occasionally up in Morgantown. We haven't had one in a long time. Butch has consistently put on tournaments since I've been training at the very least, and I know from a long time before that. I mean, I got to compete under ADCC rule sets there. I mean, you guys had the ADCC Nationals there in 2016, I think it was, or something like that.
Yeah, you know what's funny is, like, I think also we had the actual real ADCC trials.
Yeah, you had trials there, and that was a spectacular group of people. I mean, we saw that was when Gordon Ryan lost to Josh Hayden. Got a heel hook from 50-50. I think Gio Martinez won his bracket that year. Gio's still competing now. I mean, Gio's going to be in CJI too.
I mean, I think, did Enrique Coco win?
I think Enrique Coco.
Tom DeBlas won.
Yep. Enrique Coco beat Eddie Cummings at that trial. So
it took me 5 years to find that video.
Right? Yeah. I was very excited when you found it because there's not a lot of video from that set of trials.
Yeah, and it was odd because, you know, whoever was helping run that thing, he was like, nobody can take any video because they're going to sell it. Well, then he got thrown out of ADCC. So the video disappeared with that guy. So nothing's out there. The only way you can find it is to find just random people. I think Mijas, remember him?
Yeah.
Michael Mijas? I'm sure
Mr.
you know.
Jiu-Jitsu,
Yes, yeah. So at that time, they had a podcasting group. They secretly recorded a few things, and I was able to find them that way.
Right on. How did you end up hooking up with the ADCC people?
So I helped them run an event in at the Arnold's when they went.
Okay.
And then we just really hit it off. So they were going to give me all of the United States at the time, which was awesome. But honestly, they made a better choice with Tom DeBlas because he has a better reach, better all around in general, right? So it's like me or Tom DeBlas. So he got it, and then now Mo has it, right?
Yeah.
Which Mo is very confusing because I think he's running all the national ones, but I heard him say he wasn't going to run the other thing.
I believe Mo is not running ADCC Worlds this time.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens to that next set of ADCC Worlds. What is that next year they're doing?
Yeah.
So.
And the only reason I know that I reached back out to him because I thought, well, maybe they'll just let us run something in West Virginia, and they're like, no, Mo still runs it, and yeah, he wasn't big on that. So I was trying to help everybody out because that's the other and what made me think about it is everybody went to Louisville just recently. I was like, man, we just need to get one of those back.
Yeah.
It'd have been fun, but.
And that was something like I wasn't even training yet, right? I was sitting at home and listening to Jiu-Jitsu podcasts, and I found out I was like, East Coast Trials is going to be in West Virginia, like 3 hours. I didn't end up making it, but I almost came down just to watch as a fan before I was training. That was 2014.
Yeah, you know what's funny is I don't think I knew much about it, and even though I ran it, because I remember Cody Tuttle was there, and he's like, "Oh, I just got Tom DeBlas autograph." And he's telling me all this. I'm like, "Who's that guy?"
I believe Tom won trials that event.
He did, yeah. And I was like, "I don't even know who that is." Like, I literally had no idea, right? Like, half the people there were super famous, didn't know who they were. It's funny because I still have the papers with the brackets, and then I'm like, "Oh, there's Nicky Ryan, there's Gordon Ryan, there's." Gary Tonin, I didn't even know they were there.
Yeah, so I think Gary was there doing 77, maybe even 88 that year.
Yeah, so wild, man.
That's wild that Coco won that bracket. Yeah, that's a stacked bracket.
But I think he was more famous at the time.
Yeah,
right. Because I remember when he wrote same thing. I'm writing him back, and then. And, you know, I guess I wasn't giving him all the he's like, do you not know who I am? I'm like, I really don't. I'm sorry. I have no clue. It's like,
yeah, that was a stacked bracket because I think Gordon lost to Coco maybe in the third place match or something like that for that bracket.
Yeah.
Obviously a really young purple belt Gordon.
It's wild. Yeah, and then to your point, Josh dominated that thing, didn't he?
Yeah.
Because he won for
Josh was really one of the early high-level leg lockers.
Yeah.
Shortly after that, Eddie was able to beat Enrique Coco at EBI, and then he was able to beat Hayden at a tournament in Slippery Rock, PA. Eddie was able to get Hayden, but Josh Hayden was very ahead of his time. I mean, he played a lot of the 80-20 position that they call it, right? The 50-50, where instead of the Ryan Hall style of trying to open and expose the heel that way, they kind of play it almost like they're playing cross ashi. They hide their own knee on the inside to kind of make it a slightly asymmetrical position. That's why I called it 80-20.
Yeah.
Because once you make that hip switch, which you're actually starting to see people play with a little bit more as people have started to delve into the leg lock positions more. It's interesting to see the developments that have happened there.
It's always good. That's what we talk at the gym. It's crazy. Remember when they banned 50-50 from IBJJF because nobody knew how to get out of it?
Yeah, because
so they just stalled out all the time.
Because Ryan Hall would get up by 2 points and then win every IBJJF match.
It's wild how things go up and down.
And it's now the opposite. I don't know if you've watched much IBJJF now, but one of Ryan Hall's students, Adam Benayoun, and a handful of other guys, Gianni Grippo is a really good 50-50 player as well. Both of those guys, when you watch their matches now, 50-50 is no longer a stalling position, at least no gi. I don't pay attention to the gi, I'll be honest, unfortunately. But you'll see really, really high-scoring matches because 50-50, it's very easy to heist and get on top, which in IBJJF is points. So if you go from double-seated 50-50 to heisting on top, and then the other guy will hit an inside spin, set him back to his butt, and then he'll heist up, and they've both scored points. So you see these like crazy, like 16-14 matches.
Those are tough to ref.
Yeah.
those are rough, man.
And I'll be honest, I think a lot of people find that kind of boring. I know that I was very excited when I met Robert Deagle, who's one of, he was a former Danaher Death Squad guy, and then was a B-team guy, and now he's training in Australia. He's a good friend of mine. But Rob and I will watch those and just like study them for hours, like all the different 50-50 exchanges, and this guy looking for heel exposure, especially now that IBJJF allows heel hooks.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the big things is 50-50 with no heel hooks is a horrible. It's a horrible spectator position, and it's just but when IBJJF added heel hooks, I think they were really trying to compete with ADCC, right?
Yeah, it's like they were trying to do their own thing that wasn't working, right?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, but they made a huge. It's because it's funny when you hear people say, "Oh, it's dead." Well, their numbers are higher than they've ever been.
Yeah.
Right. It's definitely not dead. It's just maybe viewership's not the same. I would probably agree with that. Right?
And in my opinion, still, ADCC Worlds is obviously a big deal, and CJI, that under 80 kilogram bracket, was a big deal. But the IBJJF Pans, IBJJF Worlds, those are still some of the toughest tournaments to win. I mean, they're open. There's 30, 40 people in each one of the brackets, and they're high-level black belts. There's no, like, ADCC, the first couple rounds, you're usually just beating whoever won European trials, you know what I mean? But you get really, really dense brackets at Pans and Worlds at IBJJF.
I'll get out of your way here in a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the nerdiest conversation you've ever heard.
I don't know, I've always wanted to ask Butch about the ADCC stuff, and I got him like held down with a mic and people listening. Yeah.
And they're like, that was the worst moment of our life.
No, but I just wanted to say, like, as a grappler in West Virginia, I really appreciated those tournaments because I had something to compete all the time. And I mean, I wouldn't have gotten good at jiu-jitsu without competing all the time. I am a kiss ass. I like Butch.
No, there was, what made me think of it, I'm glad you brought it up, was Noah DeVore has a match coming up.
He does. A fight to win match, I think, in Colorado.
Yeah, no, his match at ADCC versus Tom DeBlas was pretty amazing.
And nobody knew who Noah was.
Exactly.
And he gave Tom a tough time. In fact, I think that's why Tom was kind of frustrated that he wasn't able to put Noah away, and that's why he entered the Absolute that day.
Well, and we called it a draw. And then they were like, well, there's no draws in ADCC. And then we're like, well, then Noah won. They go, okay, draws are fine. And but they were pissed. And they're like, why would Noah win? I'm like, but he had you in a heel hook.
Next fight is up,
guys.
guys.
It's the only thing.
Yeah.
Ladies.
And they're like, but it didn't matter. I'm like, but it's a move. You didn't do any, Anyway, who knows? I barely remember the match, so if anybody yells at me, that's how I remember
it too, but I was a white belt, so.
Exactly.
I lost the finals of the white belt gi division that day.
Don't nobody hunt me down for that. I'll get off here so you guys go.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's been Butch Hiles with our Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu corner. That's what we're going to call it. We're going to have him back every fight card to talk about Jiu-Jitsu for 30 minutes.
All right. Sheldon Starcher making his way to the ring now. We had heard that there might be a potential scrap there, but Sheldon is here.
It was actually, we lost Thaddeus Ford versus Jacob Scott. Jacob Scott had some medical issues. But now we've got an incredible fight here. Angel Mina fighting out of VO2 Fight Academy. We see Teddy Bear, Eric Slocum in the corner there. Everybody there is very high on Angel Mina.
Look at his build. His build. Oh my goodness, that is crazy for boxing. He's so long. It's like
lanky,
me.
Long and wiry. And Sheldon is used to being the longer guy, and he's not going to be tonight.
And
this will be an interesting match
I'll
to
tell
watch.
you what, the hardest opposition is those that mirror your style.
Yeah.
When you're usually the taller fighter and all of a sudden you're not the taller fighter, then you struggle. So that should be interesting.
And it'll be interesting to see. We have seen Sheldon historically switch stances quite a bit. He's, I think, maybe a southpaw dominant, but
Very interesting to see Sheldon making his boxing debut too against a guy from such a boxing heavy gym. These guys live and breathe boxing at VO2.
And actually, I think when they came out to the center, I think they're roughly the same height. I thought Angel might be a little bit taller, but I think
It's hard to tell when we're sitting down so low.
Round one.
They touch
Very
gloves.
long.
And a jab to start the show by Sheldon.
Sheldon throwing that right hand with some authority, I'll
Mina
tell you
has
that.
such a
Nice
tight guard.
bolo punch. Did you all see that bolo punch?
Indeed.
He's
Very
got
nice.
very quick hands.
Good feint. Right hand right off of it.
I like that
Doubling
high
up the
guard
jab.
from Mina. It's hard to deal with.
Oh, he's got to be careful. He's throwing a little bit too much into this punches too early, and his feet aren't set.
He tried to set up that same uppercut that he hit on Tinker.
Yeah.
From Mina. Like you said, his feet aren't all the way
Yes,
under.
and when your feet are under, you're missing the power. So when you throw hard and there's nothing under you, you're just off balance, and you're going to get knocked off balance easily. Nice way to turn the corner there. That was beautiful. He could have kept going around, got him to the corner, but I like the way he flicks his punches. Nice power from Mina there.
And he's got blistering fast hand speed.
Nice
You can tell Mina's an athlete.
And Mina has an interesting style. He's kind of lulling him to sleep with this slow, defensive, not a ton of footwork,
And
but when
kind
he
of-
explodes, it's a big shot.
Was that a body shot in there somewhere?
I believe it was an uppercut, actually.
Starter. Sheldon taking his time here to beat the count.
He's up. He's going to keep going. He's tough. Yeah. Back to it. All right, let's see who gets on their jab first and gets their feet settled.
That was another big uppercut. Sheldon takes a knee.
We see big power from Angel. Every time he hurts Sheldon, every time he hits him, it hurts.
Yeah.
You can see,
Yeah.
and we see Teddy Bear in the corner. Great coach. He says he gets hit, just blitz him, but he doesn't need to.
The referee waves off the fight.
Beautiful first round TKO from Angel Mina. Too much for Sheldon Starcher.
Very impressive.
They both looked really good. Really, they did. In similar styles. He was more of a counter puncher, Mina. He did a really good job of being patient and having solid defense, then throwing those stronger shots.
Mina was so explosive
Yeah.
as well. He timed
Yeah.
his explosions, and every time he did, he landed something big, and it hurt Sheldon.
Yeah, and Sheldon's footwork was just a little bit behind. His hands were there, but he was throwing before his feet were planted. So anytime he got hit with something, he's getting pushed off balance. He's not able to establish anything because the feet are just a step behind. But everything else looked really good, so nothing to hang his head on. Everything else was there.
He did have flashes of really good footwork. He landed that
Yes.
1-2 and then the duck underneath into the, I don't know what you call that, but it's like a duck under in wrestling. He's starting to go towards the back.
We call it just a turning the corner. Like you bob and weave under, use the head kind of like in wrestling to position your person where you want them to go after you go under their punch.
You cannot ask for a better debut than that at New Line. You know, he's 1-0. He's climbing to 2-0-1. I think we're going to see a lot more of Angel Mina, or at least I hope we do.
That was a good fight.
He's a guy you can tell he's newer to the sport, but man, he's got explosive power.
Yes, I was a little worried at first because of how calm he was.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, is he ready for this? But he was, little did I know, he was bringing that power.
Lulled us and Sheldon to sleep.
Great attitude as well. Seems like so full of happiness and energy. It's infectious.
So yes, it is. He's still smiling over there.
How could you not be? I mean, I don't think he had a moment where he got hurt.
Yeah.
Walk away with a first round finish. Didn't get hurt. Didn't get caught. Couldn't go much smoother than that.
Yeah, for a debut, that's about as good as you can ask it to go.
Anybody else
with
have
a lot of experience.
blood on their sheet?
No.
Not
Just
yet,
me?
unfortunately.
Oh, well, I already
You're lucky.
just thought I'd put that out there.
You have the better seat.
You're in the lucky spot tonight. You got the lucky blood
I
drops.
got the hardware.
You got sweat flowing on you earlier too, didn't you?
Yes, sweat.
Yeah.
Man.
It's like those rides are like SeaWorld. We're in the row where you
the
might
splash
get wet.
zones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody's safe.
And Austin Coe, I believe, is making his way into the ring now.
Austin Coe, he may be making his boxing debut, but he is not a stranger to combat sports. Austin Coe is a competitor in medieval combat.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
He armors up and goes at it with swords. So this is like nothing
How
to
can
him.
you be scared? How can you be ever
He's had a
scared?
guy running at him with a sword.
With the whole sword, trying to chop him at his neck. And
This is very interesting to watch. You see a lot of good
Wow.
judo throws. And They
Yeah.
have a lot more impact when people are wearing armor.
They're brutal.
Yeah.
Like guys are punching each other with full plate gauntlets on. I'm very interested in this fight.
And we see Joshua Sullivan making his way into the red corner here. He's got a nice beard, kind of reminiscent of former New Line fighter Austin Markham.
Sullivan gonna have the height and reach advantage in this fight, and I really like the coal miner reflective trunks.
Yeah, that's catchy.
They match the shoes as well.
And we have another Ohio versus West Virginia bout with Coe fighting out of Logan, Ohio, and then Mr. Sullivan fighting out of Cedar Grove, West Virginia.
Billy Fox gives the final instructions. This will be an interesting one.
All you, brother.
Both these gentlemen very high energy.
I'm expecting some scrappiness here at the beginning, within the first 30 seconds. Kind of feeling it out, but trying to gain some respect. Oh, nice body shot. Nice body shot there from blue corner. I like his head movement.
And he's putting punches
Coming
together
in.
well.
Yeah, good guard and firing right back. That's fantastic. Oh, nice counter. Yeah, he's waiting. He's patient. He is cool and calm in there, and he has some good stuff.
Beautiful left hook uppercut. Sullivan, though, hanging tough and coming after him. You can tell Sullivan's got big power.
Dude, Austin Coe doing a good job with that defense. Keeping his head out of the way, but getting caught a little bit. Caught again with that lead hook. Oh, to the body. Okay, Sullivan doing a good job finishing out this round here. He's starting to find home for his punches. Light on his feet. That was a great right hand. Another one. And another right hand. Man, that last one just barely missed. Good stance. Oh, let's go. Austin Coe with a great lead hook. Fantastic comeback from that.
And there's a left hook that lands by Sullivan. Both guys are trading. And I'll
Right
tell
back
you,
on
I'm
that jab.
really impressed with how technical Coe looks from being his debut.
It is great.
His hands are always where they're supposed to be. He's taking shots, but he looks good.
Oh, he's got to keep those hands up now. He's getting a little too loose. Sullivan just needs to step back, take his time. Step back and take your time. Don't get too close to those punches, and you'll be able to land that finish.
Every time Coe opens up, he's getting cracked.
The referee might stop in here soon. Doesn't seem like there's going to be an end to this.
Good work from Coe to stay busy,
Wow.
stay in
He
this
comes
fight.
out of that corner. Ooh, big right hand.
And I think Sullivan stole the round there.
Absolutely.
I think I would have favored Coe before that last 30
We
seconds.
see a
but-
massive power advantage for Sullivan. It's like the Darton Wilson Jonah Atkins fight. Everything Jonah was hitting him with, he was just eating. And then when he landed, you could tell the difference in power.
I'll tell you what, these guys are setting a very hard pace to maintain at 2 minutes. I fight 2 minutes. That's usually my pace, and I'm not usually going that hard and fast. So this is going to be interesting to see how they kind of adjust. First round's out of the way. We still got some more to go. How are they going to bring it back down to start off on their game plan?
I think Sullivan looks a little bit more fatigued than Coe, but I could be wrong. We'll never know until this round starts.
Yeah.
I believe so. That's the sense that I got. But he was doing a good job of, he was getting frustrated by the leaning away defense a little bit, and then he started lunging with the left hook right straight, and he landed it twice very cleanly.
Yes, and just barely missed a third time.
Usually when you're the guy hunting for the finish, though, you're going to gas quicker.
Quick. And you just got to know when. You just got to know when. Oh, nice jab to the body to start off, and then right back up top.
Jab.
Nice head movement.
Coe coming after him now, though.
All right, Coe needs to tuck that chin just a little bit more.
A nice jab on the way in there, though.
All right, now somebody needs to settle down here so we don't gas out. Nice body shot from Coe. Nice lead up.
The beautiful work from Coe. Pieces him up there with the combination.
He does score some great points there. Oh, another big right hand.
Big
Sullivan.
right hand.
Oh, lead hook right hand.
But they're not
Back
coming
on
as
the
powerfully,
jab.
and they're not coming as
Nice
fast as
body
they did
shot.
in the first.
I agree.
But he's staying active.
When you have a guy like Coe who can eat your best shots and keep coming,
Nice slip.
that's a tough guy to deal with. And we see he's hanging in there. But Sullivan's him.
commanding the ring with that jab, and that's exactly what he needs to do to win.
Again.
That left hook right hand is money for him in this fight.
Coe looked over at the referee for a minute there. It's never a good sign. But then he returns with that. So maybe he's just as much in it.
And that right hand breathed life into Coe's corner. They all got excited. They know he's fading.
Nice jab from Coe.
And he's got blood pouring out of the nose of Sullivan now as well.
Coe keeps eating those shots, keeps coming forward.
He's just missing a little head movement on his entry. He knows he needs to get to him to land, but he's got to move the head out of the way.
That was a devastating right hand that he just ate.
Sullivan still working that jab to finish off the end of the round. Big swing and
Beautiful
miss.
left hook to the body from Coe.
Nice jab by Coe.
Slipped right in that guard. We got a little blood coming out of the nose of Sullivan here.
Coe is the more technical man
very
here.
nice lead hook. Dude, the lead hook right hand is Sullivan's cup of tea, I'll tell you that.
Sullivan is
Coe needs to make something
nice
happen
little
there. He's going to be
pullback.
down 2 rounds.
Yes, he is. He's going to take a knockout pretty much a knockout after this one. But dude, kid's got heart, and he's got the techniques. It's there. He just has to tighten up on the entrances and on the retreats.
Yeah.
That's the only place I see him lacking
Coe
currently.
is landing such clean shots. Like, you just see the power is not there like it is with Sullivan.
Yeah.
And that's a hard deficit to overcome. It really is.
Now this is I believe Sullivan is the more fatigued of the two gentlemen right now. It'll be interesting to see how this third round plays out.
Very much so. I think Coe had a stronger second than he did the first round.
I agree. Although Coe was doing very well in the first half of the first round as well.
I believe that Coe landed more punches in the second than Sullivan. Sullivan landed the harder shots,
And look at
for
his
sure.
nose, man.
Although
It's
that one
leaking.
big right hand where he kind of turned him away,
Walked away,
perpendicular, yeah.
I don't know. I think Coe may have took the second. I really do.
It was close. The second round's very close. Actually, the first round was close as well. I think I'd favor Sullivan in the first.
I think I'm going to
I do
just
as well.
personally Sullivan up 2.
Yeah, I think
Just
that's probably what we're
from
looking
a
at.
general judging perspective, that's probably where I'd go.
Coe opens
Coming
up with
out,
good jabs.
working in the mid-range.
Coe
This
needs
is-
to need something big, I think.
I'll tell you what, I think Coe wins in the mid-range. If they just stood head-to-head, I think Coe's got a better inside game overall. He's got
Absolutely.
the tighter defense.
He's the more technical man.
Yeah,
but
100%.
power makes
Yeah.
a difference
Yeah.
in boxing. And we see Sullivan has it, and he's so aggressive.
Big jabs.
And, you know, I think it could be the feet. If you watch the feet, anytime Coe's throwing something bigger, he's lean, and he doesn't have any weight on his back foot. Whereas if you're looking at Sullivan, both feet are planted when he's throwing his strikes. That's where the real power comes from. And once you get tired, a lot of times that's the first thing you lose, is that
stiff jab,
contact.
from Coe. And he's putting those jabs right on that busted up nose.
Oh, nice
big
right hand.
by
Huge
Sullivan.
pull back right hand by
That's what he's
Sullivan.
got to limit. He keeps hitting these big fight-changing punches, and they don't look good to the judges.
Oh, wow. He's going to take home the round.
That was a
Another
nice
big
right
right
hand.
hand.
Nice little duck under. Just break it up.
It was good work from Sullivan, changing the pace a little
just
bit.
change the pace. You're winning.
Changing the rhythm.
Relax. Try something new. Remember, this is experience, so try something new at this point.
Sticking that jab out there. You can tell Sullivan is very tired, but he's fighting with a lot of heart.
Yep. And sticking to the basics. That's why the basics in boxing are important. Positions, I guess, is not before submissions in boxing, but it's the same idea.
Yes.
How would you say that in
Position
boxing?
before punch.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Man, the mouth's wide open of these gentlemen here. They are feeling it.
And I think we're going to see Ko learn a lot from this fight.
Yeah,
He's going to have to
because
make some defensive adaptations, but
Yep. And bring in the feet. That's it. Oh, okay. He tried to hit him with the no look. Oh, he almost got rocked. He almost got rocked. Whoa! He about lost it right there. I don't know if you saw the legs buckle, but that was
last round.
That was something else.
For Mr. Ko, so it all really comes down to how you're going to score that second round.
yeah, or even the first round. I think Sullivan, in my book, I think Sullivan narrowly won 1 and 2, and it's going home
Yes.
29-28.
Yes.
But those first 2 rounds are close. The third round, I think, is the most decisive round that we saw. And just from that salvo at the end, I think Ko took the third round. So.
I think we've seen crazier things happen than Ko walking away with a victory here.
I would definitely agree. There's
we've
not a
seen-
robbery
We've
either
definitely
way.
had crazy.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some robberies, but I don't think either way this goes, I wouldn't call it a robbery. So
It's a great
Yeah.
fight. Ko giving
ton
it
of
up there.
future upside from both of these gentlemen.
I mean, honestly,
Different things
only
to go
up
home
from
and
here.
fight.
And for a debut, come on. I haven't seen a lot of debut fighters look that good.
Yeah, we've had good luck with the debutantes
These are
tonight. Yeah.
fantastic debut fighters. I wish some of my debut fighters looked that good.
I think Ko could potentially drop to super middleweight, to middleweight. He's a guy, you know, that power disadvantage is showing more at this weight class.
Yep.
But
That's
if
a
he
good
could
point.
drop a little more, you could see a totally different guy.
He's got it to lose.
And he's fast.
It's a good goal to chase.
He's got the speed of a guy who's a smaller man. I've been there myself. I've been a guy who should not have been fighting a heavyweight, and you can tell a massive difference.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep.
Even with me, like you can see a huge difference when I fought at 45 and 55 than when I was old and fat and slow with Eric.
Yeah. Yeah, we're looking. Great work from both men.
Yeah.
We've seen
that was a great fight.
Several debut guys tonight. I think the debut guys have outshined the experienced guys tonight.
Tell you what.
I'm looking forward to seeing both of these guys in
I
the
hate
future.
to say that, but
They
yeah,
have.
I had more fun in that match than the
Sean
other
Schaefer
one.
and Tristan Turner, that was fight of the night performance, and so is this one, really.
This was great. Only up from here.
Next up, we have the most anticipated rematch
in New Line history
we've ever seen.
Hey, good fight, dude.
Ram Elkins versus Adam Moore. Ram Elkins from Ravenswood, West Virginia, trains up there at Doghouse with Mike Shepard. Taking on his old rival. We saw them compete back in Parkersburg a couple months ago. And that was a very hotly contested match the whole time. Both guys gave it all they had. And, you know, Adam walked away with the victory, but Ram had his moments in that fight. And I think they both felt like, you know, there's the story's not over yet. Let's do it again.
And we've seen big improvements from Adam Moore, just from his first fight that we commentated, that first kickboxing fight over in Ashland at the casino. And I'll be honest, like I thought that was a matchup that favored Ram. And that was an incredibly tightly contested matchup. So I'm really interested to see coming into this rematch how both men have adjusted and grown since that last fight. What was that, in May, I believe, in Parkersburg?
Yes, and, you know, Ram and Adam, it's interesting. They've become buddies. You know, they're rivals, but they're also friends. And I think Ram knows that he could have won that first fight. He knows that if I would have made different tactical decisions in that fight, I probably could have done enough to win. So he's looking to make some adjustments here and get the victory tonight.
Ram also holds the only victory in the pugil sticks in New Line history.
And yeah, that's true. Ram is our undisputed pugil stick champion after he took on the dangerous and scary James Estep. Scary because you don't know what he's going to do next.
And we've got Adam Moore getting ready to make his walk to the ring now as Ram Elkins awaits him. And we saw Ram put on a phenomenal performance at that fights in Logan, where he was able to put his opponent away, I believe, in the first round.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a tough fight against a guy who looked terrifying.
Yeah.
You know?
He looked like that guy you don't want to be your cellmate in prison, that's for sure. And Ram put it on him.
now we see Adam Moore. Adam Moore is a guy who is training at the Urban Warrior Academy under Mr. Larry Barker.
We see Larry there in the corner.
Larry is a guy who's been there and done that. He knows boxing like the back of his hand.
And a phenomenally nice guy. One of the guys I always look forward to seeing at every NLC.
Love talking to Larry Barker. He's a guy who, you know, his gym, I think he started from scratch pretty much a few years ago.
Yep.
But he's been around the game for so long, and you can tell he invests so much into his fighters. No matter who they are, he's going to help them make this dream happen. And you got to respect that. And Adam's a guy who you can tell this dream means a lot to. And he didn't have such an easy start.
He did.
I hope these ropes are tight.
You might get more than blood on you.
You know,
You might get Ram Elkins
I'm ready
on you.
to scoot back if something happens, if someone's coming over the ropes.
These are definitely some
I'm going
big
back.
men.
We might want the security of the cage just for these guys.
I'll catch him.
Very respectful way to start. Love to see it. See who starts up setting up some punches here.
You know, Ram asked me for advice on this fight, and that's what I told him. I was like, don't be so nice.
Yeah.
In the first fight,
nice,
that
nice.
was a nice right hand.
Nice right hand, yeah.
And we're seeing a much more confident
I'll
Adam
tell you
Moore than
what.
we've ever seen, I think.
When I saw him sitting in the corner, that's the first thing that came to mind. If this guy gives it his full confidence, we might have something here. I can
like
see it.
how he's feigning.
Yeah.
And that's something we've not seen from him before.
Nice.
Lands the right hand.
Nice.
Ram
Moving his
barely
head.
misses with the counter.
There you go.
I told Ram he needs to make this fight ugly. He needs to get in his face. He needs to try to use his clinch.
We've already got some swelling on the face there of Ram Elkins, I do believe.
We saw in the first fight, Ram had more trouble on the outside. That's where Adam was getting him, and that's where Adam's getting him here, too.
And Adam's footwork looks more steady here. He just looks more confident in his space. And he knows that he belongs in there with him. I mean, right? I mean, that was his first win at New Line.
Even that little, what do we call it, like a boxer's rhythm. Like, you know, boxers each have their own little groove. You can already see he's kind of finding his. Just kind of moving us around, keeping his feet moving. Object in motion stays in motion, so that's going to make his punches come off a lot easier than if he were just standing still right about now.
Adam is winning these exchanges.
Yeah.
He's got his mouthpiece on the end of his teeth.
You know, Rex in the
he's
corner.
going to watch out for that.
Rex White in the corner, Ram telling him don't hold him, but you know, I'd like to see Ram make this a grittier fight. I'd like to see him wear on him.
He's got to get inside and make it an in-fight fight.
Do you think Rams are worried about the 2 minutes? Is he trying to conserve, or what do you think's going through his head right now?
I think he was used to bullying Adam Moore in the first fight, and I think he's having trouble. He's walking into a lot of straight punches from the distance here.
He's letting Adam work on the outside, which is exactly what it is.
I can see Adam thinking.
Yeah.
You know, he's not only throwing punches, he's thinking, and that is where you start gaining that boxing IQ, when you can slow things down and you can set traps and you can plan your next move and keep your opponent from being able to do that.
Adam looked good, and he even landed some body shots there at the end of that round. This is an interesting fight, ladies and gentlemen.
I like it. It's good.
And I believe that round probably, I don't think there's much room for dispute, probably 10-9.
Yeah, I mean, if you even want to go based off sheer points, shots landed. We're going red corner all the way.
And we saw Ram starting to try to close the distance and make it an in-tight, dirty fight, but he was eating jabs that were kind of turning his head away as he was coming inside.
The only thing I'm seeing missing, if I had to pick one thing from Adam Moore that I'm not seeing, there are occasions where his feet are a little off balance. It's after he'll throw a shot, or if he does get caught, there's little moments of where it looks like he's trying to catch that balance before he's able to throw, but that's, again, being really picky. He's doing a fantastic job.
He landed a 2 and then a left hand after it.
Ram's having a really tough time figuring out how to deal with Adam right now.
I like that he's switching his approach. He's starting to move his feet more.
Well, in the corner there, I was listening to the corner work. Rex White, you know, he's telling him you got to get in his face, start working the body, make it ugly, make it grittier. It's exactly what he needs, and he's trying to walk him down now.
Good head movement there from Adam.
I like that he's always starting off with that jab. He'll throw that jab out, get himself centered, find his spacing. That's just a feeler shot he's throwing out. And then he'll bring that next couple, maybe a combo or a bigger shot following it. That's how you win a round. Just hit the jab.
Ram's biting on those feints way too hard.
Yep. Oh, nice body shot. That was a great body shot.
There you go.
That's
exactly what Ram needs.
He needs to lay on him. He needs to use his weight to his advantage.
Adam did a good job, though. He didn't really take any damage while he was in there.
No.
Ram needs more of that, though.
Ram needs to keep going
he needs
forward,
to stay in
honestly.
his face the entire fight.
Yep. Hey, make him wear.
Keep
make
Adam
him
on
wear
his
your
back
weight.
foot. Don't let him set up his shots and pick you apart from the outside. Ram's biggest problem is he's slow. So he's got to do something.
Use your advantages, and weight is an advantage. So if you can get to positions and hold him there and tire Adam down, that was a great body shot by Adam there, though.
Adam Moore's fighting, I think, the best we've ever seen him.
He's not moving too much.
No.
Right? He's moving just enough to stay on the outside of Ram's range.
And he's looking busy.
Oh, that was a nice left hook.
Clean left hook from Adam Moore.
Yeah. Oh, keep the hand up. He's got to keep that hand up when he goes in.
You got to dig. You got to dig deep right now.
Interesting.
I believe we're looking at 2 rounds to none right now.
Adam really...
Ram did land his best shot of the fight, though, at the end of that second round.
Adam, though, has really cleaned his act up a bit. He's familiar with Ram. He knows how Ram fights.
This is the most confident I've ever seen Adam look by an extraordinary amount.
He's made all the adjustments he needs to win this fight, and right now Ram hasn't.
And he's a guy who's obviously been in the gym putting in the work with Larry. He's been doing what he needs to do. We see improvements from him fight to fight, and now we're seeing, this looks to me like a completely different version than we saw fight him in Parkersburg.
And just watch Larry Barker in the corner there. Look at the passion that you see from his coach
I
there.
love to see that in coaches. I got to talk with him. We stayed in the same hotel, actually, the last time I was down here. At the, by the Huddle House. But I got to talk to Larry for a little while, and his passion is infectious.
I like that Larry treats every student he has like they're going to be a world champion. He treats everybody in the corner the same way. Like, you have to respect that. He believes in his fighters.
Yeah. That's how it should be.
This is exactly what Ram needs, though. More clinch work, more just
he
making
had a couple
it a
hard shots
fight.
coming in, though.
He's going to have to. He's going to have to risk it to make it an ugly fight.
I agree.
He's going to eat him either way. Oh, that was a solid right hand from Adam.
Yep, I'd like to see him switch up the combos a little bit, add some more variety in there. Maybe start working in some of those hooks.
That was great work from Rex there.
Nice
Rex
lead hook.
He
nice
said he's
rear
going to
hook.
throw that overhand.
Oh, stuck him with a jab.
Yeah, Ram landed a nice right hand and was starting to get some momentum and walked into a jab.
All right. Nice little mix, little scrap in the middle.
This is what Ram should have been doing the first 2 rounds. He's digging deep. He's making it grittier, and that's giving him some success now. I think he's taken this round, but he still is eating shots on the outside.
Ooh, but I'll tell you what, I know he's got some power. If one of those connected the right way.
He's throwing heat with that right hand.
Yep.
Nice left, nice 1-2 by Adam. Ram looks frustrated on the outside. And the corner's calling for pressure from Ram.
Oh, nice. Nicely put from Ram.
His
Maybe
corner
he can bring a little something out here at the end.
You have to go, man. You've got to turn it on. Foot on the gas.
Nice. There you go. Got caught up under the chin.
You can see the biggest problem with Ram that I see, and I found this when I sparred him. When you catch him, he freezes.
Catch him. Yeah, he has to reboot.
10 seconds left.
This, I know. I've got a couple guys in my gym just like that. If you touch them, it disrupts the rhythm, and they got to find it again.
When you're fighting a guy that puts 2 and 3 punches together, that's how you get knocked out.
Yep.
Spectacular work by both guys, but I'm going to say 30-27 probably.
I agree. I think Adam Moore did enough to win this fight. He
Very
really
impressive.
did.
I mean,
I'm impressed as well.
I will say, you know, not to make excuses, and I'm sure Ram wouldn't, but he told me, you know, before this fight about a week ago, he's like, I've had a really, really rough camp, that I've been sick the whole time.
And we
He's
saw
like,
that him getting fatigued in the third round. That's probably a result of the rough camp. But
Well,
also,
you know,
I mean, Adam did what he needed to do.
Adam made adjustments, and he made the right adjustments, and he fought, I think, the best fight we've ever seen from him.
I agree, by a wide margin. And I was just impressed by his posture has changed, his just general confidence being in the ring.
You know, maybe getting that win, getting that first win.
It's a big thing for a lot of people. Phenomenal work in the corner there by Larry, and to keep working with Adam over the years and just polishing him.
You know, Keith No just told me we had somebody fall off the stage earlier, and we didn't know who it was. It was Adam Moore.
Oh,
Adam
wow.
Moore fell off
He
the
was
stage
warming up.
earlier tonight.
He was warming up for the fight, and he took a tumble. But here he is.
Still in there and still turned in the best performance of his career.
Seriously. I think I'm going to make Elijah do some of the interviews later, because my back also hurts. I have a herniated disc. It wasn't a rib issue, it was a back issue, so I'm like, I'm right there with you. I can't do anything.
It doesn't get any better. Sorry, the next 4 years it could be.
Yeah, he's like 16 weeks if you're lucky. Adam.
I need to know what color the belt was.
Green?
Yeah, they're all green. Kentucky's white for some reason. I don't know why. Or blue, what the fuck? He needs to fucking make one with my goddamn face on it.
Oh, they got Van Horn on here. Dude, and Peyton. I would just take a moment to admire the Kentucky State belts that were Chris Withrow and Daniel Powell are fighting for. It's cool to look back and see all the state champs on here. Of course, we have Muhammad Ali, the one and only. We got Robel Rogers over here. He's fighting out of House of Best Kept Secrets in Lexington, Kentucky.
Yeah, we got to see him fight at New Line.
We have Darren Van Horn, who is a huge name in Lexington, Kentucky. He's on there. His son right now is like 14-0 in USA Boxing. A really good prospect to keep your eyes on. And then, of course, we have Peyton Hughes. Duh. You know, gotta have him on there. I haven't looked at the other belts, but I wanted to admire this one. It's new and shiny. I might have to get one of these before too long. Calling all 115-pound girlies who want to box. But where you at?
Yeah, there's so many of them out there.
Right?
It's so easy for women to find fights, isn't it?
Now stepping into the ring, Jared Newbraw making his debut.
And we're back in kickboxing.
Back to kickboxing. And we see the tie shorts are a dead giveaway.
Leg kicks are coming. Also, I'd like to take a moment to just say how happy I am to see kickboxing with no headgear here in the great state of West Virginia.
I can't stand headgear. We've had this discussion many times, but I can't handle it.
Yeah, I absolutely love the Kentucky Athletic Commission. They're awesome guys to work with and be around, but the headgear is awesome.
I'll tell you what, they just changed the ruling on that. So here soon we should have an updating rule. Like, it's been passed, but we don't have like the date yet that it becomes an official law. So once that happens, we're gonna imitate West Virginia a lot, from what I hear.
West Virginia has a very good rule set, good regulation.
Yeah, I like it.
And we see William Armstead making his way to the ring. William Armstead is a guy we've seen several times in MMA.
Indeed. This will be the first time we've gotten to see him in kickboxing. He's got Zach Wilds and Eric Swan in his corner. The head honchos over there at Tartarus MMA.
And you know, those are two guys that I would feel pretty solid about having behind me going into a fight.
Not only great human beings, but phenomenal coaches. I love every time getting to see Swan.
Will Armstead has taken some tough fights as well.
He
I think
has.
we've seen him have ups and downs, but the guy is a freak athlete. Will Armstead looks
Dude,
ready
he is
to
chomping
go.
at the
He
bit.
looks ready
I feel
to
like I
go.
can feel the steam coming out of his nose. He's over there just ready. Watch you come out with some crazy kick.
And Newball looks ready as well, or Newbrow, sorry.
Jared Newbrow has a beautiful head of hair.
He does.
I'll say
I mean,
that.
he really does.
He's a silver fox.
I like how he's being cautious. Testing the distance, but waiting for him to react. He's just trying to see how he's going to come back.
You can see that nervous energy though from Newbrow, where it's his debut. You can almost feel it. Armstead
Yep, a little
seems
too-
calmer
just a little
because
tense.
he's been in there before, even though he's not kickboxed. And you know, I think Armstead, most of the trouble he's had was with grappling. It's one of those situations, just like Preston Starcher. We've seen him struggle in the cage, but mainly against grapplers.
Nice low kick landed there by Armstead.
So I forget in West Virginia, do they allow a lot of clinch work or not? I know
they'll let you
two
fight out,
states
yeah.
are okay. Sometimes it's different. Sometimes it's knees.
I
no
believe
knees,
at
I don't know.
amateur they don't allow knees to the head. Is that true?
No knees to the head, no.
Body is acceptable
Yeah.
and the clinch, correct? Okay. Nice inside leg kick there. Nice.
Which I'm not a big fan of. I think if you can kick to the head, you should be able to knee to the head.
Yeah, I think there's just some worries about cuts with the amateurs.
Yes, and I think it's because of the blood testing.
Yeah.
Bring it on. Bring all the blood on.
Here you go.
That's a nice
You
leg
can borrow
kick
my
landed
sheet.
by Armstead.
High kick attempt there from Newbrow.
He's really eating up that lead leg.
Yeah. He's got nice thick legs. I'm sure those kicks aren't feeling good. Another one to the
That
body.
was a heavy body
Hit
kick
right in the armpit.
from Armstead. And Armstead is like, he's fighting at such a calm pace.
Yes.
I like
he could do
that.
this for hours.
He's
Newbrow
not.
has landed quite a few jabs, but
You see more of that nervous energy though from Newbrow.
Oh, very fierce
And I
front kick there. I like that round. That was a really good feeling out round. I don't feel like anyone was too one-sided.
Armstead's taking his time,
Yeah.
and I do like seeing that. You know, he's not fighting with any sense of urgency,
which is smart.
We may see him start picking up the pace later on. I would hope to see that once he's got that feeling out process over with. Newbrow though had a lot of interesting looks. He has a nice head kick. Couldn't find a home for it.
And interesting that was a feeling out round for both of them in a 3-round fight. I'll be honest, I don't know how the judges would score that. I think that
I would say, if I had to take a guess, I would say leaning more towards red.
I would say so
just,
too. I
just
think
because he was a little more consistent on his attempts to throw.
I think that the leg kicks were probably the most significant strikes of the round.
Yep,
But
and they were very consistent too.
Newbrow did land quite a few jabs, so I think that
His countering was sharp.
Yeah.
I'd like to
That's
see,
close, though.
if he can find a home for that high kick, if he can be a little sneakier with it, because he's telegraphing it quite a bit.
And I
Maybe set
wonder
it up
if
behind
the
him one,
jitters
too.
will
Look at
kind
his
of
body, by
wear
the way,
off
from
a
that
little.
one body kick.
I think that's it. I really do think it's first fight jitters for Newbrow. You can tell he's just not quite as comfortable in there as Armstead is, and it's just experience.
And I feel like that taxes the muscles. That's when you
does. That
sweep
was
his legs out.
Such a well-timed low kick from Armstead. Caught him with all the weight on that front leg. And that's why you see the Thai guys have such light front foot.
William Armstead is just cool and composed. He looks very calculated. He's not wasting movement. He's
another
timing
one.
his movement,
Another
and he is
heavy low kick.
executing with Absolutely impeccable timing.
I don't know if we've seen any low kick attempts from New Bra yet.
Ali's shuffling on him right now. Ali. That's how you know you're in the zone.
The confidence is building for Armstead for sure.
Which is so dangerous when you have a slick fighter. This is kind of, I would relate to being my style. Boy,
I hope
if
he
I'm
doesn't
dancing.
become hyper-focused on that lead leg, though. I'd like to see him set it up with some punches and then go back to the well.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes upstairs with it after making him think about it. Like,
he's hurt. I think that hurt his knee, folks.
Yeah, that one was bad.
He paused and even looked at the referee.
I wonder what it was.
I think that was just out to the IT band.
And you got to think that Armstead smells a finish here if he can keep targeting that leg.
I am so impressed by his patience.
Oh, and he almost made him walk into that right hand.
He is being so patient, and it's almost methodical. He will wait for the absolutely perfect moment, and he throws whatever he's going to throw with 100% effort. It's beautiful.
This is the best we've seen Armstead look, and I think he's maybe found a new home in kickboxing.
Oh, he pulled that punch. That was a good one. He pulled that kick.
He did a good job because it looked like one of the ones that might have set it down.
It. I bet he's a good training partner.
Yeah.
So, if you're in the corner of New Bra, what are you telling him right now? How do you overcome this deficit? You're down 2 rounds. You need a finish.
I think you would like to see him start checking some of those leg kicks, but realistically, it's probably too late for that, right? I think what he needs to do, maybe even consider switching stances if he has any game at all from southpaw.
That's not a bad idea.
Because he's going to have problems with that lead leg.
He needs to protect
that leg. It's going to be planted. It's going to be planted a lot and heavy. But I would try to keep his spirits high. That's what I would do. I would try to encourage him and stick to whatever game plan we had previously stated to. I mean, he's not out of this fight. He just down around, you know.
Yeah.
So.
And we saw some little
switch it up.
Forward pressure salvos there. He threw the head kick in the right hand behind it there. But he probably needs something big to happen. I think we're seeing Armstead definitely won that second.
You know, I might even tell him, hey, let's make it a little dirtier. Get in there and see what his clinching about. Like, just switch the game up completely and see if we can find more success in another area, because we can't be waiting. There you go.
I think if you are New Bra and you want to finish, you're going to have to take some immense risk here to get it.
Oh, he might be finished to a leg kick, dude.
That's it,
nope,
ladies and gentlemen.
Done.
Oh, and he gets up.
Oh, look at the back of his
He looked to his corner.
Looked at his corner and shook his head. He wanted out.
To call it. He wants out of there. Look at the back of his leg, dude.
Yeah.
He's too tough for his own good, though.
Look at that.
You see the swelling already starting.
Yeah, he's trying, but one more kick.
I'd like to see him go up the middle with a front kick.
Yep. Oh, nice pressure.
He's going for it,
you got to. I give him props for that.
If he
keeps going in there.
And if he keeps Armstead on his back foot, he can't land those leg kicks.
Oh, man. There he goes. He switches.
Switch it. Keep it over. But it's more painful because then you're sitting on it.
You can tell he's not comfortable fighting southpaw.
Yeah, because he immediately went back to orthodox.
This is it.
That one was low. I think he's going to be all right. I think that one was more on the calf.
He's frustrated, you can tell, but man, he's got heart.
He's trying to keep it composed. I feel for him. That's tough.
This is beautiful work from Armstead. Such a methodical, excellent victory. He looks into the camera and raises his eyebrows. He's feeling it.
Now, you got to know, if you target that leg, you know, how much more can he take? So I'm sure that's in his mind. Let me just finish it to leg kicks here.
I'm like you, Colin. I'd like to see him go high.
Oh, shoot. That was just nasty.
And it was on the back leg that time.
Kicked all the way through it.
The swelling of his knee.
Yeah, that IT band and quad are going to be sore for a few days.
I don't want to watch anymore.
Oh, he lands his biggest punch of the fight there, though. That left hook.
Oh,
he's coming after
right hand behind
now. He's coming after him.
Come on. Get in there. Hey.
Phenomenal.
Sure. That's how you got to do it.
To go from looking like he wanted his corner to stop the fight to...
I mean,
he's tough.
I'm still
he's
here.
tough as nails. He's got the crazy eyes. And sometimes that's all you need.
The crazy eyes to match the nervous energy.
Yeah. Dude, can you imagine facing a guy like that on your debut?
I didn't think he was going to get back up after that one bad knockdown when he shook his head.
Somebody get him some ice right now.
Something inside him, he decided, you know what, I can do this.
I'm already in here. Yeah.
Phenomenal show of heart there. It would be
Sometimes,
interesting to see Newbrow in there, maybe with somebody with closer to his experience level.
yeah, that was a tough matchup for
I
him.
mean, they are obviously both debuting kickboxers, but Armstead we've seen, like you said, in mixed martial arts.
You can definitely see the calm and the experience of Armstead in this fight. That's what won the day. He took his time, picked him apart. Great work.
Imagine what it feels like to take that shin guard off after that.
Oh, it's gonna suck. I would have almost
all the
wanna cut
pressure's
it off.
gone.
Yeah.
Holding
That
itself together.
is the biggest question of this fight is, will Newbrow keep going? We talked about that, how discouraging it is to lose a fight, especially like that, when you didn't have many moments of success.
I'll tell you one thing he can take solace in, though, is that little salvo that he threw at the end.
Yeah,
He landed his most significant
if
shot.
it comes down to heart, he has it.
It may not have been clean or technical or pretty, but it was not. It was gritty. And the fact that he made it to the end of the fight, I think that's a victory in itself.
Somebody might have to help him down the stairs. Actually, I think Armstead is.
The great show of
Oh, they got the
sportsmanship
paramedics
there.
helping everybody.
If he does.
I was wrong. He was just walking down first.
Can you imagine when that adrenaline wears off?
Yeah.
The swelling's
That's
already
why
pretty
I'm
incredible.
not kickboxing. No way.
Oh, you just learn how to check them. It's not that bad. You got sharp shins. It would suck to kick you in the leg.
Yeah, he didn't check a single one.
Yeah.
That's the
Oh,
problem.
man.
None of them
You
have
know.
even attempts. I think
I'm
that's
just scared that kickboxing is going to be so hard, and I'm not going to be able to get it. And I don't
It's
like
not
to
bad.
get
It's
bad
just-
worse than you at
It's
boxing,
just like
though.
boxing, but with your feet.
If you learn how to check kicks, you'll be fine.
Should I go for it?
You should. Why not? Do
I don't know.
everything.
At the very least, you need experience, and it's hard
kickboxing,
to
do
find fights.
MMA.
If you can find fights in kickboxing,
That's
I
a
would
good point.
recommend
You know what?
taking that.
Go to Thailand. Fight all the Thai girls.
I would have height.
Yep.
A lot of height.
And you would be like above average size. So
112.
yeah.
There'd be plenty of
When I
girls to
trained in
fight over
Thailand, I
there.
was 170, and I was like the biggest person in every room that I
Really?
was in every gym. Yeah. Heavyweight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colin is a welterweight, but he's a Thai heavyweight.
Yeah. Except for one gym in Chiang Mai, they had like kind of a fat retired Thai guy that they sent out, and he just tripped me 1,000 times and laughed at me.
Have you seen that Thai guy that's real heavy and he just like lets guys hit him
Yes.
and then knocks him out? That dude's my
What's
favorite.
his name?
I don't know his name. He's not famous enough
He's
to have
the
a name.
Thai
He's just
wrestler.
you see him
Okay,
in
okay.
clip. Yeah. You see him in like clips.
And
now
I just got 2 shoulder rubs from Joey Studer and Teddy Bear there. That was nice.
And I
See
think this
Grayson Hostetler from VO2 stepping into the ring. It's the first time we've seen Grayson in a good long time. The first fight he had at New Line, he fought Sam Kinker and won a very wide decision over him. Really technical, looked great. And we see he's up against Preston Starcher here.
This is an interesting matchup.
Catchweight kickboxing, so, you know, it's going to be cool to see Preston stepping away from MMA and competing in a sport where I think he's stronger. He's a great striker, and it's been mainly grapplers that give him trouble. We've seen that. He's getting caught in subs. Now he's in a sport where that's not a factor. And you know he wants this win. You know, it was probably tough to see his brother take a loss like he did earlier tonight. That's what's tough. We talk about it. It's harder to corner a guy than it is to get in there sometimes. You feel like
I despise cornering and then fighting later in the night.
Yeah, if you have to do both, no, that's terrible. But
you almost feel like there's like a momentum too. Like if your guys earlier lose, it's like bad juju.
Yeah. I don't know. I enjoy coaching. One thing you hear from. I'll finish that thought once the announcer gets through.
Both men look in phenomenal shape as well. Grayson asked Preston if they were going to touch gloves. Preston nods. And beautiful front kick. Oh, bunch of kicks to open up for Grayson.
Well blocked by Starcher, though.
Very active.
This is going to be a very fun back and forth event.
That was
here.
a nice 1-2 from Grayson.
Both very wiry.
Yeah, you see, Starcher plays a lot on that like kind of Connor style with a long stance, darting in and out.
Inside low kick from Hostetler.
And it was to the calf of the lead leg.
Trips him a little bit there, but they're back at it. And Grayson spinning there, looking at the spinning back fist.
I love his activity.
Preston's doing a good job blocking the kicks. Like he even checked a few of those, but he does need to get a little more offense of his own out. Although obviously it's very early.
I think Grayson's doing a phenomenal job of distance management here. He's staying right in his face, but he's also right on the outside as well.
Yep.
So he can crash in and out.
Oh, nice right hand by Starcher there.
And a wheel kick attempt from Grayson misses.
Flashy kicks. Nice body shot.
That was
one thing I will say is
beautiful
that
straight left.
Kicks will take your fatigue. They will fatigue you. I don't know what that. It wasn't English this sentence.
They will take
that,
your
but you know,
fatigue.
they will take
I
your
think
fatigue.
I think it followed.
Yeah.
It's fighter talk. It's okay. Oh,
I don't even have that many concussions.
That was a great.
Really?
Yeah.
I've definitely hit. Oh, I shouldn't say
Grayson
it.
has
I've had a lot.
Grayson has a really interesting way of crashing into combos.
Yeah. Starcher, I think, needs to work on the outside a little bit more. I think this is a thing where in the cage, Preston would be having a lot more action than he's getting here in the smaller ring.
I bet you feel stuffy. You know.
Yeah.
Where do you work?
Different.
That was another inside low kick.
That was a good round. I would say that that Hostetler probably won it on activity. Starcher, I don't think, took a lot of damage, though, and I think he landed some good shots of his own. So it's a close round.
And he didn't have a huge energy output either, Starcher, so I wonder if that'll carry on.
I don't think, Grayson had a ton of good output, but I don't think he had Preston any trouble in that round either.
No.
He didn't have him hurt.
Even
Preston
that first salvo kick, all of them were blocked.
Worried, yeah.
But it looks good for the judges. That's output, this constant pace. Like, I think Grayson definitely took that first round. And look how calm Grayson is in the corner there. He looks like he's in the zone, listening to his corner there, teddy bear. And then you've got on the opposite side of the ring, Preston Starcher with his brother Sheldon. Definitely a family affair with the Starcher brothers.
I like how he comes out strong off that jab. Just throw something in his face, get active.
Yeah,
That's what you got to do.
Preston
Double
taking
right
the center
hand.
a little bit more.
Grayson, they trade overhand rights and Grayson smiles.
Starcher seeming to get his kicks off and punches off a little bit faster.
Preston seems to have better kicking technique too.
Preston coming out.
He's opening
looking
up.
a lot better this round.
Yeah.
Like he's found
Nice
his rhythm
body
a bit.
Oh. Sometimes you just kind of got to say screw it and start throwing.
Lands.
Nice. Body shots are doing great. Filling some space, keeping the level changes going.
Preston's not getting trapped in the corners as much.
I think that hook kick was the sneakiest moment of the fight
Nice
for Preston.
jab cross there. He threw a little kick down low, jab cross, landed right on the bud.
Nice inside low kick from Grayson there, and then just spamming low kicks at him.
Button mashing over here.
Now, when you're Preston, you got to throw that overhand.
I mean, hey, if someone's going to do something 4 times in a row, you better throw a counter. That was a nice body shot.
That was a nice side kick from Preston.
I could hear the air coming out of it.
Yeah.
And that body kick was clean.
Dude, nice. That one was clean, too. I heard
then
the
there's a
ribs on
front
that
kick.
one. Ooh, he's feeling it.
Preston's coming on right now.
Yeah, he is. Plenty of time to play with it, too.
Grayson's got to get ahead of him again. He stayed ahead of him in the first round, and that's where Preston struggled.
I think we're starting to see Grayson fatigue from throwing all those kicks.
From going
and that body
little
work
crazy.
from Preston, too. Preston's been eating the body up this round.
Yep.
Actually, there might not be knees in West Virginia.
We've yet to see him throw.
Yeah.
I think you can throw knees to the body.
I'm not certain. I think that was a rule at one time and then changed.
Switch kick.
I wonder how that works for.
Oh, he caught him!
No.
That head kick snuck in there!
No way.
Preston Starcher. Let's see if he can beat the count. Such a sneaky high kick.
And that's going to be the end of the round.
Hostetler.
And that's the end of the round, but that's
Preston.
a big moment because I think,
Missed it.
in my opinion, that's a 9-9 round.
He hit it right behind that right hand, I believe. It was slick. And it caught Preston clean.
Man, and Preston was winning that round going up to that exchange.
And we saw it just took the legs right out from him.
And I believe, I'm not sure if they use glory rules, right? So does that, I'm not sure if
That
that
should be a
becomes
10-8. Correct?
Or a 9-9 because Starcher won the rest of the round.
I
Even
would say-
considering that strike, I believe he won that round, right? So I would lean towards, I don't know if that's glory rules where they go 9-9 or if that just goes to be a 10-8 the other direction.
I feel like judges, if there's a knockdown, we're going to see judges probably scoring in favor of Grayson, even though he lost majority of the round.
I don't know.
That's a good question.
And like I said, I'm not sure. That comes down to a matter of what the rules of the commission are, which varies.
Yeah.
Grayson.
But I think Preston knows he needs to finish. This is a bad idea from Grayson, in my opinion.
I do too. You were already tired at the end of the other one.
Oh, he catches him, but Grayson's like, it's all right.
And Preston had time to recover. I think Preston's the fresher fighter, the more recovered fighter now.
And calmer. Preston's fighting calm.
Yeah, he's fighting sharp.
Yeah.
I think Grayson is intentionally, though, trying to put a pace on Starcher, and that's what he did in the first half. The most success, he just kept coming after him.
Oh, nice counter, but he ate one on the way.
And he cracks him with a 1-2 though.
He's just barely dodging some of these Starcher.
We still have a minute 20 to go.
Starcher's having more success, though, when Grayson gives him space. If Grayson gives him space and time to work.
Oh, nice. Then punch inside. Dude, I'm telling you, every time someone lands, somebody's countering too.
Nasty right hand from Grayson. Another.
That was Grayson's most significant punch of the last round.
Grayson's coming after him this round. He knows he's got to be aggressive and keep pressing on the back foot.
Wow, they are putting everything out
Teddy
there,
Bear
you guys.
calling for him to send that kick high again. I expect Grayson to throw that high kick again soon. Teddy Bear saying that Preston's desperate, but I think Preston's looking calm in there
smart.
in the pocket.
Trying to get big shots in, but
he's not
being desperate. Yeah, not being desperate.
I think Grayson's fighting exactly the fight he needs to right now.
I can see Preston waiting and looking for those counter setups. I hope he doesn't wait too long, though.
It's strange. It's almost like Preston
20 seconds left
for his setups, and Grayson's not giving him any time right now, and that's why Preston's struggling.
Yeah.
But once you let Preston
then
get in the
he's
rhythm,
all right. Then he's good. Yeah.
See there?
Oh,
now he's finding that rhythm.
An onslaught. Let's go.
What a great round.
Fantastic
and
round.
I think that one goes to Grayson.
I would probably agree. I don't know, though, actually.
Grayson was in his face the whole time, and he was landing.
Preston landed hard shots at the beginning and the end, though. That's a very close round. I think that's going to come down to how that second round gets scored.
Oh, was it? Oh, it was the last one. My bad.
Whew, I want to see two more. I want to see two more of that one.
I know you said, is it over? I said, I hope not. Man, that's so close.
That was a great fight.
What do you score it?
I think Grayson won.
I'll be honest, and again, I don't know the rules of the commission. I personally think Preston won the third round, and I think the second round was probably a 9-9 round.
I think Grayson won the first and the third. That's how I would score it. The second one was weird because of the knockdown.
Yeah,
that's the question. Like, how are they going to score that second one? But I think if I were scoring this fight, I'd give it to Grayson. And I think Preston had his moments, though. He had some really slick moments.
That's a tough fight for Preston.
The second round was Preston's best work, but then he got caught.
Yeah.
Man, such a high caliber for debut.
Yeah,
it truly was.
All of these, and I know they all have some experience in other disciplines, but still, a debut in a different discipline is a debut in a
What's
different
most
discipline.
impressive about Grayson to me is we've seen him kickbox one time, but it's been probably 3 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, And, you know, with all that time off, he still looked really good.
And we did see 27-29, so that tells me that that second round
scored 9-9.
Yes.
Right?
I believe that second round was 9-9, at least from one of the judges.
Well, we have reached our 10-minute intermission, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with our main card.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're getting ready for the last round of fights in the evening. We've got a handful more to go, but we've got in the back now Bailey Manley with our winner from earlier tonight, Zane Fry. Take it away, Bailey.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here I'm with Zane Fry, who got a really tough win over a really game opponent after 5 grueling rounds in a pro boxing match. How does it feel to get that win, Zane?
It felt good. I didn't know I was going to be fighting until Thursday, a couple days ago, so I was a little worried coming in. I didn't have the time to prepare, but I knew I was still in good enough shape, so came in and got the job done.
Awesome. Is that how you saw the fight going through? Like, did you see it going the whole way, or did you see a finish earlier?
I definitely saw a finish in the second. I kind of unloaded a little bit at the end of the second round. I thought I could get him out of there, and that's kind of why I had to coast to the last 2 rounds. But I'm proud of my performance. With a 2-day camp, I think I showed that I'm moving in the right direction now.
Yeah, 2 days notice you did amazing. Is there anything else you want to say? Any call-outs? What's next for you after this win?
I got to talk to my team now. I'm signed. Shout out Chase Hill and Chill Sports. I'm glad I can be a part of their movement, and I'm glad I can still come out to New Line and put on a show for you too. So.
Amazing. You heard it here from Zane Fry. Back to you for the next fight of the evening. Thank you, man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and made his way into the blue corner is, I believe, Jordan Patterson, who's at debut here at New Line in boxing. He's going to be fighting Edward Pway, who we've seen a few times before. Jordan is a newcomer to me. I got to talk with him a little bit earlier. He's an interesting character. He seems very excited. I'm excited to watch him fight. He came all the way from Virginia to fight Edward Pway. And Pway has been training out of Butch Howes' gym and affiliation network there. And this will be interesting. We'll get to see. This is the first time we've gotten to see Pway box as well. So I'm interested to see the clash of these two. Patterson's a very confident young man. And today was the first time I actually got to talk with Edward Pway. He's a very interesting character. I like him a lot, actually. I mean, I'm always a big fan of any of the guys that train with Butch. But he's got a great attitude. It was really easy to talk to. I'm interested to see how he's going to do this evening.
Really wanted me to do St. Fry, so I was like, all right, boss.
And we are back. I'm back. Colin, have you been saying anything? You've been just silent.
No, I've been talking.
Good. I'm proud of you.
We got Jordan Patterson, who he made a 7-hour drive from Virginia today for this fight.
Fighting Edward Pway. You know, we've talked a lot about Pway. He's got such a good attitude. Very dangerous opponent, though, tonight.
Yeah, Patterson's got a lot of confidence, a lot of good energy.
Very quick
He's
hands out of the gate.
Pway's has some hard matchups, man.
Pway landed a nice jab there.
We were talking to Pway before this fight, and I told him, you know, I admire you because you've jumped into deep water early, and you're learning as you go.
I'll tell you what, if he can withstand this, I wonder.
Slip, I believe. Yes, and Billy Fox, good job ruling it a slip.
We see the redness on the face of Patterson.
Already setting a frenetic pace.
Can he maintain it?
Explosive athlete. He has a movement style that makes me wonder if he's got a background in wrestling and MMA kind of stuff. This being his debut boxing match.
Pway, no stranger to adversity.
That was a nice jab, and then right hand from Pway.
I'll tell you what, nice. His punches are coming together beautifully.
And we are seeing Patterson's chin drifts up a little bit at these, in these exchanges sometimes.
I think Pway's finding a little bit more of a rhythm here and getting more comfortable in there.
If he just stays on that jab.
Another.
I'll tell you what, I got to talk to Pway before the fight, and I had my,
big
wow, look at him
there.
go, look at him go. I got to talk to him before the fight, and he said, you know, I've been working on my jab. That's what I'm going to use for this fight. That's how I'm going to win this fight.
You can build a whole game behind your jab.
Mm-hmm.
Another good one. Snapping that jab as well. It's not a lazy jab that he's throwing.
This is the best we've ever seen Pway look as well.
It's beautiful. He might have a home here.
It was a little tough there at first, but now that he's found his rhythm, he's really coming on strong.
Oh, and he hurt him again there. Oh, and another beautiful jab from Pway.
Beautiful work.
You see the Elk River Boxing Club guys there over in the corner of Pway. He spends his time a little bit there and a little bit with Butch Hiles. Great work. Great work. He took him a moment, but now that he's found his rhythm, he's able to get ahead of this guy. He's taken the fight. I think first round went to Pway there. He took it.
Yeah, I think pretty clearly
toward the middle in the end.
Yep. And he didn't use as much energy.
Yeah, and I don't even think he took a lot of damage in the energy
Not
expenditure.
really. He had great defense.
Patterson's breathing really heavy right now.
Yeah, and we see some swelling on the left side of his face from that beautiful right jab. Pway.
You can't. This is not a sport where you can waste a lot of energy.
No.
I think his style, he was so going for broke.
There's a hard balance to strike because 2-minute rounds are not
2 minutes
very
are
long.
different. It's different. You got to be careful because a lot of people will come out and try to tough man style 1 minute round, go go go, but you're gonna plateau very quickly.
And I'll
if
tell
you don't pace
this,
yourself.
when you're tired, 2 minutes feels like an eternity.
Mm-hmm. Especially into the. He's still coming heavy. He just needs to take a deep breath.
That was a nice
Relax.
jab from Pway. And he's setting up that straight left off the jab so nicely.
Pway seems really comfortable to me right now.
On that jab, that's right.
Oh, the beautiful jab to the body from Pway there.
Dude, when you keep it going
nice
high and
one,
low, it sets up that right hand perfectly. He's doing a fantastic job.
Hard jab there too. Snapped his head back.
Yes.
He's making
the timing
Patterson
is
miss
fantastic.
a lot as well.
Do you know how frustrating it is when someone can hit you over and over with the same punch again and again
and that
and
eye is starting
again?
to swell closed.
Yes, Pway putting it on him.
Hurt him. His legs are not under him right now.
Let's go!
Billy Fox giving him a standing 8 count.
6, 7. Hey, you want to continue?
Let's go, Pway. Off the jab.
Patterson hangs in there.
Up, go.
And there's a nice,
beautiful
nice jab from Pway.
Wow.
That's really been the story of this fight.
Really
He
just a clinic of straight punches here by Pway, and he throws a hook in there as well.
He's really sneaky.
Cool, calm,
changing that
composed.
jab to the
Nice
lead
lead
right
hook. Man, now he's using that cross kind of he would the jab. It's beautiful boxing here.
Yep, he threw that rear cross in
Excellent
to
work.
set up the right
Beautiful.
hook.
Beautiful.
So locked in right now as well.
I think he learned if he could undergo that fast little flurry in the beginning, have good defense, he was going to come out strong with this jab. And
Pway's
picture
picking him apart
perfect.
right now.
Picture perfect wins here.
I'm very, very impressed with the chin of Patterson too, though. I mean, that's obviously
tough.
dog tough and athletic and a strong neck, right, to be able to take those kind of shots. Stiff beard.
You can see he's frustrated right now in the corner.
And now he's at a deficit of a round and 2 rounds and a knockdown. So.
Beautiful. I mean, he's putting on a clinic on how to use a jab. Man, it's high, it's low, it's double, triple, it's flicking, it's sticking, he's
flicking and sticking.
Yeah, that's awesome. Beautiful stuff. It's surprising to see that for a debut boxing. I mean, again, he's had experience, but a lot of times
this is the best he's ever looked at
I've
by far.
ever seen.
Yeah,
But I mean, his fights haven't really been going the distance for us to see too much.
We've seen a lot of guys tonight who we've seen in MMA before, and they've struggled. But here they are in striking, and they're doing great. Same thing with Armstead.
Take it home. Take it home.
Well, Pway needs to be smart here because there is still big power in Patterson.
That's it. I mean, puncher's chance is a real thing. Oh, that was beautiful.
That's
He
nice.
pawed that
Parried jab.
Yeah, he parried it down, came right over top with a nice stiff one. And he's not really putting any energy output here.
And
Man.
he's hurting Patterson, but
Patterson
so
was
tough.
hanging on there to stay up. Pway doing all the things. He needs to take it home, just jab after jab.
Patterson's still very much in this fight, very much dangerous.
Oh, that was a nice little switch, though.
And here he comes.
Not much came from it, but nice footwork.
He did land one shot in there.
Oh, took them both down.
Pway says if you want to clinch up,
Yeah.
I'll set you down.
Hey, we can knock you to a count.
The corner of Patterson telling him to work off his jab.
Oh, he eats another hard left hand there, though. Very impressed with the chin of Patterson.
You see the difference between the snap of Patterson's jab and the snap of Pway's, though.
And that kind of jab with the snap, it's effortless,
almost,
and you could do it for
Patterson's
hours.
pawing with his, and that's not good. There's no snap on it.
It's because he's not confident in it. He's using it to try to set up the next big thing. So he's just trying to find the space instead of using it how it's appropriately
And on the other hand,
used
Pway,
for.
his jab, he's like, this is the rock that I'm going to build my church on, and he has tonight.
Ah, you're right. That's funny.
Peter, right?
Peter, the jab.
But you'd think
oh, that's another one.
what you'd want to see is maybe catching the jab, just finding the rhythm of the jab so then he can counter a little more effectively here. Man, a
And we're
jab
seeing
clinic.
Very conservative footwork here from Pway, but he hasn't needed it.
That's the problem.
10
is
seconds
Patterson
left.
has no real answer for the jab.
Nope,
He's
nope.
not trying to slip it. He's not trying
he's
to
just
counter
eating it.
Shots.
Very much in this fight till the end, though. Great work from Pway. Great technical boxing.
I believe we're going to be seeing a pretty clear 30-26 there. For
I had to
Edward
give a
Pway.
standing O for that jab. Ooh-wee. That was beautiful.
Two more debut guys putting on a show tonight.
And Patterson looked good as well. I mean, he ran into a weed whacker of a jab, right? I mean, but definitely a lot of spunk.
Dude, he's got power.
Yeah, he's got power and intensity. And you'll overwhelm a lot of people with that intensity.
He gets that control under wraps, and it could be over
I
for a
think
lot
he's
of
just
people.
got to tighten a few things up, go back to the drawing board.
Yep.
We'll see big things from him as well. And you can see the frustration on the face of Patterson there. Just things didn't go quite according to plan. And that's a hard road to hoe when you're a fighter. When you do everything you can.
Dude, beautiful jab. No, you did perfect, dude. That was amazing. Good shit.
Pway comes over and apologizes to Becca for not throwing the
Sorry,
jab
I didn't
enough.
use my jab enough.
I believe
Dude, that
he used
was
it just the right
picture
amount. Yeah,
perfect.
I believe that was the right
Dude.
amount of
If it
jab.
ain't
This
broke, don't
coach better
fix
be
it.
happy. Let me tell you what, that's some conditioning right there.
I think when he goes back and realizes, he'll be like, you know what,
He's
I
gonna
did
be like,
use my
oh,
jab
shoot.
pretty well.
Impressive work by Edward Pway. I'm looking forward to seeing him again. Maybe we'll see him again in boxing. Maybe kickboxing. I think we've seen him in kickboxing before. That's the cleanest and most comfortable his striking has ever looked, though, including in his MMA fights.
You know, he didn't have to worry about the takedown, so he was able to really focus on one thing, open his hands up, and he looked great.
I'll be honest, though, that to me looked like it transcended just not worrying about takedowns. I think we've seen big improvements from him.
Definitely.
Even the confidence,
Yeah.
because I feel like when I watched his previous fight, I don't want to say he was looking unconfident, but I didn't feel the confidence rating off him like I did just now.
And very early in that first round, there was a moment where his confidence could have faltered, right, as he's getting pushed around and bullied around, dealing with that nervous, high strength energy.
And power.
And instead, he just took a deep breath, got back up, went back behind his jab. That was beautiful stuff, beautiful composure.
Now, before we move into our title bouts of the evening, we've got 2 big heavyweight boxing matches. Debuting here, well, debuting at New Line, I should say, is Michael Joplin Pegg. He is 0-1 in boxing. He is a big, big man. We see him about to step into the ring, and here he is. Fighting out of Williamson, West Virginia.
Oh, it's kind of close to a hometown guy here.
Yeah, just about an hour away. Head toward Kentucky, right on the border.
I'm from Morgantown, so everything south of Charleston is just
close to here.
Yeah, it's close to here.
And then here we see Michael Hopson. Michael Hopson in the black and gold shorts. He is fighting out of Man, West Virginia. We got 2 boys pretty close by in West Virginia fighting for bragging rights right now. Hopson's only 18 years old, just getting started in this sport.
Wow. I love that. There needs to be more debuts. I love it. I love when people want to give it a shot.
I would like to point out how jealous I am of the amount of back hair that he has at 18 years old. I still can't grow that. I'm trying.
That's a man. That's a boy. Yeah. But he is also a man.
That's why I had to beat up Eric Mon, because I was so jealous of his body hair.
Big Mike. Both these guys, thick boys. You know they're going to carry a lot of power. I love the gladiator shorts of Michael Hopson.
They look good in pictures.
Always.
Always.
Melvin Manhoff always rocked those.
That's a scary, scary man right there.
The Mike Tyson of Muay Thai.
We see Peg trying to start off with that jab, charge forward.
Yeah, it got kind of a
fast hands for a big man.
I'll tell you, yeah, and his feet are moving too.
He's a little bit wild.
He needs to tuck the chin a little more on the way back. His forward movement is fantastic. Little wild on that.
He's almost hopping,
offensive
though. He's got like a unique style. It's kind of probably a little bit difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
He's putting that jab arm out there.
Oh,
he landed
wait,
a nice
hold
punch.
on.
Yeah.
Oh, he's coming in for the kill now. Uh-oh.
And he cracks Hopson there.
Uh-oh. That's the thing about these big boys. I'll tell you what, one of them connects. It's landing heavy and hard.
I think we're seeing
he ducked underneath one.
a little bit of a speed advantage for Peg, but these guys are just trading.
Nice. Yep. I'm not mad. Let's go. But don't fall on me.
And Peg seems to have gotten the better of those exchanges, but he was eating some shots as well.
Hopson looks calm in there, though. He's dealing with a guy with a unique style. It's going to take him some time to figure it out.
Yeah, there's no rhyme or rhythm that I've seen so far. It's a little spazzy, which could work in our blue corner's advantage, you know? Get in, land a couple shots, get out.
That was a big left hook by Hopson, and that's another
beautiful knockout
from Michael Hopson. He's done.
That's
great job. What a knockout! He's still out. This is a bad one, ladies and gentlemen. And he just came to the camera.
All right, I did not see that coming. That was really out of nowhere.
This young man just put, 18 years old, just puts the heavyweight division on notice.
Uh-oh.
And we're waiting to see if Michael Joplin Peg's okay here. He's waking up now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, he's breathing.
Doctor's telling him what happened. That's a hard moment as a fighter.
I mean, he went clean. He went all the way out.
He was out.
Yeah, he got a drop. I didn't see that.
And he's waking up. He's okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Doctor's checking on him here. And I'm sure he's going to work his way back to his feet soon. You know, what a spectacular knockout, though, from Michael Hopson, man, West Virginia. Now he's checking on his opponent. You see, he looked concerned there. That shows the heart of Hopson as well. Excellent work. Massive overhand right. Puts him away. And now we see his opponent getting to his feet.
Yeah.
Excellent work from Michael Hopson. About as beautiful as a debut as we've seen.
I believe we got our knockout of the night there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to beat.
You know, I don't think we've seen many finishes tonight.
I mean,
we've seen
this is the there's been one TKO and one knockout at the very beginning.
Yes.
But not a whole. It's gone to decisions most of the time.
And that's just a credit to the matchmaking of Keith.
Yeah.
A lot of even matchups here.
It has
Now,
100%. Even on the debuts, I mean, skill-wise.
Keith does a good job of making sure guys are training with good gyms.
Mm-hmm. Nobody does it like Keith, no.
And Joplin Peg did a good job as well.
Knockout. And we see there Mr. Peg exiting the ring. Glad to see him up on his feet and doing well.
And he has nothing to hang his head about. I mean, he was actually
good. He was winning the fight, I think, up until then.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
And he
very
picked up the
unique
pace,
style. You know, he just got caught by a big heavyweight.
In and out, very.
And he was the one who escalated the pace after he landed that one hard shot.
He just got clipped on that mid-range exchange.
Yeah,
where
and
they were both
he got
just
kind of
slugging.
tagged right before, and then was kind of, I think, maybe even out on his feet, or at least, you know, frozen in time for
and
a
then
moment.
the right hand put him away. And that was a bad one, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that was a solid
those are ones that you see that at first you're all excited.
And then you're like, oh, wait.
He's not getting up.
Yeah.
He was
And
still
it gets
face down,
scary.
and
And
you could see the
you saw
disrupted
Hopson
breathing.
see it.
Yeah.
And Hopson's face changed. He was like, oh.
Because you want to be excited because
you know
of what you just did, but then also you're like, wait a minute.
These guys, it is a weird feeling when you knock somebody out to be like.
I think the stat I read was 13 amateur boxers die a year in the ring.
Yeah.
So it's
something
definitely not a game.
It's something we don't like to talk about, but it
Yep.
happens,
Yep.
and it's there. It's a part of the sport.
You got to be, if you're in it, you got to be all the way in it. You got to
That's right.
train
I
as
agree.
best as you can. You got to be training with the right people. It's not for a joke. It's not, so I'm going to go see if I can do this. You
This
know, with no
is the art
training.
business.
Fighting is
Yeah,
serious.
it's a serious business, and there are people out here who can seriously hurt you if you, if you're not prepared.
And that's one of the reasons that I really like that Keith match makes evenly and doesn't take a lot of fighters that don't train.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when you see those bad knockouts, it's somebody trained versus somebody who's
not.
much less trained.
Stepping into the ring now, we have Big Jake Gilbraith. In our second big heavyweight bout in a row. The last one definitely didn't disappoint. Now, tell us a little about Jake Gilbraith.
Can you hear that crowd?
The crowd is certainly showing up for Josh Cochran.
Oh yeah. Loudest applause we've gotten so far. The house is on its feet.
And you see that flag there. J.D. Cochran representing Mountains of Hope Power Reach. Founded by Dustin Cooper, former NLC fighter.
Wow, that crowd.
These guys in Marquette are taking a stand against addiction, which is something that is a terrible problem here in southern West Virginia. And that's what Mountains of Hope's about. I think we found the crowd favorite tonight. Joshua J.D. Cochran. And we just saw him in MMA. He was a guy everybody was talking about.
Yeah.
Took on Antonio Robinson in his debut. And a lot of people thought, well, maybe he's bit off a little more than he can chew.
Right.
He did what
And let's hope he wrestles
incredible.
him the whole time.
Right.
That's what I was thinking.
J.D. Cochran absolutely ran through Antonio.
Man, he can get his feet up under his punches so well, and that's what gives him the power. You wouldn't think for someone, you know, smaller in stature to have.
I've known a lot of guys who've transitioned from wrestling into MMA
boxing
and striking.
and yes.
They're so explosive.
And
They're used
they
to that
don't
explosive
get
movement.
tired, bro. They do not get tired. Like, they can just go for days.
He landed a big right hook in that exchange.
Nice angle. I like how he took that angle.
You can see JD's the more mobile man here, and he's doing a good job staying
in and
on the
out.
outside.
In and out. Perfectly.
And you know, his time working with Griffin Key has probably paid huge dividends as a striker. And he looks confident in there.
Gilbraith is hanging in tough, though, and trying to throw straight punches back.
You cannot tell me that J.D. Cochran is in high school or just getting out of high school. That
No
man's
way.
like 35 years old.
Isn't that cool to see the beginning of his career just kind of right here, you know, from the sidelines from the very beginning? I'm really excited to see where he's going, man. Oh, stumbles in.
Knockdown from J.D.
Oh,
Cochran.
and he gave him that look away.
You can see that power, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see if Gilbraith can beat this count. He gets up, showing a lot of heart here, but you can see it in his eyes.
I think he's going to continue. All right, is Cochran going to put it on him now? He's got a lot of people cheering him on. I think he can do it.
And he's being smart.
Yes,
He's
good
not
and
just
patient.
being wild.
Nice.
He's coming after him, but he's picking his shots.
And yes, calculated. Oh, nice counters.
Excellent work from J.D. Cochran.
Gilbraith hanging tough so far, though.
Cochran being very confident right now.
With that right hand behind the ear.
Does he return after the bell?
Josh Cochran.
Nope. I think he needs an interview.
Cochran is a force to be reckoned with. It may be JR. I thought that at the very end of the fight. If it is, I'm sorry, Josh. Don't hit me. I don't want any.
Elijah's a retired heavyweight. He doesn't want that smoke.
If I hear wrestler, heavyweight wrestler who's got hands, no thank you. Mr. Cochran, it's incredible the potential he has at his age. I think he's one of the most dangerous heavyweights we've seen in a long time.
So he's got so much potential, too. I mean, right? I mean, he's got a 15-year fighting career ahead of him, potential. Deafening roar from the crowd there for Josh Cochran. Well deserved. Impressive performance again.
Great work. Look to see big things from Mr. Cochran. Now, Becca, next up, I believe we've got a man that you are very familiar with in Daniel Powell competing for this Kentucky State title.
It's here. That came fast. Yes, Daniel Powell, he comes from Lexington, Kentucky. Daniel has been fighting probably about 3 or 4 years now. He's one of those guys I was saying earlier. His record doesn't show how good he is. He is a true professional style boxer. He can be aggressive and come forwards. He can play the counter game. Our job at Thrive Tribe, we feel like, is to create coaches and pros. We don't train amateurs. I don't train you to go be good at USA Boxing. I train you for the long road, and that is for the pros. So Daniel Powell is really going to be bringing that style. Now, Chris Withrow is a very much a pressure, come forward kind of guy. So it's going to be interesting to see if Daniel can start off in a very good and sharp pace.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Chris when I've gotten to see him compete for us before. So
this is I think you're only as good as your last opponent. I think this is perfect for Daniel. Record-wise, you'd say, wait a minute, you know, this guy only has 2 fights. Is this fair as a matchup? You know, someone who's so experienced. But I think this is perfect for both of them. I think this is a good proving point. Try to see where you're at. And I know both of these guys are going to go on to fight more and more people. I don't know if this is his official name. He might get mad at me, but we call him Daniel Mr. Clean Powell.
I wonder why.
I wonder why. Man, he'd be coming up to the gym in all white fits. I'm like, Mr. Clean, come on.
He's got the good head shape to be a bald man, too.
Yeah.
And now making his way to the ring in the red corner, Christopher Withrow. Testing.
So, on the post-fight interview. Well, I was saying, Keith was saying, like, why don't we just give her both mics? Like, give you both mics.
Hold both to my mouth. Like double fisted to my mouth. And then double fisted to their mouth.
Try to do it with one hand, maybe.
My strong mic.
Hey, this is the boss talking, not me. But I don't have time to get
People are going to make fun of me for that.
Maybe try to hold them both with one hand so that you don't get those moments.
I'll tell Keith you don't like the idea.
Can you imagine the Photoshops people could do?
I don't have time in the back to interview because all the fights are going on while I have time to interview.
Step will be all over that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're done with that.
Yeah, the commentary is done trying to make each other have heart attacks from laughter.
Look at that. Look at this face off.
Chris Withrow's just a tough dude. He really is. But man, he's got a very tough opponent here from a good gym.
This is a very good fight for
What is
Kentucky
up
State
with
title.
all you guys at Thrive Tribe
I'll tell you
looking
what,
with
man.
the 6-packs and the being in
we
shape?
do it right. Our main thing, dude, we're not going to grant you. We see fighting, we see having a match as a gift. I'm not going to give you a gift if you're not doing what you need to be doing. Eating right, training. Daniel coming on sharp with the jab. I think he wants to establish dominance here.
Chris blocking him though. Chris is crafty with his counters.
Yep, nice footwork there by Daniel to get out of the corner. Chris trying to establish his jab here. seeing if Daniel's gonna bite. Daniel returning with a jab and a
That was
right.
a nice overhand right.
Nice right, and he's going to that body. Very nice. That's our breakdown drill. Double jab, rear hook to the head, double jab, rear hook to the body.
Withrow's defense has mostly been pretty sound, though.
Yes, yes. And, I mean, he's blocking most of the shots, so I think it's going to come down to volume.
And he's getting forward pressure behind that defense, so he's trying to get inside and make those hooks find a home.
We've been practicing Daniel on fighting off his back foot because we knew Chris is coming forward for this. Been a beautiful first round, feeling out each other, both having nice exchanges.
I think nothing huge has landed so far.
Nope,
Both guys are
neither
very
way.
defensively sound.
Yeah. And again, like I said, I think the records are deceiving here. These are very skilled guys we have in front of us.
We saw Withrow doing some nice work with the right hand to the body after he got Powell thinking up top.
Nice.
Ooh, nice
lead
shovel
hook
hook to the
and
body,
one
and that gets
around.
through.
Nice.
And that body work will pay dividends later in this fight.
Oh, and a nice left hook, though, from Withrow on the end of the exchange there.
Daniel's staying nice and calm. Like to see it.
You see where Withrow's having his moments of success. It's after he walks him down with that tight shell defense, right?
Yeah,
And then throwing,
sneaks one in. Yeah, nice.
off of weird angles and footwork that are happening at the end of those exchanges.
It's nice and crisp, too. His counters are good.
I think Withrow actually has a good style for the ring, too. We were talking about some of the differences between the ring and the cage.
Oh,
nice counter from
hard.
Daniel, but he got caught.
Hard right hand
Little
from Withrow.
smile from
landed
Chris.
there.
He's getting excited here.
And a shovel hook to the body from Withrow now. And there goes one
Nice
from Powell.
block from Powell. I'd like to see him return off of those a little more.
Both these men working the body well early on.
Yep, coach over there calling for a double lead hook into the cross, which he's right, it is there.
And we see B.J. Robinson over in the corner as well as Sean Stefanik.
We decided the Lexington crew would team up for this one. They were trying to fight over our team name today, whether it's
Thrive Hybrid.
Hype Tribe,
Thrive-rid.
Hype
Thrive-rid.
Tribe, or
Thrive-rid MMA.
Like it makes sense, yeah. Good round turned in by both guys. I think on activity, Powell probably won that round. It's a close round.
It was a very close round. I
very
think
nipped
the
up.
most significant shot of the fight was that right hand, that straight right.
Man, that's hard to score.
Yeah.
I'd say Chris might be more of a hometown, here in West Virginia. But, dude, that was so back and forth.
Yeah, very, very competitive round. That could go either direction. I'd be
It's
happy
hard
with it.
because if they score, coming forward, Chris did a great job coming forward and keeping the pressure on. But, again, neither of them ate any punches there.
Yeah.
What do
Both
you
guys
go?
just so defensively sound. It's a tough round
Do you
to
go for
score.
volume? Do you go for point landed? I don't know.
I think the longer this fight goes on, though, the more we're going to see somebody pushing ahead.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things Withrow thrives off of is that defensive pressure making people tired. So it'll be interesting to see if he can put some fatigue in Daniel Powell. We saw Powell ripping hard to the body and some of the things that were catching elbows.
Judging by Powell's physique, he seems like he's in incredible shape.
Yeah. Better be.
All these tryhards at Thrive with their abs.
Nice jab by Daniel Powell. Kind of stops Chris Withrow in his tracks, which is exactly what he wants to do here. Start racking in some nice counter.
Oh,
right hand
Withrow
that he
lands
Hey,
there.
Withrow's going to have a little flurry, but I think Powell's going to keep it together.
Powell's so
Nice.
clean.
He needs to turn a corner. Turn a corner. Take that middle.
Withrow's doing a good job catching him at the end of that right hand and then almost finding a home for the left hook behind it. He landed it, but very glancing in the left hook.
One thing I really...
that was a nice lead
was
hook from Chris Withrow.
Very pretty lead hook. One thing I like about watching these two compete is there's no wasted energy. Everything they're throwing is clean and sharp.
This could very easily be a
Thought
professional
out.
fight.
Yeah. Oh, that was a little trip.
slip there, yeah. Keeps his feet, though, and they touch gloves, and here we are again. Stiff jab from Powell stays in Withrow's face. Withrow tries to roll in. land
Good
a counter.
stance. We like to teach our guys to be strong
That's a
in the
nice
frame
left
there.
hook by Withrow, though.
Daniel needs to get off the ropes. Get off the ropes.
Withrow
Hold the center.
Withrow just marching him down here, and this is where Withrow thrives.
This is one we're seeing an interesting dynamic play out that I thought we might, which is Withrow's forward defensive pressure. He's taking a lot of those jabs on his gloves.
I like that
forearms.
he's pacing himself down the middle, bringing it around the side.
You see a lot of the defensive pressure guys, like Sean Strickland, for instance, they're trying to lure out as many hard straight punches as they can while they're coming in, as long as they can keep them from coming through.
Coach calling for more action from Powell. He wants some more punches.
Oh, that was a
nice counter. We've been working those angles and bringing that right hand, executing it very well.
He did a great job doubling up there on the right hand.
Nice, yep. Daniel kind of teeing off here, I'm not going to lie. He's finding a home for these punches.
Yep.
He's being very smart about how and when, but very precise.
That was
nice turn of the corner.
Right.
Beautiful turn of the corner, but he needs to finish it and get his back to the center of the ring. I'll give him one for that later. Matter of fact, he's probably going to hear this, so. You can never turn the coaching off for real. It's kind of tricky.
Another sharp jab from Daniel.
Nice. Powell getting his points in.
Having trouble finding his rhythm a little bit in the later half of this round.
Yeah, at the beginning we saw him land a couple of those nice left hooks.
Yeah, I think he took the beginning half of this round, and now we see Daniel coming on strong and looking very clean and sharp while doing it.
Yeah, but Chris is guarding well. You know, he's not resting unsafely.
Beautiful job by Daniel rolling under that left hand of Withrow.
He probably is
nice
losing
jab
points.
there by Withrow, though.
Very nice round. I'd have to give that to Powell just due to volume. He did land way more strikes, I thought, than Withrow in that one.
I think he landed more quantitatively. Yeah. I think the harder strikes still might have gone to Withrow, although it's tough to say because Powell did land some hard shots in there.
Those two straight right hands, though, I think were the biggest shots of the fight from Daniel. But, and I think this goes in his favor. Judges tend to remember the later half of a round.
Yes, and he was shelled up in a very high guard, which is what Daniel wants, because Daniel, as you've noticed, he's setting up these little pity pats down the middle, and his power is coming around the side because Chris does tend to high block and high guard here instead of being more in a position to return.
The body work of Daniel
We're seeing
is
a little
going to
bit
be
of frustration on the face of Withrow in the corner here. I think.
He
feels like he's down 2 rounds.
He's upset.
I think those are very close rounds, though. I'll be honest. I wouldn't be shocked if they went either direction. I think I would probably lean towards Powell at this point, but
I think when you have your opponent frustrated, that means you're winning a little bit.
I agree. I mean, at least you're winning the mental battle.
It's our final round. Who's going to take it home? This is for the Kentucky State title. Wait, are we doing 3 rounds?
Three
I just want to make sure 3 threes. Okay. That was a nice straight there from Withrow. Slipped in. But Daniel's giving it right back, man. He wants that title.
Daniel.
He can taste it. Nice. And I know Daniel can maintain the speed. So let's see how Withrow answers the round out this last round here of our fight.
Nice sharp jab, and I do think Withrow's slowing down.
At the very least, he's changing his approach a little bit, which is interesting because I think it was paying dividends early on.
Nice.
That body
Daniel,
work
man.
is beautiful from Daniel.
He is treating Chris like a heavy bag right now. I love it. There you go. Stepping off. But I'll tell you what, I got to give it to Chris, man. He's still coming forward.
He's putting a lot of those on his elbows and forearms,
and he's still coming.
He's looking for that counter, and it put him on his back foot there.
He did. You saw the posture of Powell change after that jab.
Finish it. Let's go.
Beautiful jabs from Withrow, just pawing forward. Now I think the momentum's changed a little bit after that big shot.
I agree, that jab. He's landed it a few times in this fight where he's able.
Oh, and a left hook and a right hand.
Come on,
Withrow putting it on him now.
Withrow probably needs a little bit of forward pressure here. He's got 1.5 minutes left to work.
Oh, there's the left hook again.
That's that same left hook he was finding a home for earlier.
I hope Daniel doesn't gas out here. Yeah, he is. He's fading.
And he
I'm
put
wondering.
him on his back foot with that jab again.
Yep, but he's just got to make it through this round.
He's fading.
Yep.
the power. I think he was really trying to pour into that power, but I'll tell you what, Chris is sucking air as well here. Oh, he's bent over, both hands on his
This will be interesting. Who can fight better while they're tired for this last minute and 2 seconds?
That's it. Who hit more on the heavy bag for real?
I almost
What's our
wonder
punch endurance?
if Chris is trying to lure him in a little bit, because that was a strange moment there where he just dropped his hand.
He's trying to set that jab up again.
Yeah, and it could be. I mean, Chris knows he needs to have a big shot here, and he's having some success in that mid-range.
There's that big right hand.
Come on, D.
I think Chris Withrow's taking over this round.
I agree.
Oh, big shot. Knocks the chin back of Daniel, and Chris is pouring it on him. This is that pressure that makes Chris Withrow so dangerous to deal with.
Will he be able to set him down in 26 seconds?
And you see Daniel sees some urgency here. He knows I'm not winning this round.
And this is the most decisive round.
I mean, like
There's
you
that
said,
jab again.
that end of the fight is crucial.
10 seconds, Daniel, all out, D.
They trade hooks there. Oh, Withrow lands a big one.
For the title, who's taking home the belt?
Oh, man,
Good
what a
fight. Good
Spectacular
fight.
fight.
Very nice job.
I think Withrow really stole that third round.
Withrow definitely won the third round. The first and the second round were close. This will be an interesting decision. I can see this going either way. This is another one. There's no robbery either way. Those are,
I think
those
it
are
all
very
has to do
close
with the
first and
first
second
two.
rounds.
Third one was the most clear cut. First one, I may have scored for Withrow.
I may be leaning towards Withrow on the first round as well. Obviously, I'm not scoring here. I'm commentating, so this will be interesting.
You can see how nervous Becca is there.
Maybe you should go in there and hold one of the microphones.
Nope, just double fist it. That's what I'd like to see.
I'm very interested to see how this decision goes because both of these gentlemen did phenomenally well. I thought we might get to see a knockdown and a draw there at the end.
I think we're going to see Keith Noe himself stepping in there for some reason. What do you think? Who are you leaning towards?
Man, I'll have to go home and rewatch that first round.
It's so difficult to call a fight and score it accurately. We try to give our best idea of who won, but
I'll be honest, I think I might lean towards Withrow in the first round, and I think he definitely won the third, but I have absolutely no qualms if the first round went to
I was
first and second.
very
both went to
impressed with
Powell.
Daniel Powell.
The second round was really close, too,
So
honestly.
clean.
Yeah.
Like, there was zero slop from him through this whole fight. Close fight, and Daniel.
I think Becker might have turned in a scorecard there, 30-27 for Daniel Powell.
Yeah,
But-
somebody gave him all three.
Yeah.
That's
Unless
interesting.
that was a dissenting judge and they just read him awkwardly.
My family over here making the trip up. Appreciate y'all. And I just want to know y'all. Appreciate y'all coming out and not just
Now we have our first new champion of the night. Daniel Powell wins the Kentucky State title at 160 pounds. But we're going to step back to our squire here, Bailey Manley. He's backstage
We're going to hear from Joshua Cochran, the surging, dangerous Josh Cochran.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for the people watching the pay-per-view, I wanted to get a quick interview here with our winner earlier tonight, J.R. Cochran. J.R., how does it feel to get that huge win in front of so much of your family and friends?
It feels good, just putting on for everybody who came to support me and everybody who keeps showing up and everybody in my corner. And it feels good to just be a good role model for the people that looks up to me. And it feels good to Josh and Jordan and Griffin, who helped me to the training camp and helped me train every day. So it feels good.
Amazing. How did it feel to have all those people just cheering your name, cheering you on? Did you feel like it made you stronger in that ring?
Yes, it just made my adrenaline pump more. It made me feel like I can't lose. I can't let them down. Just go out there and give it everything I have, no matter what. Just put on for everybody. So.
Amazing. So what's next for J.R. Cochran after this win?
July. I don't know the date, but I know it's in July. I need an opponent. Yeah, MMA fight. Anybody just looking to get in there and fight again. I have an opponent for August, and then every month after that, just opponent heavyweight. So yeah.
You heard it. He wants a heavyweight fight July 19th.
One more thing. Shout out Uncle Ed. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Back to you guys for the next title fight.
And now we have the lightweight boxing title, 135 pounds. I think this is one of my picks for fight of the night potential. Cody Estep versus Dante Owens. Cody Estep walking into this fight at 8-1. And I've heard very good things about him, fighting out of Huntington, West Virginia. 38 years old. You've got to worry about an older man in a young man's sport.
He looks to be in good shape, though.
Shredded.
He is. He's certainly in better shape than us.
Shredded. And here we have Dante Owens. Dante is 23 years old. His record is 14-7. Stands at 5'7". Pretty boy Dante Owens, fighting out of Grafton, West Virginia. Last time we saw him, I believe, was in Logan, West Virginia, where he got the win over Mitchell Vaughn. I believe that was in Logan.
I believe so.
And you know, Mitchell Vaughn's a very tough out. To stop him, that's an impressive win.
And we have Mitchell's looking to make his pro debut coming up here. We're trying to find an opponent for that.
Another man with a beautiful head of hair. That's what I've always got my eye on.
You have good hair. Why are you so envious?
You just got to take care of it. It's all about maintenance. That's something Keith knows absolutely nothing about.
He probably has to do the most maintenance of any of us.
He probably does. I'll tell you what.
It's all down there, though.
Different hair.
I think this is the second time we've seen Dante in the red, white, and blue shorts as well. The classic Apollo Creed shorts.
Estep lands a nice jab, but he eats a right hand there as he goes to the jab to the body.
Long jabs from Estep.
Estep has an interesting style. His chin's a little bit up in the air. He's very vertical with his thoracic spine. A nice right hand there by Owens.
Ooh.
But Estep lands a nice right hand as well.
Owens needs to bring that back foot a little bit on his cross.
Nice right hand from Estep. He's sneaking shots in.
Ooh.
He's overthrowing a little bit, but I mean, he's having success.
Ooh, he is just inches away. Owens have landed some of those.
Very strange style to deal with from Estep. That's the thing, and you know, it might be giving Dante some trouble, how awkward he is.
Owens did a good job rolling underneath of that exchange. Owens landed a nice right hand in that exchange.
E-Step's corner calling for pressure. This is great corner work from the corner of E-Step.
Yeah,
giving him step-by-step instructions.
Exactly the right looks.
And it looks like the pace is slowing down, though, from E-Step already.
There was a nice right hand in there by Owen.
You saw kind of that nervous energy when the fight began, but now Dante is starting to find his rhythm.
If he takes a couple of those downstairs, I think it'd make a big
He walked right
difference.
into one, though.
Whew.
Walked right into a left hook.
I believe that round probably 10-9 towards Dante Owens.
You think so?
I do. I think it was close, but he did that kind of windmilling clothesline left hand that he ate there at the end might have swayed the judges.
I mean, E-Step was landing shots throughout that round. He was finding Dante's chin, and I think Dante is having a little bit of a tough time dealing with such an awkward style. I really do.
And this is for our lightweight amateur boxing title, as you see the ring girls.
When you're a traditional boxer, a lot of times you're used to training with guys with that traditional boxing style. And it's almost, you're in that rhythm of sparring with guys like that. And then you come in and you fight a guy who's almost a brawler, who's got an awkward style. It's weird.
It's way harder.
It feels weird. It doesn't feel normal, like what you prepared
What
for.
you're conditioned to see is not happening, so it's easier to get caught off guard.
But Dante is a very smart fighter, and I think he's going to be making adjustments. Dante being a little more aggressive now.
I think Dante feels like he's starting to get the feel for that awkward style of E-Step. E-Step's making chaos, though.
Ooh, he's leading with that chin. You got to get it tucked down in there.
Nice right hand from E-Step.
Very interesting posture from E-Step.
E-Step's so hard to hit because of it. It's weird. It's hard to find his chin. Dante's having a tough time with it.
He has the most upright thoracic spine I've ever seen a boxer have.
If you're playing the
that's a big
NLC
right
drinking game, then you can drink after Colin says thoracic spine.
It's true. Oh, nice jab cross by Owens, though. Owens really doing a good job controlling the actual, like, paced exchanges. There's a nice jab there by E-Step, though.
This is back and forth. Both guys are having success. Both guys are landing.
Owens is landing, but he doesn't seem to have a ton of power so far.
And we know he does, though. We saw him stop Mitch Vaughn, and Mitch Vaughn's tough.
Man. E-Step landed a right hand there, but he ate a left hook right after it.
Dante's starting to put punches together now. And that's where we're going to see him find success. If he can not just land one, but land 2 and 3. Because as strange as E-Step's movements are, I think the more you put punches together, the more you're going to catch him, the more you're going to find that head.
E-Step landed a couple good jabs this round. Oh,
There,
nice
beautiful
right hand.
job putting punches together now from Dante.
And I think Dante probably stole that round, although I'll be honest, he
It was
ate some
so
hard shots
close.
too. That's another
It
very
was
close
so
round.
close. A weird fight.
This is a
has
hard
been.
night to be a judge in West
It's a strange
Virginia.
fight. Yeah, absolutely. Their work's cut out for them. And here, that's what I think. I think West Virginia judges might see Cody E-Step winning this fight. He's got such a weird style, but he's so active.
Yes.
And he's always moving. He's always throwing something big. Judges in this state like activity.
They do.
And a lot of them don't know how to score boxing, so that makes it even more interesting.
Easy. They're not that far away from us.
Tell them, mind their P's and Q's. Such an interesting fight so far. Really, like, not how I expected it to be as well.
Not at all. Oh,
that was a
nasty right hand. And another one clips his chin. E-step, hangs tough, but he's hurt there. He stumbles, knee buckles. Dante's starting to come on.
E-step's dangerous in those exchanges, though.
He's very tough.
Oh, big left hook by Owens, but he eats some shots.
You can see that E-step's one of those guys that he will take one to give one. Corner of E-step telling him, tuck that chin.
Oh, nice right hand by Owens and then an exit.
Owens, this is the most definitive round for him so far.
Yeah, and then he hurt him again with that left hook, it looked like.
Nice.
Left
Went
hook
to
right
the
hand.
body, then to the head. Good work by Dante. Ooh, right hook to the body now.
Turn with your body, stop punching with your arm. Punch with your body, beautiful body shot, nice.
Good jab there by E-step.
Don't stop, you can't give up. The last
Another one.
And he's
Now-
kind of forcing Owens to fight at his pace, and he's winning at this pace. You know what I mean? He's more comfortable at this pace and frenetic.
I think
energy.
the more he can make it a brawl and the more he can make it a little ugly and lure Dante into a scrappier, uglier fight, the more chance he has of winning.
And like you said, there's a very good chance the judges have him up 2-0.
Nice right hand by Owens. This has been a much cleaner round for Dante, though. Much more clear cut that he's having a lot more success. Ooh, there's another right hand, though, by E-step. And you see Dante's coming up just short on a lot of these punches. I wonder if it's the length of E-step. He's a very long,
Well, and E-step has this
rangy
very
guy.
interesting style where his arms are almost straight when he punches.
Great work. Thank you, sir. Class act there, Cody E-step. And a great fight, good performance.
Yeah, great performance by both guys. It'll be interesting to see how the judges score this one.
And so here we go. We're going to get the official decision between Dante Owens and Cody E-step. Tell me, Colin, if you had a gun to your head, how would you score this fight?
30-27, Dante Owens.
I think round one was close. I really thought that E-step might have done enough to win it. Second round was even closer, though. And then the third, I think Dante won that for sure.
He ate some of the same kind of hard shots that he ate in the first and second, though.
It's true.
I mean, I'll be honest, this is a
I
case
feel
where
like though,
even
the
if
difference is he landed more hard shots as well.
I agree. Those were definitely the best shots that he
Look
landed.
at this show of respect from both of these athletes.
This is one of the rare occasions where I'm not going to be angry at all if there's
No.
30-27 either direction, I'll be honest.
Me either.
Great performance by both of these
I
guys.
don't think
Looking
either
forward to
man
having
really
both.
got hurt in this fight either. Like, not too bad. I think there were a couple moments where E-step felt it, but he kept fighting, hung tough.
With the unanimous decision, your new NLC Heavyweight Champion,
Phenomenal display of sportsmanship there.
And we saw the more technical man win the day. That's what it turned out a lot like you thought it would, Colin. But that was a scrap, and that was an interesting fight.
Dante Owens knows he was in a fight.
Sorry, I'm having to be a nanny. I mean, a mom.
Yeah, I was
while
going to
I'm
say, it's not a
working.
nanny if it's somebody else. If
This
it's not
is
somebody
my
else.
child. Bring your child to work day is definitely not ideal. But they're
Elijah's got one of them running
comfortable
around now, too.
Two of them.
I was about to say a couple.
Yeah. Well, another, like a new one.
Yeah, brand new. He's not running yet. Ladies and gentlemen, your new lightweight champion, Dante Owens. So now we're going to step back to Bailey Manley and hear from your boy, Daniel Powell, your new champion.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the new Kentucky State boxing champion, Daniel Powell. How do you feel about getting that title and getting that win?
Oh, man, I feel great. It was a hard fight. I expected him to be tough and to hit hard, but he never let up the whole time. I was really hitting him with some stuff. I thought I was going to back him up and try to finish him in the third, but he was always right there, and he was throwing heavy shots that they were landing on me, and I just had to kind of smile at him and grit my teeth and show that it didn't hurt. But he made it a hard fight, so congrats to Chris. He was a tough opponent, and he's a champ in my eyes too, so Chris the man.
Yes, sir. Did you picture the fight going the distance this time around?
Yeah, I mean, we train for the distance. We always do, but with his style, I was thinking of someone that if I got my offense going, a stoppage may be there just because with the high guard, I can split that, I can go around it, and I can land heavy shots. But he's as tough as they come. He just kept staying right there. I saw him backing up and having to catch his breath from time to time, but he took my best shots, and he just kept coming and throwing his too. So we plan to go in either way. I don't go looking for the knockout, but if it's there, I'm going to try to take it.
So what's next for the new champion?
Man, I just want to keep staying active. Like, the reason I don't have as many fights on my record is just because I've had fights fall through. I'm 35 years old, so it's hard to always travel with work and responsibilities, but I try to always take as many fights as I can. It's just tough, but I'd like to stay active. I'd like to keep fighting for belts. I'd like to keep fighting with new lines, so if y'all ever have fights from 155 to 165, I'm there, so y'all just let me know.
Any last shout-outs?
Yeah, just I'd like to thank God for protecting both me and my opponent, for giving us the decision, just bringing me here to this point. I'm extremely thankful. I'm thankful for my coach, my team, my family, and just everyone at New Line for putting on such sick events. I'm proud to be a part of it. I'd like to keep being a part of more. So.
Amazing. You heard it from the Kentucky State boxing champion. Back to you guys for this next title fight. Thank you, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the ring already is Chaz Blevins fighting out of Lexington, Kentucky.
We call him the Chazmanian Devil.
That's a pretty good one. As nicknames go, that's a good one.
Hey, we also like to tell him to give his opponent those Chaz hands, kind of like jazz hands, but Chaz hands, yeah.
And his opponent, Eli Atkins, making his way into the ring now, getting greased up there, ringside. This is a very interesting matchup.
I'm excited for Chaz. I feel like a lot of times people take one look and they say, heck no, I'm not fighting that guy. But that's what's cool about Chaz being able to take a fight on short notice. They don't really have time to say no. So it's good for him to get the opportunity.
And I think we're going to see a little bit of a size discrepancy. It does look like Eli Atkins is a little bit taller and a little bit
heavier. Chaz's last fight was 205, so he cut an extreme. Chaz used to be a big boy, but he lost a lot of weight recently. $260 for the red corner.
Eli Atkins looks ready, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a good scrap.
Ooh, this is going to be fireworks, you guys. Don't look away. We have 3 2-minute rounds here. And this is for the interim heavyweight.
Both guys throwing hard
Coming
shots.
out throwing hard, trying to establish some dominance. I like the patience though, not swinging crazy. They're respecting each other a lot from the get. Just smart. Good shot to the body by Blevins. Nice. Hey, that MMA coming in handy. A nice little turn. Good head position. Catches him over the top.
Yeah, that left hook at the end.
Another one. Oh, uppercut was clean up the middle.
We see Atkins leading a lot with that big overhand right. He needs to start to set it up behind something or throw it at the end of combinations.
Chaz doing a good job of fighting off that back foot. He's Eli's putting the pressure on him, but Chaz is just slowly using that footwork to get out of danger. Nice combination. I wish he would go down to the body a little bit. Eli's got to straighten up a little bit, add some more shots down the middle to try to disrupt Blevins' rhythm. Nice jab by Chaz. Eli's got to get, yep, good head movement there. Eli recognized he needed to start moving his head.
There was a good setup for it. That shift off to the left and then a up jab set up the overhand right. That's the most success that Eli Atkins has had in this fight so far.
Good uppercut by Blevins coming off the ropes. Bringing another right hand.
Oh, the big right uppercut by
puts him
Chaz
down.
Blevins, sets him down.
Puts him down. And up is Eli. Before the count, they're gonna run it back.
Left. He's gonna survive to the bell. Probably.
Yep. He did. Good round.
Good round, but I have to think we're looking at 10-8 for Chaz Blevins there.
Yep. I want Eli to come out really confident here and bring a lot of straights and keep Chaz at bay. If he does that, he has a good chance to get Chaz into that corner. Chaz isn't doing the best job of getting off the ropes, and I think that's where Eli would excel, keeping Chaz up against the ropes.
And the best success that we saw Eli have is whenever he used that shift off to the left and then the big up jab to set up the overhand right, and he actually landed, maybe not super cleanly, but he did land in that exchange.
Going into the second round with an explosive first round. Chaz puts it right back on him. Nice little 5-6 count punch flurry. Oh, nice duck under by Chaz. Oh, just barely missed some big power shots that Eli was throwing. With that size, it could only take one from Eli, really, if he hits it in the right spot.
And he's not just throwing one. I mean, those are hard shots.
He's putting everything into it. And that's a big shot. Chaz doing a good job of just being patient.
Eli's not doing a good job recovering after his counters. Eli's doing a better job now of getting those exchanges started, but...
And there's...
Oh, that was really not
an 8 count, yeah.
Okay.
It was kind of from a punch.
Oh, that was a sharp uppercut attempt by Chaz.
Oh, nice little jab there. Stuck him right on the button.
Oh, big overhand right now. Hurt him bad.
Should have tightened them ropes a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if you watched Chaz Blevins' last boxing match with Italian Stallion.
On his feet here.
He did the same thing with Joe. He had Joe in the ropes a lot, and that's...
Scratched his eye. The glove scratched his eye there.
It happens. It sucks when you get punched in the eye, but it does happen. Fortunately.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Yeah, you gotta
when the glove just grazes the eye.
Sometimes the thumb, you'll get a thumb to the eye. It really can throw you off, but you also don't want them to stop the fight because at this point it would be a TKO just the same. So it's one of those sucky things. You just gotta pull it through like a low blow, you know.
And unfortunately for him, he's got swelling on the other eye too.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Right above that eyebrow, looks like. Oh, good leaping hook from Chaz. Nice little pullbacks, good loose foot movement. He's coming in a little too close, though. He's not getting those big finishes because he's leaping forward, but then he's too close. So he's not getting the full power of his punch off.
Eli doing a good job trying to stay in his face now. But, man, he's eating some big shots. And he's feeling it. He's trying to shake off the cobwebs
If
there.
Blevins would take it to the body.
That was a big one.
Blevins would take it to the
crashing
body.
in too much.
Yes, he is. He gets too excited. And you know, that's the amateur part, you know, of him. He's still very green.
When he's got him hurt, if he could just take a step back.
Yep.
I think he
Go
might
in,
close the
step
show
back.
here.
Then he's got that whip, you know. He's taking at least 50% off
I missed
his power.
the beginning half of that round.
Yeah, Chaz was able to set Eli down with a clean uppercut. there at the beginning.
He's
But
been hunting
second
for
round,
it ever since, I've noticed, and he's just came up a little bit short. If he can hit him with it again, that may close the show. You can see Eli is wide-eyed right
Yep.
now.
I got to give it
He's
to Eli.
hurt.
This is his first ever 2-minute round fight. His first one.
He's
it's a
hanging
big
tough.
difference from a tough man to a seasoned opponent at 2 minutes. So I think this is good growth for him.
And he's doing it. He's making the right adjustments, right? We
No.
saw him like throwing the big overhand right by itself at the beginning of this fight, and we see he's not doing that anymore. Now he's setting it up behind
Yep.
things,
Yep,
and he's
being a
starting to
little
have
more
a little bit
cautious.
more success on that.
Chris Smith in the corner, telling Eli. I think he's telling him he's got to cut some angles.
Well, and they know he needs a finish at this point too, right?
It's been a tough fight for him, but Eli's very tough and he carries big power. So one shot could change it all.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
there's a good right
those
hand.
are clean straights, and like I said, that's all he was missing. The
Chaz
straights up the
comes-
middle.
Chaz comes right back after him.
I like
Chaz
I like
mouth's
the
wide
patience.
open though.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a little bit tired as well. This has been a big, heavy pace.
That's a big boy. He's given up 40 pounds, easy at least. So that alone, holding up somebody 40 pounds bigger than you.
Ooh.
That
Good
eye getting
straight right
swollen
lift
there
up
for me.
from Chaz. Oh my God! Beautiful
Wow.
hook.
That was a
Has him on the
beautiful
ropes
lead
and he
hook.
goes down.
Man, that's their favorite spot in those ropes, I'll tell you.
I think Eli knew if I don't go down, I'm going to take a big shot here.
Man, that goose is really popping
Probably
up on
a
that
wise
eye.
decision. Even though he takes the standing 8 count, at least he can fight another day here. Maybe find a moment to land that big shot to change everything. Let's see if he can do it.
And like I said, Eli's got heart, and that's something you cannot teach. Ooh, about threw himself off. Threw his
I
feet
couldn't
out
tell
from
how
under
cleanly
him.
that landed.
Yeah, that left hook caught him, I think. and then a right
Eli,
hook
big
catches him.
shots from Eli.
And Eli's got big power.
Yeah. He's going for broke. He's got to make it dirty.
We still got 40 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh-wee.
Oh, there's
Man,
that left hook from Chaz
that slapping
again.
lead hook, man. He's quick. He kind of throws it as fast as a jab. Nice pullback, but Chaz
What about
has a
head contact there.
Yeah, he kept his head a little too high on that pullback.
You can see Eli's fighting with all heart right now.
Body, Chaz.
He's not only tired, he's hurt. But Chaz keeps coming after him. Eli
Head
keeps trying to
hunting,
find something.
He is head hunting in there.
You see the fatigue, though, of Eli when he throws that overhand that comes so slow. What a fight from Chaz Blevins, and what a display of heart from Eli, the wild man, Adkins. Great fight, and I think we've got a new heavyweight champion in Mr. Chaz Blevins.
Interim, so now he has to face Starton.
Yes, and that's, like we said, that's
and
a
I think
tough
we're
fight.
setting that up for September in Huntington.
That's going to be very
Is the goal. I don't know if Dart knows that yet, so surprise.
Chaz will have the speed advantage, but Darton's going to have the power,
the power
advantage, and he's so tough.
The weight. He's going to have a considerable amount of weight on Chaz because, again, Chaz may be sitting 225 right now.
Darton used to be a super heavyweight as well.
Yeah, and I'd say he probably has more experience starting than Chaz currently.
Phenomenal fight tournament by both of these gentlemen. It'll be interesting. I mean, I think we're obviously looking at a pretty clear one-sided decision here, but good adjustments made by Eli Atkins. I'm looking forward to seeing him in the future as he starts to make some of the adjustments to work in these 2-minute rounds.
He says he's ready for that championship belt.
He doesn't want the interim one. He wants the
He knows he doesn't want the fake belt. Come on. It's beautiful.
I think that started with Tony Ferguson throwing the interim lightweight UFC title down and saying he wants the real one.
I'll tell you what, I think there's not a lot of heavyweights. I mean, Darton may be the one, but there's not a lot of heavyweights right now that are still amateur that have the package like Chaz Blevins right now. I think he very much deserves to have a title run.
I'll tell you what, even though he was the smaller man there, you saw every time he landed even that lead, like kind of a slapping left hook. Every time hurt him badly with it.
Yep.
So. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we just have 2 more title fights tonight. Shout out to my family who's at home watching the pay-per-view, including my grandmother who's going to turn 98 tomorrow, so I'm excited to go home for that.
Happy birthday. That's awesome.
And my dog who's probably asleep right now on my father's lap, if I had to guess. And we're going to have first making his way, Hunter Pway will be making his way into the blue corner. Can't tell if he's walking down yet or not. No, I think we're still getting some things squared away over here. So we'll get to see, this is an interesting fight, ladies and gentlemen. We've gotten to see Hunter Pway and Eric Mon both multiple times here at New Line. I've been very impressed with Hunter Pway's performances. He's 2-1 here in boxing, and we've seen him in kickboxing as well. Honestly, he looked quite good against one of my students and training partners, Czar Parrish, in his last fight. He actually won the first 2 rounds from Czar, which is an impressive feat. He was stopped in the third, but it was a phenomenal performance. I'm really interested to see him here in just pure boxing against Eric Mon. Hunter's a skilled fighter. He throws a lot of good straight punches, good counters we saw from him in that last fight. But we see Hunter making his way into the ring and getting his feel for it. And then, of course, fighting out of the red corner will be perennial New Line favorite. And sometimes New Line employee, sometimes New Line fighter, Eric Mon. I believe Starman is what we're calling him. I expected Starman by David Bowie to be the walkout music if he's calling himself Starman. But Eric looks to be in good shape. Got the corner from Tartarus MMA. He's full-time at Tartarus now, and I think that's something that's been a big help to Eric. Eric was always a good fighter. I mean, he did well when he was with Heathen Clan. We saw him, like we mentioned earlier in the night, we've seen Eric make the transition from a guy who, when we saw his first fight, I mean, he was, really overmatched, and to a guy who's now contending for a title for the second time. He just keeps putting together victories. Eric's a shorter fighter, but Eric is very good getting inside, landing quick flurries of hooks. And Eric is deceptively fast. Eric is used to giving up height. He does a good job. He's generally quite good at using his footwork and head movement to get inside. I haven't seen Eric box in quite a while, but I'm interested to watch this. Referee in charge of the action, Billy Fox.
Together, Hunter, let's go.
It'd be interesting to see if Eric can get inside of
Nice
Hunter.
jab to the body out the gate, opening up that overhand right.
Let's go, step out. Step out and jab, Hunter, set it up. What's your touch? Bingo.
Eric's very comfortable in the New Line ring.
Step out, jab.
Couldn't tell if he landed a left hand there. He definitely ate one there.
Eric Mon, Hunter Pway.
Hunter might have to take a little bit more of a proactive approach in this fight. I think Eric's blitzing entries are covering a lot of territory, and it's very difficult for Hunter to play
get started.
Yeah, to play the counter style that we saw him use in some of his
Eric's
other fights.
always used to being the shorter man, too. He knows how to close the distance so well. He's so active. What is he doing here?
He told me that he's been working this because in pure boxing, right, he's making people punch down.
I'll tell you what, I've got a kickboxer who spars with me, and he does that lean over thing, and he uses it more as a bait. Like, he wants you to throw in that direction so then he can step off and come over top of it. It's a weird thing.
If you've boxing fans might be familiar with a guy by the name of Dwight Muhammad Qawi, who's the shortest heavyweight. He was he split fights with Evander Holyfield at cruiserweight, and then he went up and fought George Foreman. But he was like 5'6".
That's crazy.
And Qawi played a lot of cross guard, but he also played a lot of that leaning very heavy
thing. Yeah.
But we're seeing Eric put together good punches here so far. And he's doing a good job evading that jab. And that's what I was saying. I think Hunter's going to have to take a little bit more of a proactive style because
he's established his own jab. He's using a jab, but it's more of a pawing jab. It's more of a feeler. Those jab to the bodies are nice, though. He just needs a little more respectful jabs up top.
Eric's doing a good job of making those inside exchange happen
He's
where
so
he can
quick.
use the short man, longer hooks.
Yeah.
I was very impressed with the speed of Eric. Honestly, I didn't think he was going to be nearly as fast as he is when I fought him. That was a nice
jab by Pway.
More jab.
Oh, and a big right hand by
a nice
Pway.
little turn of the corner. Puts trading off. He needed to keep that pressure, though, to keep him in the corner. You got to remember, your goal also in boxing is to earn the real estate. You want to hold the center of the ring down. That's showing control, and I know judges kind of look towards that. So you got to be aware of where you're at in the ring.
Even if it's not landing, pop it out.
Corner calling for some more jabs from the
Eric spits his mouth guard out. Weird moment
It was
there.
almost like he was just trying to do a regular spit and accidentally lost the mouth guard. A regular spit? I don't know what I was trying to say there. You know what I meant.
What?
He was not trying to spit his mouth guard. He was trying to spit saliva.
Spit classic.
Yeah. The OG spit.
Eric crashes in, working the body with those hooks, and then lands two to the top.
Whew.
Short time, but
man, they are
that was a
swinging.
nice shot by Pway. And it hurts Eric.
Oh, he felt that one.
that's an interesting round to score. That was a good moment from Pway at the end, but I think Eric pretty decidedly won the rest of the round.
Pway had a couple moments there where he landed good, solid shots, though.
Eric landed very well at the beginning of the round.
The speed.
Yeah.
Whew. That's hard to counter sometimes.
Yeah, and he's
so
like
if
I
you're
said,
a counter puncher.
He's doing a good job using his footwork and his blitzes. He doesn't start just throwing ones and twos that are easy to counter, right? He's using something where he's no longer where he was.
Yeah.
He's much closer, and he's making exchanges happen where he can land those hooks and overhands.
See Zane Fry there in the corner of Hunter Pway.
Yep.
The Tartarus guys working with their man Eric Mon.
Eric Swan might be the best cut man in the area. I know he got to work as a professional cut man at the LFA show recently.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
And here we go into round two. Eric trying to crash forward and close that distance.
Yep. Kind of like we saw with Chaz.
Oh, that was a good overhand left, it looked like to me. I couldn't see quite how well it landed, but it sounded like it landed cleanly.
It was a sharp left hook from Eric Mon.
It's really tricky to get in that mid-range and find the perfect space without smothering. And I feel like that's the one thing amateurs have trouble with the most. They want to get in their range, but they end up going too far, and then their punches can't come off.
Oh, that was a good left hook by Eric. Eric's having less trouble with the range, honestly, than I thought he would.
I mean, he's working, and I think it's those punches in bunches. He's able to step his feet in and move those feet, little micro steps to get to his range.
And he's using like what would generally be more MMA or Dutch Muay Thai footwork, stepping forward as he punches.
I don't know what was said. I missed it. They even got the ref chuckling up there. Must have been funny.
Eric's a funny dude.
Eric has so much fun in there too.
Oh,
I
nice
envy
little
how
guard.
comfortable he is in
Yeah, look at him.
competition.
Oh, he was way
fancy
more relaxed
footwork.
fighting than I was, and he shouldn't have been. I had way
Mm.
more fights than him.
He just loves it. He loves it in there.
Yep, his mouthpiece is hanging out of his mouth. There it goes again. Did you know you can actually lose a point?
massive shot he ate.
You can lose a point for letting your mouthpiece out of your mouth. If it happens twice, after that, they're supposed to start taking points.
My opponent lost a shoe once.
You punch him out of his shoe.
Yep.
Just
Eric
uppercut him
needs
clean
a
out.
custom molded, professionally fitted mouthpiece.
Or just keep it in his mouth. I don't know if you've seen it, but he had
I
it
wonder
hanging
if it's-
one piece in and one, like,
I wonder if it's a
Completely
fatigue
out.
issue.
is it a Mike Tyson thing? Does he like to chew on something? I've got a couple guys like that.
The Benson Henderson, yeah.
Some guys are just uncomfortable with their mouthpiece in general.
Yeah, they don't train with it, and then they're
Yeah.
like, oh, why would I fight? Yeah.
When I was fighting, I
no.
was hitting the bag with my mouthpiece in
Yes,
every day,
all the
lifting
time.
weights
Oh,
with it.
nice left hook
Yeah.
from Eric. But Plu lands a
Way to
couple
turn
in
the
there
corner. I
too.
like how he keeps the hand in his face. That's a good way to post and keep your range, but also stay safe with a shorter opponent.
Oh,
Nice jab.
stiff jab from Plu.
Yeah, he's starting to open up a little bit. Now, if he can keep that momentum.
Yeah, I would say I would probably lean towards Eric in the first round, but the second
Yeah.
round has been definitely Hunter Plu's round.
Yeah, he's coming
I
back.
think Eric's slowing down a bit.
Oh, nice body shot.
His
Wow.
corner.
Lead hook to the body.
Zane Fry saying he's done, Hunter, go.
Uh-oh. He says, hit me.
Eric Mon, I think he does a lot to get himself
Yeah.
psychologically
Hey.
psyched up,
Yeah.
ready to fight.
Oh, wow. Throat punch. He had him with a throat punch, right, dude? I've been punched in the throat. It does not feel good.
He got a
It's
body
like
shot after that,
You're
too.
choking. You can't catch your breath. And then to take a body shot afterward. That sucks, but the mouthpiece again on the ground. Man, he's got some hair on that thing for sure. Ooh.
Eric is hurt bad right now. You can see
Good
he's
job. Good job on Plu here for putting body shots together and kind of wearing them down. He needed that one.
Yeah,
I think some refs would have stopped that there, the way he got up, turned away. I don't know. Eric's definitely not feeling good after that shot.
He's telling him now, if you lose the mouthpiece again, we've got problems.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's in the rule book.
And I
The
think
mouthpiece comes out so many times because
I think there's some discretion where it's supposed to be like if the referee feels like they're intentionally spitting the mouthpiece.
you
Which
could
I
be
think the
you could
first
be
one maybe wasn't, but
disqualified.
yeah.
You could be disqualified for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big deal. I mean, that's cheating. That's taking an extra break. I mean, if the ref has to stop the action, pick your mouthpiece up 3 times.
And you
Should you be in the ring?
Interestingly, you saw in the first round when it came out, he told the ref to just ignore
Yeah,
it,
leave
keep
it,
going, and
leave
he was
it.
like, I can't do that.
Which makes me feel like maybe he doesn't train with the mouthpiece. So it's like he's not necessarily used to just
Let's get the
having
rag
it
off
in.
of his head, yeah.
The ref's like, come on, y'all.
They embraced before this last round.
That was cute.
And I think we're looking at this 1-1 going
I
into
agree.
the third.
I think someone's got to take the show away. Ooh.
But that
What
second
happened?
round could have
How
been
was
a
that, a
10-8.
trip?
With that knockdown at the end, I think we could see a 10-8 for sure.
Oh, yes, definitely
So,
should be a 10-8.
Eric needs
Nice
to
head
finish.
movement. Nice head movement from Eric.
Oh, that was a good left hook by Eric. Eric's still there.
Yeah, that little shuffle of the feet, I really like that. Shows him still comfortable up until the third round. Ooh, nice body shot. Oh, big uppercuts from Plu. Measuring, I love that. He
that was a
measured,
nice right hand.
found the range, sniped him on that chin with that right hand. Beautiful.
One of the other things I feel like is I don't think Eric has a ton of power. And I think you see that in a lot of his fights. Like, he has a hard time earning guys' respect.
Yeah.
No, that was a nice
Oh.
left hand
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Plu.
Nice.
Right up to the liver. Let's go. He leans in like that. Pop him. Do it.
Nice little jab.
Zane Fry calling
I think-
for when he bends over to pop him with a right hook to the liver.
Ooh. Got to set it up, though. That's the thing with the right hands. Got to set them up.
That was a good combination by Eric there. None of those landed super cleanly, but.
And he's working. He's working in the clinch. And mouthpiece tank out. Uh-oh.
And he got knocked out that time.
Let make him pay for that mouthpiece.
But Eric's
don't take him down.
Eric's chewing on it.
Yeah, man. Keep your mouthpiece in your mouth, dude. I'm not hating, but I'm hating a little. Come on.
I think fatigue's the real issue for Eric
Put
right
it
now.
in your mouth.
This is the most tired we've ever seen.
That's fair. If you want to mess with your mouthpiece,
Hey.
you want to go at it.
Stop.
You got to keep it in your mouth, dude. Bite down, deep breaths through the nose. There you go. Nice jab from Hunter Pway. He's
Eric's
kind of
really having trouble finding the range now.
Yep,
the first and second rounds early he wasn't, but
he's taking a little bit too long to fire, and that jab is just disrupting his rhythm.
Jab. Keep away from you. Stick it out. Stick.
Got to get some action here.
Eric needs something
Nice.
big. He needs more than this.
Plu does a great job flashing the
Nice
jab.
right hand.
Oh.
I think
beautiful
Eric
right
Mott's
hand.
running on fumes right now.
Yep.
Stick in between, Hunter. Set it up with the jab. Don't just load up.
And he's been
uppercut's
inactive
open.
for a good while.
That uppercut's there.
Plu looking
Nice
sharp
body
right
shot.
now. in this
Nice.
first
That was a
round.
nice right hand by Eric, though. That's definitely Eric's biggest round or shot of the round so far. But
Short time here.
He's tired.
Oh, and whips on the left hook to end the fight.
there we got some sweat.
I think we definitely see Hunter Plu taking the second and third in that fight.
Yeah, I
Eric
agree.
had a good strong start, but I think he faded.
The jab was coming alive from blue corner.
And we saw him make some of the adjustments that I was talking about in that first round. He had to be a little bit more proactive, go after Eric, not just wait for Eric to blitz in.
Yep.
I think that's probably
was-
also probably responsible for Eric's having
Yes.
difficulty finding the range.
Yes. He was giving Eric a lot of time to set up in that first round, and so he was able to capitalize. But once he found that jab, that's all she wrote.
Great sportsmanship from both guys, talking over the fight together. I think Eric knows what's up. I think he knows he probably didn't do enough to win that fight.
Yeah, he doesn't. He raised his hand afterwards. I think he's.
Excellent work from Hunter Plu. Moves to 3-1 as a boxer, and now is the new heavyweight champion. Or light heavyweight champion, I'm sorry. He's a little small to be a heavyweight.
The boxing weight classes are so strange to me.
They are. They change. So when we're in the lower weights, especially for female, our weight classes go from like 108 to 110 to 112 to 118. You got these weird increments, and it changes all the way across the board. So it's hard to keep them apart sometimes.
And the male weight classes are so much different. I mean, obviously I'm used to MMA, right? But I don't know if it's because the boxing weight classes are from a time when people were just smaller. But
Yeah.
like light heavyweight being 175 is wild to me.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
And you would think
It makes
you'd
me
put
feel
that
like a heavyweight, but yeah.
yeah, instead of cruiserweight, yeah.
And like I say, we have a new light heavyweight champion. But we're going to switch backstage to Bailey Manley. He is standing by with our new heavyweight champion, Chaz Blevins.
Interim heavyweight champion.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? I have our new interim heavyweight champion here, Chaz Blevins. Chaz, what did you think about that fight? How does it feel to get that win in the title?
It felt really great. It was on a week's notice. My opponent was definitely more heavier than me. He's 260. I was 225. But as my coaches say, stay ready so I don't have to get ready. And I really lived that by heart.
Did you see the fight going that way where you really dominated him all 3 rounds?
I really did. I'm really quick and agile. My angles are really sharp, and he's a really big body. He's really wide, and I didn't think he was going to keep up with my speed at all.
All right. So how do you feel about next fight going in to get that undisputed title?
I feel great. I don't know who the dude is. I don't really care neither. We was just talking about it a minute ago, but they say he got nothing on me, so he got nothing on me.
Hell yeah. You heard it from the new interim champion, Chaz Blevins. Back to you guys for the main event.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, man.
Love to hear the confidence from Chaz Blevins.
Now we have Jordan Clark stepping into the ring for his West Virginia state title. And we see Griffin Key and Josh Cochran in the corner there.
They won't make it to my house.
This guy, you know, in his pre-fight interview, had so much confidence going into this fight. And it's a fight that I think a lot of people are counting him out in, but he seems to have such a great attitude, the right mentality to be a challenger in a fight where you're an underdog.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing I was thinking whenever we were listening to him talk earlier.
I think he's going to really surprise some people here. We might see a competitive fight. Roman Belchure, though, my God, we see him walk into the ring now. He's been unstoppable.
Yeah,
that's
Roman
the only
looked
word
very
for
good,
it.
and I mean he's got the reach advantage, the youth advantage. I mean he's got just about every advantage he could have here. So this is
9-0 in boxing, 3-0 I believe in kickboxing, and or 3-0 in jiu-jitsu now too. Just defeated Czar Parrish in jiu-jitsu, defeated Griffin Liam Bruno in the MMA to take that lightweight title. Talk about that fight.
Sad from my perspective. I mean, he did a good job. He got on bottom position early, but he was able to threaten a Dars. He was really able to stop Griffin from ever setting his feet underneath of him and get any of his game going.
And we see he's the debut of the red hair.
Come on.
Roman Belchure is a serious competitor, ladies and gentlemen. Intense face-off here for this main event.
Nice. Roman coming out the gate, leading off his combination with lead hooks. Love to see that switch up.
Working the body on the way out of the clinch.
Nice and calm, like always, cool and collected.
Nice, straight right.
Good. See if he keeps him in the corner. Good. I like the way that he's keeping the majority of the ring at his back. Beautiful body shot.
Body shot was
wow,
nasty.
that was fantastic.
But Clark hangs tough.
And Roman controlling the pace, keeping Clark right where he wants him.
Roman has such a height and reach advantage.
Good spacing from Roman. He's not crowding.
Eating up the body
Good
right
body
now.
shots, changing levels, changing angles.
That was a big overhand right.
A good overhand right.
And we've seen Roman get dropped before.
Yep. Good body shots from Roman. Still, he's gonna, that body shot got in.
Body. Those body shots are taking the soul out of Jordan Clark. And let's see if he can beat this count. I think he can.
He's back, yeah. Yeah. When you're in a condition like this, body shot shouldn't take you down. Not this early. Roman back on the prowl.
Roman was relentless, though. He kept going to the body.
Roman's fight IQ as a whole is impeccable for a 20-year-old. He is going to go far in this sport. Any sport he wants, combat sport. And he's going to get a finish right here. I don't know, man.
Nasty body shots.
Roman can have his way with this guy here. Nice again.
Nasty,
Roman's
nasty
ready to finish
knockdown.
it.
You can see Clark has a lot of heart and will, but how much more of this can you take?
You know what they say, attack the body. The head follows.
That's it, ladies
That's
and
right.
gentlemen.
Very nice.
Roman Belchure wins the West Virginia State boxing title and continues to look unstoppable. And gives it up to his opponent. Class act there. He's confident, but Roman's a good guy, and he's a true sportsman.
Yeah, but like I don't want the crowd to hear nothing. Well, I feel like everybody's gonna leave, so I don't know.
He's been doing most of the interview.
He did exactly what he was supposed to do tonight. I mean, that was quite frankly, I mean, that was a match that was favoring him. And those are tough matches sometimes, right? I mean, whenever you're dealing with a different guy than your original opponent and somebody who has much less experience than you, but he did exactly what you're supposed to do there, right? I always, in matchups like that, I always think of the, you remember what Dana White said after Anderson Silva knocked out Tito Ortiz in like a minute? He was like, he did to Tito exactly what should have been done to Tito tonight. Like, you know what I mean? It's hard sometimes to do what you're supposed to do.
It's what we expected.
Yeah.
You know,
and he did exactly what he was supposed to do tonight. It was good work by Roman.
It was a great fight, class act, or picture perfect performance.
It's going to take a special breed to defeat Roman. You're going to have something unique, something he's never seen before.
We're going to have to bring in somebody from like Russia or Switzerland. That feels nice. I don't even know who's behind me. It's probably Jacob Ray.
I get him an interview.
You can't let your belt touch the ground.
It's like the flag. You got to burn it down or something.
You immediately lose the belt if you drop it. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the new West Virginia State champion.
Thank you for tuning in. If you bought and put code Belchure to get 10% off, I appreciate you, man. It was first round KO. He came out tough. He caught me with a couple good shots. I hurt him to the body, so my chin came up a little bit, got a little zealous. So stuff to work on. Come back better, fix it.
Hell yeah, champ.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was it. NLC Fight Night 35. I think we had some absolute barn burners.
It was a fantastic night of fights.
We saw a massive knockout. We saw I think we saw multiple fight of the night worthy performances.
Even though, like, Tristan Turner and Schaefer was fight of, like, the year.
I think so, too.
Like, that was spectacular.
Fight of the century.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Elijah Thacker.
I'm Colin Caprini.
And you got the Queen of Sting.
That's right.
The one and only.
And the junior
How I
anchorman.
see it.
So we'll see you next time, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Madison, and have a wonderful night.
See you guys.